Good evening, y'all. Sunday, May 7th, severe weather coverage here on Meteorologist Andy Hill channel. Hope you're all doing well. Our risks today from the Storm Prediction Center and more are outlined right here on Radar Omega. We're going to be focusing primarily on that orange area enhanced risk. 3 out of 5 for severe weather there in portions of the western Midwest, also eastern Nebraska, and this northeastern tip of northeastern tip of Kansas there. I'm listening to myself. Uh-oh, I forgot to close my own stream. There we go. All right. So good to see you all. Hope you're all doing well. We're going to have Storm Chasers Brad Arnold here right below me and Zach Hall as well. So that's who we've got chasing with us today, Zach and Frankie and Brad Arnold. And then I'll also throw up Storm Chaser Chris Hall in the background here in case that we lose one of our chasers here in case they go into dead zone. We're going to have multiple chasers here ready to go today. So once again, the risk area here in orange is an enhanced risk. And we also have one confirmed tornado warning that's headed towards Muscatine, Iowa. So that's going to be the first thing that I cover today as it covers Rock Island County in Illinois, Cedar County in Iowa, and also Muscatine County. So this is expected to go just south of Davenport, but it's going to be in the Quad Cities area up here. And it's not going to be over once that's done with. Once that's done with, we're going to have another round of storms that's getting ready to form right back in here in the Omaha and Lincoln, Nebraska area. And it's going to track across Iowa. So 2 rounds of storms are possible up here. Many more people getting in on stormy weather down here into this marginal risk and slight risk in the Tennessee Valley here. And also, we have a bunch of severe storms popping up in west central Texas down in here. So those are going to be hailstorms and windstorms. These down here in Tennessee, Kentucky, and so forth, southern Illinois, central Illinois, as well as all going to be hail and windstorms. Our tornado threat is definitely focused right up in this area for the next 6 hours or so. So that's the plan today. That's what we're going to cover. So let's immediately get into it. Thanks to Radar Omega for sponsoring this. If you guys want to download Radar Omega, it is in the description of this stream, right below the stream. So let's get into covering this confirmed tornado warning. The most pertinent thing we have on the radar here. So this is a radar confirmed warning. If we play it back a little bit here, we are entering northwest Muscatine County in Iowa, right next to the Mississippi River here. We're county west of Davenport in the Quad Cities at the moment. So let's play it back and see what's going on here. You'll notice that we have quite a bit of purple in here and also some blues even, which is some extreme hail following here. It might not be more than an inch in diameter, but there's a ton of it. If you see returns like this, that means there's a lot of energy in these pink and purple cores. And this has also managed to spin up a quick tornado here, a brief tornado right in the last 10 minutes or so. It probably is not still on the ground. It's tough to see in all the data that we have here, but previously this did have a small debris signature with it right about when it looked like this near West Liberty and Highway 6 here in eastern Iowa. So that classic shape here where instead of the hook below the storm, it comes out in front of it. And that's how we get those spin-up tornadoes right in here. So that's what we had. It's been downgraded to a radar indicated warning as of now. So the original circulation was, dispersed between this part of the storm. And now we don't have a tornado on the ground, but we still have a lot of hail. Something I want to show you is this scan right here with these blue pixels. The color scale that I use, you very rarely ever see anything like this here. This is an intense hail core that just went right between West Branch and Downey here in Iowa and right towards West Liberty. Those blue pixels, few and far between. So that's the sort of hail, again, that's going to cause hail fog. There's going to be so much hail on the ground covering the roads and so forth that when the sun comes back out, or even when it just warms up a little bit behind the storm, all that hail just creates a layer of fog. So that's what we're going to see when we see radar returns like that. So please be taking shelter in Muscatine County in particular. We're looking out for Muscatine, Iowa, Fairport, Illinois City across the border as well in the path of this storm, which may produce another tornado. So we're going to watch this thing. It's right on the warm front here. We have several storms on the warm front. Storm Chaser Zach Hall is down here near Hedrick to the north and east of Ottawa there. and Sigourney. So we had a storm go through here March 31st, and we're right back in the same spot. Zach's down below me, 2 feeds down below me, and we got Brad Arnold right there as his tag. So the moment Zach shows me something again, I'm going to pan over to his stream because he's had a few beautiful shots of the storm here right over Sigourney in Iowa. We also have Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. He's further to the west here, and he's going to head back to our Triple Point area near Omaha in southwest Iowa. And that is our primary area of concern once those storms start bubbling up in the next 30 minutes or so, I think, is when we're going to see that. So lots of people are going to be in severe thunderstorm warnings and so forth today through southern Illinois, through Tennessee, and so forth. That's not going to be the focus today unless we see a higher end severe thunderstorm come through, like the ones in Texas for wind and hail. So I will go over there and see if I'll go over there and see if those are, what's going on. If those do come through, you'll hear the beep, beep, beep. You will hear it. Go ahead, Riley.
There is another chaser report as of 6 o'clock Central Time that this tornado is still on the ground, but it is wrapped in a hail core.
Wrapped in hail. So possible tornado wrapped in hail here from another chaser. It would be back in here north and west of Muscatine. That's what Riley's talking about there. So, oh man. Okay, so this storm also down here just got tornado warned. We're going to hear that come through in just a second. So this is a small thunderstorm. We may have had some spotters, some storm chasers on this storm down here just south of our confirmed warning. So this is going to be going through north of Macomb here, north of Macomb here in Illinois here in McDonough County. So please be taking shelter north McDonough County and South Warren County here. New radar indicated warning. That's in western Illinois. So these storms are going to be our first round of possible tornado producers in particular. The ones further south, again, are going to be large hail and wind down here. But up here is where we're focusing on the potential for tornadoes as the moisture is better up here. So we have more humid air in stock up here along with our wind profiles. Our winds are favorable. There is a little bit of that nadir juice. In particular, though, it's up about 1.5 miles above the surface. That's really driving these things. So, if there is still a tornado here, it was definitely a couple of scans ago when it looked like this. Definitely wrapped in hail for a little bit there. So that's what is bringing about our warning. Please be taking shelter again in Muscatine, Iowa, and surrounding areas in the county. If you're just joining us, this is a radar indicated warning, but there may be another couple attempts at a tornado here. So that's what we're focusing on now. But if I go back over to Radar Omega here, once we are able to, so I bring Radar Omega up. I want to show you guys the satellite view here on Radar Omega because there's a few things in particular to look at here. And it's in particular, it's this field of cumulus clouds, these tiny little popcorn clouds over here in southwest Iowa, right around Omaha. If you go outside in Omaha, you can see those smaller clouds. They might look a little patchy, even in Lincoln, Nebraska. These are going to be our next storms to fire right in this area. And then they're going to track through much of the same parts of Iowa, and right along this cloud layer right here is where we're going to have the maximized tornado risk for any storms that do mature. So that's what we're going to look at today. Several rounds of storms are possible. We even have storms back in here in south central and southwestern Nebraska, northwestern Kansas, that are also going to track through this area into the nighttime hours. So several rounds of storms possible, depending on where you are at in our primary focus today. Once again, if you're further south along the Mississippi River Valley and into Tennessee and around the Ohio River Valley as well, these are going to be hail and wind storms. I only look at them a few times once we have some warnings for them. But if we don't have some upgraded warnings down there, I am not going to focus on them. Just know that it's going to be a hail and wind storm. The primary focus is definitely going to be needed. Our attention is going to be needed up here in the Omaha, Nebraska area and eastern Iowa right now. So that's the gist of this. All right. So hope you're all doing well. Able to track storms today with me and our chasers that we've got. Keep track of their feeds below my screen, below my webcam here, and you can also watch them at the same time. Would recommend supporting good storm chasers, Brad Arnold, Zach Hall, and Frankie. And I've got Chris Hall also in the description for today. So that's what we've got going. And of course, we have virtual Railfan cameras just in case we don't have any chaser feeds if they're all in dead zones. Once again, Zach Hall's over here. We're watching his feed. Once he pulls over again and has another look at the storm over Sigourney here in Iowa, near Ollie and Richland here, then I'm going to pull that up because I want to see what he's looking at. But Brad Arnold will be going to our risk in southwest Iowa. So we're going to have two different perspectives on this stream, which is perfect. We'll be able to call out these storms as they happen here with some ground truth. So thank you guys for joining right at the start. Hope you're all doing well. Where are you watching from? If you hear sirens in Davenport and you had sirens earlier in Iowa City, it's because you're in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This tornado warning for Muscatine was allowed to expire, so currently this is a severe thunderstorm warning for some larger hail, and a lot of it, I think. But the storm still has the chance to try another tornado or two here, so don't let your guards down. Would recommend practicing taking shelter in the Quad Cities area here in Iowa and Illinois, and also down the Mississippi towards the Muscatine. Southeastern Ohio, Minnesota, Kentucky, Peoria, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Louisville, Indiana, Wilmington, Oregon. Nice to see you all. Athens, Georgia, down there. Montana, yeah, there was a storm right in the southeastern corner of Montana too. So lots of active weather in May today. Unionville again, Nashville, Spring Hill, Florida, Freeport, Central Iowa. Lots of people in Kansas, too. Hopefully, if you're in southwest Kansas, hopefully we can get some rain for y'all over there soon. Talking about the Pacific Northwest, anyone from over there, man, you guys are going to warm up really wickedly fast here in the coming week. It's going to be super warm. Might even beat some heat records over there. Austin, Texas. Yeah, a lot of people in Texas. A lot of people in Texas. Cool. Thanks for reporting in, chat. Appreciate that. Here are the storms we're watching right now, but our attention is quickly going to focus once again toward the Omaha, Nebraska, Lincoln, Nebraska area, and southwest Iowa as well. So if you know people there, let them know to be weather aware. In particular, coming up, the next few hours are very important for those people as we get into our tornadic threat that should last maybe about till midnight Central Time, Central U.S. time, that is, tonight. So Central U.S. time, past midnight, we might still be here covering tornado warnings, but hopefully we're on the lower end of several tornado warnings that could happen. I've already managed to smudge up my glasses today, so it's coverage that's rather exciting, and exciting in a morbid way. Unfortunately, that's how it is in the weather industry. But we hope that things, if they do happen over empty fields and so forth. There we go. We got Zach's feed up. Okay, let's bring up Zach here. Here's Storm Chaser Zach Hall. He is looking at the storm again over Sigourney, Iowa right now, in Hayesville. So he's on State Road 78 here. And this is a look at the storm from the south and east of it. He's looking northwest into the core there. Really good look at the clouds around this. This is a supercell. We've got some rotation in there too. So he's watching the radar very closely, and that's a look at that storm right there from State Road 78. Really, really pretty clouds there. No tornado warning on this yet, but it has had several attempts at some rotation in the storm. So if you want to look at the radar here, what we were just looking at is this storm right here. Zach looking into it from this direction, into that hook, that lower part of the storm right there. So that's what the clouds looked like. If you looked at a radar presentation of it, that's what the clouds would look like. Very pretty. Very pretty, definitely slightly dangerous. The most dangerous thing about this storm for all of our friends in the Quad Cities area is the fact that it's producing not only a bunch of hail here in this pink and slight bits of purple showing up here along Highway 6 west of Davenport, The most dangerous thing, also along Interstate 80 too. So lots of drivers getting impacted here. I'm sure traffic is very slowed down. Is the most dangerous thing is this wind core right here. So these in the light blues here, very close to the radar. There's a bunch of possible 60, 70 mile an hour winds, a pocket of them. Also, chucking that hail around. If they're combining, that's what's going to do the most damage here in and around Wilton in Iowa. If we get any hail damage, it's going to be from wind-driven hail, is what we call that. From what I can tell, though, this storm isn't trying to become tornadic again. I don't see if it has a lot of potential to do so. But this is going to be what's causing the sirens anywhere here in the Quad Cities region. If you can hear them, let me know if you can hear the sirens still in the Quad Cities region, Davenport, Iowa. That's going to be for your considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That's for golf ball size hail, 2-inch hail, actually, just a little bit larger than golf balls, and 70 mile an hour winds. So not a storm you want to be outside for, not a storm you want to mess around with. If you hear lightning, if you see lightning, you hear thunder here in Davenport, the storm is still well off to your west that's causing the sirens. There's another one just east of the cities too. That's got some small hail with it. Thank you, G's Ryan there from the Quad Cities. Thank you. What's up, Kathy? Appreciate the support, y'all. Appreciate the support, y'all. Davenport sirens still going there. Yeah, that's for that considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So glad they're sounding it. The sirens are meant to tell you guys not to be outside in that storm because you don't want to get hit in the head by a golf ball going 70 miles an hour. So that's good news. Glad to hear it. Even as far east as Hampton here in Illinois. Again, that's for the storm back to the west, not the one that's overhead of you right now. All right, so our one active tornado warning is still radar indicated. It looks kind of, it doesn't look very impressive. But what could happen here in the near term is these storms that are developing just south of our supercell right here to the west of Prairie City and St. Augustine in Illinois. These storms right to the south of it are going to move into that supercell, and when they do move into it and they combine together, that could give us another chance at a brief tornado here for these areas, particularly north of Macomb here in Illinois and in southern Warren County. So that we're thinking about Prairie City right now and St. Augustine and Bushnell. Definitely would be getting in shelter if you guys aren't in that tornado warning yet, or you didn't see it on your phone or so forth. Those areas definitely are. I would recommend getting in shelter. If you're watching in Macomb, because I know there's a few people who watch in Macomb, I appreciate y'all. There in that town, it's a good idea since it's in your county to just practice getting in your safe spot, right? It's a great idea to practice it. You would have a really, really good view of this storm from the south if you're in Macomb, Illinois right now, and you're pretty far away from this to not really be at you're not in a lot of danger from lightning from this storm. So I would stay under cover, but you could see pretty well here in Macomb. If you want to send that along, I'd be happy to receive it. Would be happy to receive any pictures from down there because I know there's a few people there. Yes, big plans. This is kind of my job. Did you consider that? What's up, Heidi? Good to see you all. Welcome, Michelle, from the St. Louis Metro. Appreciate y'all. Hopefully the storms stay out of your hair there today. We're really focused on Iowa and the Omaha, Nebraska area today for sure. So everywhere else, besides some strong, severe thunderstorms in Texas, west of Abilene, thereabout, I'm not going to be focusing on. I'm not going to be focusing on anywhere but Illinois, Iowa, Omaha. The rest of all the storms that are severe warned are going to be for wind and hail and some flash flooding risks. So if we do get a calm period, though, later on in the stream, then we can take a look at what happens with those. But those are not expected to be, those are on the very lower end of any severe weather that we're covering today. So I want to make sure I'm covering the most pertinent threats today. That's the most important thing to me, of course. Happy to help, Donna. Thank you for the support. Ryan will not be live today. No. 2 days in a row of the Andy stream. Once again, headed towards Davenport right now. Those sirens are sounding. Is a very very windy storm with a bunch of hail in it. So wind-driven hail is coming for the Quad Cities right now from this storm. It looks like it's going to reach it in a pretty significant manner as it currently stands. The hope is that it dies out just a little bit there, but that is what's coming for y'all right now. And of course, if you're just joining us, I have Storm Chasers Brad Arnold and Zach Hall below me, currently covering the storms. Zach is in southeastern Iowa with this storm, just south and east of Sigourney and north of Fairfield. And Brad Arnold is headed back over to Omaha. When those storms start popping up, we're going to cover them in depth, because those are going to be our primary tornado producers more than likely today. So all the tornado warnings besides these ones here in and around the Mississippi River Valley here are going to be concentrated back in and around Omaha, southwest Iowa, and moving through south central Iowa through the night. So we have a long ways ahead of us. Good to see you all. Yep, they're in central Illinois. The hope is that no storms down here are tornadic, but it's a very, very low likelihood. In fact, this tornado-warned storm here, north of Macomb in Illinois, is entirely outside of our tornado threats from the Storm Prediction Center today, I believe. I can double-check on that just real quick, but I think it's... Okay, so it's just right in that 2% chance for a tornado. It was expanded a little bit to the south to include areas around Springfield, Illinois, and just north of St. Louis. So again, this is a marginal tornado risk for these storms right now. Marginal tornado risk. But yeah, your primary concern is going to be hail down here. Golf ball size hail near Hillsboro, Illinois, north and east of St. Louis. Looks like all the storms right now are staying east of St. Louis. So that's good news. Yeah, if they're not going off yet, I'm not sure what the next move for this severe thunderstorm will be approaching Quad Cities, but right now it does look pretty concerning. A lot of hail in this storm and a lot of damaging winds right now, right over Wilton, Iowa, to the west of Davenport. So I'm also gonna check the Omaha radar, even though there might not be too much there right now. It's about to get started over here, our main show. You see nothing right now on the radar on the rainfall side of things here, but right in this area, especially around Sarpy, Cass counties here, and east of Lincoln, there's a little bit of a boundary right here, and this is really gonna blow up. Every single model is telling us this is gonna blow up. Observed conditions at the surface, observed conditions a little bit above the surface and aloft. Everything is telling us we're gonna get a lot of storms here, and they're going to form within the next hour or so and really begin. We can see the cumulus clouds here that are going to serve as our starters, and then the atmosphere is really going to punch them up into those big old cumulonimbus thunder boomers. Thank you, Hope, for the support. Thank you, Joni. Appreciate y'all. Hope the mods are doing well as well. Good to see you all. Yeah, you don't want to get hit by wind-driven hail. So if you do get the sirens right now and you're not in a tornado warning, that is why. Wind-driven hail can be pretty dangerous. And that's possible down here near Hillsboro, Illinois, Taylorville, Illinois as well. A lot of these strong storms are just moving through the area. If you're used to a springtime hailstorm at all, this is going to be what it's like for you in southern Illinois. And central Illinois as well. Anywhere in those areas. Even up here towards Peru in Illinois. A lot of these hailstorms are blowing up in a line here, but none of them are tornadic at the moment. So these are all just going to train to the east, which is going to pose a flash flooding threat. And that's probably going to be the most important thing to know about these storms, is that you don't want to drive in the flooded waters. Thank you, Camplicious. Yeah, we'll be on for a good 5-6 hours, maybe even longer than that if the threat really continues today. So let them know. Let them know we're here. Thanks for liking the stream, telling YouTube this is a good thing to show people, and work alongside the Storm Chasers here for the best weather coverage. Most up-to-date stuff here for a lot of people. Okay. So, yep, nothing going on in Omaha yet, but that is going to change almost certainly. Yeah, really, our focus right now is all these storms blowing up right around the Quad Cities, but the one coming in from the west is probably the most dangerous one. Probably the most dangerous one. All right. So currently, so far today, we have had 0 tornado reports to the Storm Prediction Center, but there has been a couple of tornado warnings. There have been, and we do have severe weather risks also coming up next Thursday, the 11th. And continuing with any wind and hail threats on Monday and Tuesday. So it's May. This is what to expect. But today's risk right now is definitely the most important out of the next few days as it stands. And then Thursday really would be looking at the best risk upcoming for specifically the high plains. So quite a bit less population there in the high plains, but definitely just as vigorous thunderstorms are possible there. Yeah, happy to help. Yeah, thank you guys for watching here. If you're in Davenport again, you're just joining us on this channel here in the Quad Cities region. The reason you're hearing sirens anywhere in that area is for this storm out to your west. This one right here over Wilton, just on the north edge of or Interstate 80 is just on the north edge of it, moving through Muscatine. It is going to head in your direction. The sirens are to let you know to go inside because this is going to drive a bunch of hail and damaging winds through your area. So if you're hearing the sirens in those areas, that is the reason why those are coming through. So right now, that's our focus. Here's a look at which direction the storms are moving at the moment so you can see how they're developing, where they're going through. It almost looks like this storm that's warned for the Quad Cities region actually might go a little bit to the south of the Quad Cities. So the southern part of this metro area and down along Highway 67 here to the south near Aledo in Illinois. That would be where probably it looks like the primary threat for this wind and hail storm is going to be. So right now it looks like it's trying to take that southward dip, the southern dip there, right through Muscatine. But if there is any hail around Davenport, that is the reason why. Watching to see if it happens. I mean, these storms right now, you can see them just blow up right over Davenport. They're almost stationary. So if this one back to the west doesn't drive the wind and doesn't drive that hail forward with the damaging wind gusts, then this one right over the city is just going to drop some hail on you anyways because it's developing overhead. So you can start to hear that thunder a lot more there right over Davenport. So several storms moving through your area. If that stays overhead and this next storm moves in, the flash flooding risk is going to be important to cover for y'all. Okay, so our storm down here in western Illinois, there's the merger of those storms to the south. They're getting into the storm right now. So over the next few minutes is really where we're going to see if this rotation is going to pop up again here, just west of Prairie City and St. Augustine in Illinois, north of Macomb. So we'll see if that does come together, produces stronger rotation. Right now it's not looking too bad, but we have a few more minutes of an interaction between storms to really determine what will happen there. All right, so we did actually get a considerable severe thunderstorm for parts of Kentucky. So let's go over there and look, bring up another radar site. That is an upgraded warning, and as I mentioned, if we do get an upgraded warning, I will go over and take a look at it. So let's go over to Kentucky and see what's going on there, wherever that considerable storm is. Wherever that considerable storm is. It's one of these two. So let me see if I can bring it up here. Decatur County, Graham County, oh, that was for Kansas, actually. I read KY. Actually, that's for Kansas. But there are still some severe thunderstorms rolling here through southwest Kentucky. Oh man, they got me with the KY and the KS. Rats. All these state abbreviations. You can only do so much. So the storm just moved through Hopkinsville. I know a great person in Hopkinsville, good old Kinsey there. So hopefully that didn't knock out her power once again there. But these storms are just dropping heavy rain more than anything, and maybe some small hail as they track through, the Interstate 65 corridor here through Bowling Green and Nashville. in Tennessee. So just a bunch of heavy rain down here. Again, this is not expected to be anything more significant than that, and some lightning associated with it. So far, all good down there, as we were expected to be. So let's actually drag this radar back over to Kansas. This is going to be in northwest to north central Kansas here. Got the Goodland radar over here. We definitely need rain in this part of the country, especially to the south of where these storms are. So this is our considerable severe thunderstorm going towards Hill City in Kansas. And Norton here. So considerable severe thunderstorm. I believe it might be for both wind and hail. Ping pong ball sized hail, 70 mile an hour wind gusts. No stranger to those kind of things over here. I'm sure you guys aren't, especially in Hill City. Really, where you get the wildest weather. Quite often over here in the country, you get all of those really gusty surface
Hey, Andy,
winds.
this is Zach. Are you live?
Zach should know. Yeah, Zach, we got you on stream. What's up?
I was just curious. I didn't know if you had that shot I just had. That was pretty cool. These storms are slinging a lot of outflow toward me, so I just wanted to see if you had that shot.
Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I've already brought you up once. I really like the shots that you're getting here as we are before sunset. So very beautiful stuff. When we get to sunset, I'm really interested to see what these storms look like. If you are going to stick with them, or are you planning to go back to the Triple Point in southwest Iowa? That's Storm Chaser Zach Hall.
I wouldn't be opposed if you think we will have storms develop off of it and that outflow didn't destroy the low-level instability. If you think it's worth it, I can go.
Do I think it's worth it? It's hard to tell, honestly. Do I think it's worth it? Well, let's take a look here. The outflow is pretty damaging to the instability at the moment. We're really sitting right at Omaha and areas just east for any good surface conditions. So that's what we're watching mostly. But is it worth it? Yeah, honestly, it might be tough to tell. But I think there are going to be storms in and around Omaha, and there still are favorable conditions there. But for what Zach Hall wants for a good storm to pop up, it might be a little bit more tough to get exactly the right conditions over there. So I'm not sure if. I hate being, given the accountability to tell chasers like, yeah, go back over here, and then nothing happens, and they're like, why'd you tell me to go over here? That's the classic. They like to do that to meteorologists, so a little bit of fun to poke at them. Okay, so if we play this back just a little bit, the current trend actually does look like it's still going to. This storm over here is still going to clip Davenport just on the northern edge of it here, which will be bringing some more hail as opposed to what's over the Quad Cities right now, which is this storm. So we're going to have another one coming in. This one back here is the reason why the sirens are sounding for anyone in the Quad Cities region in and around Davenport in Iowa. So I'm going to tell Zach, let's see, was this the latest hour? Yes. I'm not sure, Zach. I see a band of 60 Fahrenheit dew points, which, is just barely enough to get it going there, right from Omaha and east, right on a slim sliver of, that warm front. So I think it's just barely good enough conditions. I think storms are still going to pop in the area, but whether they're going to be, the ideal conditions for what you want to see over there, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. So I don't want to be held fully accountable for your decision, but, take that with a grain of salt, I suppose. There we go. Nailed it, guys. Nailed it.
I appreciate it. I think I'm going to stick with what I've got. These storms I don't think are necessarily going anywhere anytime soon. I'll probably track them into southeast Iowa and go to Illinois, and we'll just go from there. So I'll be your eyes on this side of the state.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Thank you, Zach Hall. Again, I'm going to focus on this storm down here, west of Prairie City, St. Augustine, north of Macomb here in Illinois. We're in the western part of the state right now. You can see it there. Our active tornado warning is for the northern tip of McDonough County, the southern part of Warren County here. Storm's moving generally in this direction, but it might change a little bit because it's currently still ingesting those smaller storms that just went into it, and we're seeing if that rotation really begins to develop here with this storm, and which would continue our tornado warning off to the east, I believe. So that's what I'm watching right now. It's our current only tornado warning, which is good news so far. But yeah, I think the story today is going to be a lot of damaging wind and hail, like you're seeing come up through this. So parts of eastern Illinois, or even the southern tip of Indiana, also getting in on this. Or even, let's see, where was that actually for Indiana? Where are we looking? Lake and Newton. So yeah, this is part of the southeastern Chicago metro right up here for this storm. I'm gonna bring up another radar site to look at that. And then I'm actually going to take a quick peek at Texas as well for all of our friends down there in and around Abilene. So don't worry, I'm watching everybody today. So let's see. This was not severe warned yet. The storm was not severe warned yet, but now it has a considerable warning for it. It's actually blowing up pretty quickly here. Expected to go towards Rensselaer. I think it'll stay pretty far south of, most of the Chicago metro here, east of Kankakee, and well south of anywhere around Gary, Indiana. So if we can look at how fast that's popped up actually. So this was 25 minutes ago. This was 20 minutes ago, and now we've already got a hail core dropping golf balls here. Pretty intense. So very supportive atmosphere right along this line here. You can even see it going through central Illinois. Possible that more storms pop up along it right here and become damaging hail producers. Again, the tornado threat over here is nearly zero, very close to zero. So we're really watching the hail with all of these storms right along this boundary popping up very quickly. Really watching the hail. Okay, so I wanted to look at that because that was really fast pop up, and that's what we can see near Omaha too. Once those storms start up, if they do, which is currently expected, we're going to see a lot of storms in that region through the early night hours toward midnight Central Time. That can definitely be a big story there. So let's look back at Davenport, since this is the stormiest part of the country right now besides Texas. Oh yeah, Texas. I wanted to look at that real quick. There we go. All right, so this is now west of Abilene and east of San Angelo as well. We have severe storms all around these areas here. And these are going to be all damaging wind and hail. Again, I think the tornado threat in Texas was not zero yesterday, despite having a very low-end risk. We did see some warnings, but today I think we're going to have far less of a chance at seeing a tornado down here at all. We might see one warning, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are no tornado warnings down here in Texas. So not to worry too much down there. I think we're just going to see wind and hail here, and our threat is really going to be focused in Iowa through the night. All right, now let's look at the Quad Cities. So this storm is already dropping a bunch of hail here and a lot of wind. So we're right next to the radar site. You can see all these bright colors on the wind side of the screen here on the right side of your stream. All these bright colors and the light blues here is a lot of very strong winds at the surface going every which way from the storms. Some outflow here, all coming up there. So that's all of our strong winds. And we are going to get that new tornado warning coming through for this storm. So we were calling this out. We had the merger of several storms from the south move into the storm. It's now consolidated itself as a pretty solid supercell here. You can see it right there. So this is gonna extend into parts of McDonough and also in Warren County here in Illinois. So it's gonna be just a little bit out ahead here of the current warning, and we might see it persist. So now Prairie City and St. Augustine, very close to, if not in, a tornado warning once that comes through for this supercell right here. Okay, So the real meat and potatoes of this big old supercell or severe thunderstorm, really, I wouldn't call it a supercell. The meat and potatoes looks to have spread out and kind of lost intensity here. This storm that's west of Davenport, it's still gonna do quite a bit more in terms of what you're gonna hear: lightning, thunder, heavy rain, and hail. It all in this storm coming in. So it's another round. It's going to push these ones out in front of it, out of the way here. So another round's coming through for Davenport, even though you're currently hearing it right now in and around the Quad Cities. Coming through in the next 10, 15 minutes here. But it does look far less intense than it did just a little bit ago near West Liberty and Wilton as it passed through those areas. All right, so Zach, let's see. The next time, Zach's looking at the storm right now. I think he's going to turn back on the road, though. So Zach, of course, Zach Hall is down here in Fairfield, Iowa. He's tracking this western end supercell here. Western end of our current line of storms that we're looking at through the Quad Cities region. So he has a good look at the bottom part of the storm, where we could see some rotation trying to develop, but right now it doesn't look like it's rotating too much in here. So we'll see if Zach has something to say about that there at the surface, chasing that storm. He is, again, right here in this blue circle. We also have storm chaser Brad Arnold. Brad is on Interstate 35 right now, well south of Des Moines, right around Osceola, waiting for the initiation of the storms around Omaha, Nebraska, and seeing what they do over the next few hours. So he's positioned over there. There are a lot of storm chasers in southwest Iowa right now. A lot of storm chasers over there. They're expecting that risk to be pretty, significant, even though these earlier storms that passed through have sort of tampered the threat just a bit. We're going to see if that redevelops at all. We're going to see if it's more concentrated in a specific area, or if there's just one supercell that will pose a tornadic threat. All three things are important to cover on a stream like this. So they've gone ahead and also reissued this considerable severe thunderstorm warning for half-dollar size hail, so over an inch in size, and also 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So if there are any areas in the Quad Cities and to the south, all the way south to Monmouth and Galesburg, that do sound the sirens for a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, then those sirens will start coming through for these areas here. As the storms are moving through, that is why they're sounding the sirens if they are, once again, in the Quad Cities region. Here's our current tornado warning. Rotation looks pretty weak with this thing. It's still trying to develop itself. I think it's also going to be interacted with again by all these storms popping up over Macomb and sort of moving north into it. So they are going to intersect once again. And as they do, this supercell will likely grow in size, but it could become disorganized with any interactions. So see if that happens. There could definitely be a weak tornado ongoing with this storm, though. Would not discount that at all. So please be taking shelter around Bushnell. Prairie City in Illinois are in the path of where this tornado might track. It's probably a pretty small tornado if it is ongoing. We can't see it from the radar yet because we're far away. So any storm chasers that are on that storm would be very helpful for confirming it to the National Weather Service if anything is ongoing. So if you happen to be listening to this and you're on that storm there north of Macomb in Illinois, then make sure you tag the National Weather Service with what you're seeing on Twitter or wherever, or if you have their number. That's most important, is that we relay those reports to the Weather Service offices, and this would be for the Quad Cities office. Yeah, Brad might be frozen occasionally. He's on Interstate 35, so if he does get frozen, I've got the virtual Railfan cameras in place that I also need to refresh, so that we have some in Galesburg, Illinois. I have a Railfan camera there. So if Brad Arnold comes back, he'll take over that Railfan cam. But right now, we do have looks in and around these stormy regions. Well, there we go. Thanks for letting me know. So the sirens that you hear in the Quad Cities, for anyone curious, The sirens are the same for tornado warnings, but the reason they are being sounded is because the sirens are meant to be heard outside only for the most part, and they're meant to tell you to go inside. So it's the same thing. You want to go inside for a very very electrically active storm that's tossing wind and hail at you, just as much as you want to go inside for any tornado. So it's interesting if they're sounding the sirens over here near Lowell and Cedar Lake in Indiana. The same reason applies over here. I actually have the radar open for that. It's because there's larger hail with the storm. So this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning south of Gary, Indiana. Here, a good clip here, and tracking right along the border here, right north of Rensselaer.
It's Brad. Just wanted to let you know we're in we're just west of Osceola now. Heading north on the interstate. Looking at my cyclone port right now, I've got 84 degrees over a 57-degree dew point. We really need to see those dew points be in the 60s for tornado formation today. I'm looking at a lot of soundings, a lot of the areas to the southwest as well are in the 50s and mid 50s, not even close to high 50s. So we're going to have to find a place where those 60s are pooling up a little bit more to get tornado potential today. Kind of dwindling right now, my hopes are, but we'll see. We're going to stay out and see what we can get into.
Very true. That's Storm Chaser Brad Arnold coming through there. Also look at the same thing I am. Today is a day where it's very important to look closely at the observed conditions at the surface. So I can actually show you guys exactly some of the things that he is looking at there. If I pull this up, you guys can see the mesoscale analysis from the Storm Prediction Center. So right now what we're looking at is a bunch of lines, but essentially right here in Iowa, there's that really slim area of dew points that are good enough. The 60s that Brad Arnold is talking about, right around Des Moines and just south. And the warm front, you can really see it right there where all those lines are coming together and they're really closely spaced together. That would be our focus for any storms that are capable of producing tornadoes. So I think it's going to be just north of where Brad is, right in Osceola. I think it's going to go just a little bit north, and a storm would have to track perfectly through that region, again, to maximize its tornado potential. So that's what he's talking about there. So hopefully that makes sense. And this is his feed. This is his feed seeing the same thing. You can see like that. It looks hazy in the horizon. I think he's headed to the north right now. You can see which direction he's going. I think he is headed, yeah, he is headed north on Interstate 35, north of Osceola in Iowa. You can just see the haze off in the distance to the north, and a bunch of those little cumulus clouds. If that continues to be the case, those are what really serve as storm starters, and that's what we're watching in and around Omaha, Nebraska, and areas just to the east. So yeah, right to the north where Brad is going, I think is where we're going to have that really very narrow area of good enough dew points, good enough moisture in the air, and lower temperatures so that we actually do have a tornado formation. So there we go. First storm is kind of moving out of the Quad Cities area here in Davenport. So first storm moving out a little bit in the area, and the second one is moving in from the west. I think this one's going to be windier for y'all in the Quad Cities, so let me know if that's true right in this area here. In around Bluegrass, Iowa right now. So really just a bunch of damaging winds and hailstorms right now. Not seeing anything tornadic with these. We did have a tornado warning earlier over far west of Davenport and east of Iowa City. But right now I don't see any tornado threat with these as it stands. So that's good. Current active tornado warning still down here in Prairie City. Again, I think this next few minutes or next 15 minutes or so of this storm down here is not going to lead to a tornado in particular with the supercell. Again, this is north and east of Macomb in Illinois. But the storms that are popping down south of Macomb, probably going to move through with some hail right through the town. These are going to eventually interact with the storm up to the north. You can see them moving generally, and they're going to connect somewhere out in front here. So they're all moving They're all conjoining out here towards Cuba in Illinois. And when they do, we might see an attempt at another tornado here, but there might be too many storms now in the area for that to happen. So we'll see if they all destroy each other when they combine and they just are one big glob of wind and hail and heavy rain, or if there is actually some rotation that gets amplified by the interaction of these storms together. That is going to be our focus. So let's see on Radar Omega if we have any development back in here closer to Lincoln and Omaha, and we do. We do. So let's take a look at that on satellite here. We can see just where these storms are popping up here in the last little bit. If we play this loop back, looking at the clouds here, you can see that line right in here. There's that line that kind of just gets stationary. You see those cumulus clouds pop up right through north central Kansas and up along this line. And now we begin to see those storm tops, those clouds really blow up right here, south and west of Lincoln. And we already have a severe thunderstorm warning there. So it's a really good look at what's happening in this area. And let's look at that severe thunderstorm southwest of Lincoln. A good ways away from a radar site at the moment, but generally these are our first attempts at storm formation that are going to track through our primary area of concern for tornadoes into the night hours here towards Omaha and through southwest and south central Iowa. So first attempts down here. Once these mature, they're going to start looking like big old supercells and moving off to the east-northeast just like that. So we'll be paying attention to them. These are what we're concerned with if any one of them is in the perfect spot over the next few hours to interact with the moisture at the surface. That humid air outside is really what they need if they are going to produce a tornado. So again, couple rounds possible through Iowa today. You guys already got in on it in Iowa City. You're getting in on it now in Davenport and areas to the southwest along the Mississippi. And then there's going to be another round that will eventually reach you in the early morning hours, more than likely. It's going to take some time for them to get over here again, but there is another round of severe weather expected here for the Quad Cities. So that's the case over there.
Andy, you got a copy?
Yeah, I got you, Zach. Go ahead.
I'm coming into Mount Pleasant, Iowa now. I'm having a hard time getting a read. Do you have any idea what the hail size is on the storm just to the north of Mount Pleasant? I don't know if I'm going to make it to Burlington in time.
All right, asking about the hail size over here. If I had to guess, it's probably still around golf balls, so I'll just say that. Zach, as far as I can tell, there's golf balls falling out of the storm to the west of Mount Pleasant. So the signature on Mount Pleasant looks a little deeper. So I'd say it's probably still got golf balls, but a lot more of them. I would be surprised with anything larger than 2 inches. There we go.
All right, I appreciate it.
Yep, no reports of the hail over there near Mount Pleasant, Iowa. He said Burlington, because the storm is generally tracking south and east. You can see it there. It's probably going to be pretty close to Burlington once it does reach the Mississippi River. So again, that wind and hailstorm is coming in going in your direction down here near Burlington. All right. So did we finally get a tornado watch, or is it another severe thunderstorm watch? I think it is another severe thunderstorm watch, but with the mention of some slight chance for tornadoes. That's what it looks like. So I'm going to bring that up the moment it comes through on the site. It takes a few minutes for it to come up because we want those good graphics that you guys can really look at and get a good gist of what's going on. All right, so now that we got Zach en route here for this storm near Mount Pleasant, he's getting a good look at that. Again, his feed is on the bottom right of my stream. If it ever freezes up, just let me know in the chat if it's frozen for longer than a minute, and then I'll try to refresh it here. Really, probably some of the most concerning signatures are over here, though. From this part of the storm was previously tornado warned. It doesn't really look to me like it's going to be able to produce a tornado because we have this gust front out in front of it. You see this line right out in front of the storm. That's popping up on the radar here. This is the gust front. The winds are pushing out ahead of this, so it would be pretty surprising if this was able to produce another tornado anywhere in this area because the wind is not able to reach into it at the surface. So to spin up a tornado would have to be entirely produced by the storm itself. However, some of these readings may not be totally accurate. So I'm going to keep a close eye on this, but the best I can tell you is that it's a very strong storm at the moment. All right, so now that we've got Zach en route, we've got storms popping up southwest of Lincoln, Nebraska. Let's look at Texas once again. For our wind and hail storms over here, it's not really expected to be much else than that. But some hail cores, like this one over Benjamin, Texas, and Knox County, might go right over some towns and do some damage to buildings or glass windows there. That's really going to be the case in and around in and around Abilene, in and around western Texas here. I think that these storms they might come together and also have a damaging wind and hail threat down the line for Dallas-Fort Worth. That is possible once they congeal together, but all of the model data I've seen so far kind of has them dissipating west of Dallas-Fort Worth. So model data isn't always accurate, though. That's not always true. In fact, it's almost never true. In fact, it is never true. It's never going to be exactly what the model says will happen. So we'll see if those storms persist for a while. And if they do, then Dallas-Fort Worth is in for another stormy night. But it shouldn't be bad. Okay, so let's look at. We got a lot to look at. Let's look at the Indiana storm right now. Again, this is right along this warm front here. Watch this warm front. Watch this warm front right here. You see that? All the storms just pop up along this line. You can see it moving out right here, moving out in this direction. And then all the storms have popped up right along that boundary, right through north central Indiana, all the way up to the Quad Cities in Illinois. It's impressive to watch boundaries like this produce these storms. So literally a straight line of storms over like 200 miles, 300 miles long or so. Impressive stuff here. But these are all non-tornadic at the moment. No tornadoes with these storms right now, and not really expected to be tornadic at all. So for anyone concerned in these areas from from Kokomo, Indiana, all the way over to Peru, Ottawa, and Illinois here, it's really not expected to be the tornadic part of any storms that happen today. But it is impressive to watch them pop up like this. And as they move off away from the boundary here, they will remain intense for a little bit, dropping hail maybe just out ahead of them in the southwest part of the Chicago metro, for example, if they do go that direction. So expect some severe thunderstorm warnings for these parts into Joliet, for example, in Will County and areas to the west. But once they're further away from this boundary that's initiating them so quickly, they're going to die off pretty fast, I think. Or, we could see several things happen. We could see them all congealed together. So there are a couple of different things that could happen with these storms that models are not really going to be able to predict in a manner that actually is meaningful to the people that are going to experience the impacts of these storms. So there you go. We're going to get a lot of those considerable severe thunderstorms from this part of the storm that's spanning like this shape here. They're all coming in at once here. Oh, but we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm down in Texas. So I actually want to see which one that is for Crockett County. I think that's way further southwest. I think that's way down here. Yes, way down here east of Fort Stockton, west of Ozona. We do have the San Angelo radar, so let's see what's going on down here near Sheffield in Texas. This is probably going to be for baseball-size hail. It is for baseball-size hail down here. The infamous area of baseball-size hail right in here in southwest Texas from Del Rio and up to the north and west into Pecos County here. Yep, another baseballer here. So it's going to go just east of Sheffield, it looks like. You can see the hail spike coming out of the storm like this. So the radar's scanning it in this direction. The beam is going in this direction of the arrow, and it's hitting all this hail in the pink here. And that hail spike comes out of it like this. So that tells us there's very large hail in this storm, pretty far up in the storm itself. So let's look at our new severe thunderstorm watch. If I can bring that up here, let's see. Our new severe thunderstorm watch, I'm going to pull that up for y'all so that we can look at it. There we go. All right, so here's our new severe thunderstorm watch that it includes some of the areas that we're concerned with near Omaha, Nebraska, and then further east toward Des Moines. So we may still see a tornado watch later today, but right now the probabilities for tornadoes are less for these areas because of that boundary that Brad Arnold was talking about. That's also put a damper on any tornado potential right in this area from Des Moines and just to the south, a couple of counties of Iowa stretching to the east, and Omaha, Nebraska. So right now, we just have a severe thunderstorm watch for this until 1 a.m. Central, and that's for the counties in blue here. And this is going to be, it does include a tornado risk, but it's on the lower end of things. So really, again, wind and hail is what we're expecting here, and a lot of lightning. A lot of lightning here. That is what we're looking at now. So if there is a tornado watch at any point today, it will be probably further down the line out ahead of this. A new watch would be considered if it does look like any particular storm is in that perfect spot for tornadoes to form, like we saw yesterday across northern Missouri. So now it's going to be a little bit further north than that, but it does look like storms are possible as far south as Topeka and Kansas City in Missouri later tonight. So that's what we could see later tonight. There's Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's feed. Let's see what Zach's up to. Oh, not sure what happened there. I don't think we want to broadcast that directly. So Zach got in an accident apparently. Hopefully he's okay. I'm seeing the news on that. Oh man. Hopefully everybody's okay. Yeah, I've got it. Let's see here. Video mode. I got it. Thanks for letting me know, guys. I appreciate that. Luckily, I was on the other feed there. It's on the other feed there. Okay, so I think yeah. So Brad Arnold's pretty far away, but hopefully Zach's able to get some help there. I'm not sure what actually just happened there. I didn't see what happened. I didn't have his feed up. We were looking at that watch briefly there, so I'm not sure if that showed up on the stream or not. But hopefully he's okay. In and around, he's just west of Mount Pleasant. If anyone is local and able to help, if he's doing all right. Oh, did it happen? Okay, so we got clips of Zach's feed. Okay. No, Ryan is not live today. Okay, back to the storms. Hopefully Zach does okay today with that wreck. Hopefully he's fine. Yeah, I think he's probably all right. But let's focus back on the storms here. Looking at the Quad Cities again, it looks like for the metro area up here that the Quad Cities really isn't going to see this the initial severe thunderstorm that was sounding those sirens for. That's the reason the sirens were sounding, was this storm down here further to the south and west of the Quad Cities. So our considerable severe thunderstorm now goes south of that area. Again, I think the tornado threat with these is next to zero now. It's going to be very low because we have this line out in front of it. You can see right here. If I circle that line is the gust front. The wind's out in front of the storm. It's going to be too difficult for any wind to get into, any moist, unstable air to get into the storms. It's going to be blocked off right here, and we need it to get back in here to see a tornado. That's what we would need to have. So it's going to be less likely that these form any tornadoes. It's still possible, but I'm going to say it's far less likely for any storms along this line. So back behind these, probably far less likely for a tornado right now, which is good news. Zach and Frankie seem to be all right. That's good news. I brought it up and I was like, "Whoa, what happened there?" that was not what I was expecting to see. I was like, "Okay, how's Brad Arnold doing? All right, how's Zach doing?" And then it was like, "Oh, well, that's not a storm. Unfortunately, that's an airbag." So yeah, as far as we know, though, he's doing okay. Zach and Frankie in the car today, they seem to be doing fine. Just an unfortunate wreck. That's the most dangerous part of chasing, guys. The most dangerous part of chasing is driving, by far and away. If you know what you're doing in a storm and you don't just drive willy-nilly into it, the most dangerous is always other people on the road. Even with 2 people in the car, paying attention to what's happening on the road, one person's able to look at the storms so the other can focus on driving. It doesn't matter. Most dangerous part of chasing is the driving and other people around you. All right, so going through our warnings right now, we have that considerable severe thunderstorm warning northwestern Indiana, south of Gary, about a county, and northwest of Rensselaer. And then the destructive warning is in Crockett County in Texas, east of Sheffield. Very low population out there, outside of the town, I think, but it is dropping baseballs somewhere right around southwest Texas there. Now we also have more considerable severe thunderstorm warnings coming out ahead of this line of storms here, and also down here into Springfield, Illinois. That's what that one was for. So if we take a look at this one in Springfield, Illinois, it is for golf ball size hail, not even damaging winds expected, but one hailstorm moving through Springfield. So we can take a look at that at the radar. I think I have one closer. Right near Springfield, we have this hail core over Chatham. To the south and west of the city here. So here it is right here. That considerable severe thunderstorm warning is for golf ball size hail moving right into the city of Springfield. I'm not sure if they're going to sound the sirens for that again. That's going to be up to the city, the county in particular, the emergency management in the county. So if they do sound the sirens in Springfield, Illinois in the next couple of minutes, let me know. Let me know if that's happening. Anyone in and around Springfield and Sangamon County. Somebody ran a stop sign for Zach. Okay, and he admitted to it. Zach is not at fault. He just got unfortunately hit there with the other driver saying their brakes failed. Classic. But yeah, it seems like Zach is doing okay, but you know the car is. It's always the most dangerous part of chasing. Oh yeah, at the same time, we also have a space weather storm going on as well, and that means auroras are possible if it persists for the next couple hours. I can actually show you guys that. We have a bunch of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings going through, but no tornado watches, no tornado warnings right now. So if anyone is north of all this severe stuff in and around Iowa, there is a chance to see a good aurora tonight, in particular, over the next few hours. So, aurora chasers are gearing up here in central Minnesota for sure. Anywhere that is not cloudy in Wisconsin or the Upper Peninsula of Michigan or in the Dakotas, you could go out and see an aurora in the next few hours if you travel away from any sources of light pollution. Definitely want to be looking north. You're gonna go chasing in Utah and get those auroras? Dang. Yeah, imagine covering space weather here on our severe weather stream. That's pretty cool. So yeah, if you guys are up north, go north of any light pollution and then look north to see the auroras. All right, once again, Springfield, Illinois. I don't see anyone saying anything about sirens in that area. But there is a storm warning for golf ball size hail headed in your direction there. So it might be expensive if there are a lot of cars outside in this area. There's no tornado threat with this storm, so it's okay to shelter your car wherever you can in the city of Springfield, Illinois. That is what a lot of people would do. And down near Morrisonville, we also had a bunch of golf ball size hail in around Hillsboro, which I covered at the start of the stream as well. So golf ball size hail frequently occurring down here, and going right through Macomb right now in Illinois as well. might be up to golf ball size hail in and around these areas too. And the sad part is, once those hail cores move through, you've got these storms that look like they're going to go much in the same direction. And when we get 2 rounds of storms in an area, especially with areas that already have flash flood warnings here, like Havana in Illinois and Astoria here, more storms, more heavy rain is not what we need down there. So need to hope that doesn't cause too many flooding issues. But we do have a slight risk of flash flooding, excessive rainfall for much of southeastern Iowa into western Illinois. So that makes sense from the Weather Prediction Center. Definitely makes sense. Thank you, Stephanie, for the support. But yeah, that's I just covered Springfield, so hopefully while you were typing that, you're able to listen to it, because we do have a little bit of a delay on the stream to make sure you guys have closed captions, so that you're able to follow along if you need those. I will always enable the closed captions if it's just my stream here and I'm not streaming alongside Ryan at the same time. All right, so let me drop that there. We've got the virtual Railfan there in, let's see, where is that? I could blow it up here so I can see. Virtual Railfan in La Plata in Missouri. I think I can refresh them. I think we have the Railfan in around Galesburg, Illinois as well. Okay, there we go. So now we're looking at the Railfan cam in Kingsley? Oh, Fort Madison in Iowa. There we go. All right, so we have the Railfan cam here in Fort Madison, just to the south of these storms here. So we're going to see that Railfan camera is probably going to start picking up the lightning as we get into sunset from the storms to the north here. So this is a good look at what's happening around Burlington, Fort Madison, and Keokuk here in southeast Iowa. Good look at what's happening down there. Our previous tornado warned storm has no rotation with it at all. I'm not thinking that its risk is done yet, though, because what we could see happen is the merging of all of these storms together right around Lewistown, Illinois. If these all come together in just the wrong way, then it's possible we could see, or just the right way, but the wrong way, because we don't want it to happen. It's possible we could see another attempt at some rotation here with whatever resultant supercell may occur out of this. But this might just be a big old glob of wind and hail as it approaches Pekin and Peoria here. So that's the gist of it over there. Again, look at this arc. Look at this arc of storms right along the warm front here through northern Illinois. That is wild to look at. That is wild to look at. All along the warm front has fired a bunch of storms here, and they're all producing hail and very heavy rain. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the support. No tornado warnings, no ongoing tornadoes, and no tornado reports to the Storm Prediction Center yet today as it stands. We're hoping that it remains the case here, but if we go back to Nebraska here, we can see the beginnings of some strong storms that are going to be what we're watching for quite some time. So we see a bunch of initiation here on this radar. From Omaha, you can see southwest Iowa near Red Oak, Nebraska City already in a severe thunderstorm warning. That's popped up in the last few scans there. So you can see all these storms are beginning to pop off right here. And as they develop, they may become issues as they go through this area and start to turn to the right along the warm front. That's what we don't want to see. So I'd be concerned right through this area, probably from Omaha through Atlantic, Iowa, and to the east towards the southern part of Des Moines. I think that's really where we're going to see the most favorable conditions stay in place for some time through the night. And if there's a supercell that latches right onto that, like the one in northern Missouri that I covered yesterday, dropped a tornado near Linneus in Missouri. That was rated an EF2 for those curious, preliminary. we could see the same thing happen today for anyone, Omaha through Creston, Iowa, through Atlantic, Iowa, through Osceola, south of Des Moines. So it's going to take some time for these things to move east. But if there is one right in the right spot, that's what will prompt a tornado watch from the Storm Prediction Center. Maybe down the line, if they do issue another one, that's what will, prompt our primary severe threat through the night hours up in our enhanced risk in Iowa. So that's the case. We are seeing those storms develop right now. And move on through. It's very rapid development up here. And again, we need just a little bit more moisture around Nebraska City and to the north to really see a tornado threat. That moisture is currently concentrated in a very thin ribbon here, right along Omaha and to the east. Right where Brad Arnold is here. Brad Arnold's right here. He's in position for all these storms developing and moving off to his area, as are a ton of other chasers in this region. So all in here is where our storm chasers are. So if you're in that area, storm chasers are there for a reason. So you want to make sure you're paying attention. So there we go. We're going to keep a close eye on those storms as they initiate. But right now, I don't think any of them are in the most dangerous part of our surface conditions. Where it's most humid, where we could see the storms be lowest to the ground, which would make it easier to form a tornado. That's why we talk about the moisture and so forth. Okay, so severe thunderstorm warnings everywhere in Illinois right now. Exiting the Quad Cities area, but carrying plenty of damaging wind pockets in them around Keithsburg in Illinois here, around Viola in Illinois, and Matherville. So a lot of damaging winds are moving into Galesburg. The Galesburg region. So while Brad is sitting here, I actually want to show you guys the Galesburg Railfan cameras to see if we can see anything. So this should be the Railfan camera in Galesburg. We could kind of see the storms off in the distance there. Let me see here. You can see the storms off in the distance here. Oh, that's not the right one. There we go. Nope, still not the right one. Apparently, I didn't put YouTube 1 on this. Okay. So, whatever. We have Galesburg, Illinois Railfan camera here. Here's Galesburg. Right here in this circle. And the Railfan camera operators will, more than likely point towards the storms. They're storm enthusiasts, which is why we like to work with them. So they're gonna point over toward these storms, and we'll see them come in right below my webcam here. So still more hail going over Macomb. Anyone in Macomb here right now? A lot of hail going on. Hopefully that's not knocking out any power in the area. But yeah, there's definitely been hail over the town of Macomb for like 15 minutes now there in Illinois. It looks like the Quad Cities have mostly avoided everything except some damaging wind gusts here that probably snapped a few trees. So there might be quite a bit of leaves in the roads here in parts of the Quad Cities, but right now these storms are almost done. However, I do think that there will be another round of storms sometime in the early morning hours here into eastern Iowa once again. So I think you are set for another round of storms. We can watch that come through. I'll play the model data later on in the stream so you can see that. Yeah, Zach and Frankie are okay. We know they got in a car wreck, but they are okay. They were not at fault. But that's the most dangerous part of chasing, again, is dealing with other people driving. So let's, now that these storms have moved through, and they're moving through southeastern Iowa, they move through the Quad Cities region, we're gonna look at Springfield, Illinois again, since there's a hailstorm very close to y'all. It looks like it's mostly just fallen apart here, though. Over the last few scans, this is really what we were concerned with near Chatham, south and west of the city of Springfield. And now it's probably a lot smaller hail here that's falling on the southern side of the city, if there is any hail now. That would be the reason, this warning was issued. But it looks like what was initially a larger hail core here is, started to lose intensity here. There may still be some small hail. There definitely will be some small hail in this storm on the southern part of Springfield, Illinois. But now our hail cores are kind of out to the west, so these things are expected to just keep popping up like this and moving all around. So yeah, if we see that warning come through, but then it kind of gets sheared apart there, that's good news. It means that, we're not going to see any vehicular damage here. There's the warning allowed to expire. So yeah, that's the case right there. But it did drop some golf ball size hail south of Springfield around Chatham. So yeah, nothing there in West Springfield, not yet. But there's definitely a bunch of cells that are popped up in the area here, some of which are dropping some hail. That's going to be the case. I don't think there's really going to be too much of a tornado threat. Further south and east of these storms up here near Macomb, really, we're just going to see a bunch of hail down here. Chatham, thank you. It's Chatham somewhere, it's Chatham another place. It always depends on the state. Smyrna, Oh, man, they always get you with the same name, different state. So yeah, that's the case. If you guys are concerned about tornadoes today, the only place that we're going to see tornadoes, I'm going to show you it on Radar Omega. Take a look at this. So let me show you where our tornado threat is today. These are our areas of tornado threat. The green is a marginal tornado threat, which is literally just 2% chance within 25 miles anywhere in here. And the brown is, the focus of our tornado threat, which is a 5% chance. Just drive 25 miles any direction from your town. 5% chance to see a tornado. 95% chance to not see one. So I'm still on the lower end of odds here, but this is part of the reason I'm live today, is because we have these storms back in here that are moving into this elevated tornado threat. The focus area here from right around Des Moines, right around Interstate 80, and just to the south is really where I think we have the best conditions in place. So if you're not in the brown here, I really don't think you're gonna be in much of anything today. All these storms down here into Nashville, you can see how far away they are from any tornado threat. So that's why I'm not looking at Nashville, Murfreesboro, and so forth, because all these storms down here are really far away from any of the tornado risks that we're looking at today. And once again, I can show you even in Texas, we have huge hailstorms going on, but there is no highlighted area for tornadoes in Texas today, like there was yesterday. So that is the reason why, in case you're curious, my focus is on a certain area. But definitely still be watching through if there are considerable severe thunderstorm warnings that come through for hail in your region, and in Tennessee or whatever. If something is stronger in those areas, then I will take a look at it. Yeah, what's most interesting right now is this warm front. This warm front is the most interesting thing. If we play back the radar from the last hour, you can see that the storms are kind of just filling the gap and staying right in place along the warm front here. And a warm front is simply just where temperatures change pretty rapidly, or even dew points change pretty rapidly on one side to another. So that warm air is moving north. That's why it's a warm front. But mostly it's kind of stationary right now. So this is the boundary, the wall. That's our focus for storm development, and a bunch of hailstorms right here all the way through north central Indiana. So that's a really good look at the storms right now that are forming. But again, these are not our primary concern today. They're moving out of the tornado risk, and the tornado risk is expected to go up over the next few hours with these storms back in here that track along this region. That's what I'm most concerned with. So yeah, if you're in Ohio, yes, you can go to sleep at 7 p.m., 8 p.m. Central. Who goes to bed at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern? Sorry, 8 p.m. Eastern. You guys go to bed at 8 p.m. I wouldn't even be able to do that. It's still light outside right now in May. So while we're here and while we have no tornado warnings to cover, that's going to change, I think. let's look ahead at what these storms are going to do based on some model data. I know you guys like to look at this. So if we look at the most recent model run here, that's fully processed. Let's take a look at what these storms are going to do ahead of this thing. Farmers, true, but they also, that'd be tough to sleep because the sun's still up. When you're 65, yeah. So look at that. So this model run was 2 hours ago. Okay, so this was run 2 hours ago. Here's the first hour of it. It's capturing these storms popping up near Lincoln and Omaha pretty well. And look how fast, you know, this is in 40 minutes. Look how fast, that's an hour from now, an hour and a half from now, that they are just going to blow up here and cover a lot of space. And this is through the morning hours. Now we're at 3 a.m. Central. It reaches Davenport again, you know, from midnight to 3 a.m. And eventually, you know, there's just some moderate rain for Chicago. I think the storms are really going to stay on the southern side of the metro there, and you're not really going to see more severe weather today. So there you go. You can see those storms just move through. Eventually, they cross down, maybe clip Kansas City, and then they get to St. Louis at like 6 a.m. So that's the progression of things today from our storm system up here. So hopefully, so we're looking at 6 p.m. now to 6 a.m. now. So that's what it looks like. There you go. It's a look ahead, in case you were curious. Yeah, once again, if you're just joining, the tornado threat is going to be higher with these storms back in here in eastern Nebraska, southeastern Nebraska, moving in through the Omaha region and through southern Iowa here. The tornado threat over here in eastern Iowa and western Illinois is much lower. The tornado threat into Indiana is basically 0. So that is the key messaging for what we're going to focus on today. Oh, and then, of course, also, you guys down in Tennessee are just getting in on some heavy rain. No tornado threat down there. Very, very low. Same with Texas. So we kind of flip-flopped from yesterday's stream. If you were here yesterday, you saw that we were really covering the Dallas-Fort Worth area in particular as those storms moved through and caused a lot of wind damage. I know Waxahachie got in on it on the wind damage right toward the end of the stream that I had yesterday. Now we flip-flopped back to the north here is where we're watching the more considerable threat for today. Even though we did see that wedge tornado in Linneus in Missouri. So we covered both things yesterday. And now we're very much focused on the northern mode today. And again, this is also going to be for the next, this could be for the next 5 hours that we're focusing on these storms. So make sure that, you know, we'll be there for a while. Okay. Let me look at the surface conditions in Kansas. Well, the surface conditions in Kansas are like 86 degrees, and the dew point is nothing. So I don't know how the heck we have a tornado warning over there besides the fact that this storm has somehow managed to cool off the surface enough. Now we have a tornado warning in north central Kansas. So storms can do interesting things when they're in their own environments for some time. And there you go. Phillips County in Kansas. One tornado warning for y'all. The area that we definitely were not fully concerned with having a tornado today.
Andy, I'm getting messages right now saying that Zach Hall may have been in an accident. Can you confirm that? Is he okay? Do I need to go check on him? Just let me know.
There we go. Let's look at our rotation. Okay. Yeah, Brad, he was not at fault. Someone ran the stop sign and T-boned him. But yeah, both Zach and Frankie are okay, and we've heard that they're all right. They're just dealing with the accident now and the insurance and so forth. So that's the gist of things. Luckily, it didn't go through on my stream. I was busy looking at the watch. So thankfully, they're okay though. Yes.
Okay, is his car still drivable? I can go by and swing by and pick him up. It may be better. I may just try to give him a call. I didn't know if you knew any more information if his car was drivable or not.
I don't know that. I'm not sure of that information. I'm not sure if his car is drivable or not. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're planning to do right now, but I assume they've been in contact with a few people at this point. So if you want to reach out to him, yeah, you can do it for sure. But yeah, that's just up to you. Okay, so I wanted to let's see. Oh, I had something.
Hey, Andy, it's Chris. I've got your stream
Oh,
up
there
on
we
the
go.
side. I'm on my way to Zach right now. He's all right. I'm on my way to him, though.
That's what I want to do is Chris Hall. Yes, I have Chris Hall's feed here. Let's bring Brad Arnold back up too. He's driving right now. So there's Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. Yes, Chris Hall is who I wanted to put in for our chaser today. I've got Chris Hall up, ready to go. So we're going to have Chris Hall chasing as well, although they're both headed basically for Zach, I think. And no, they are not related. Chris Hall and Zach Hall are not related. Chris Hall, Zach Hall, and Ryan Hall are not related. In case you're curious and you haven't heard the answer to that before, they are not related. So let's bring up Chris Hall here. I've got him. I have got his feed there. Oh, man. Okay, so hopefully this goes through. All right, so Chris will show up there in the bottom right of the stream once his feed shows up here. I've got him up, so we've got more chasers going through the storms today. Again, our one active tornado.
All stick together.
Yes, Chris. Our one active tornado warning is in Phillips County in Kansas right now, which is a product of the storm altering its own environment. So right here in Phillips County in Kansas, there is not a lot of moist air at the surface. It's actually rather dry if you're in Smith Center. It's not going to feel like a swamp out there. And it's actually going to be pretty warm. It's like mid 80s in Fahrenheit here, about 30 Celsius out here in Smith Center ahead of the storm. But with these storm complexes right here, they can cool off the surface quite a bit, and they can also bring up the moisture content at the surface quite a bit, such that they actually are able to modify their own environment and produce a tornado or attempt to produce one. So nothing to be counted out here in north central Kansas. As it heads towards Smith Center, definitely be taking shelter with these strong storms moving toward you. It's a good idea to practice that out ahead of this. And that would be in Smith County. So there you go. There's your one tornado warning right now. Thankfully, we haven't had very many today, but if we get some more, I'm here for it. Okay, so another look at north central, northwest Illinois here. There's a report of a funnel cloud in Burlington, Iowa. So that's a part of the storm over here, which is just kind of a mess. I can't really see where there would be a funnel cloud in this radar presentation. But nonetheless, it's going to be a pretty strong storm moving through Burlington, Iowa here, down towards Fort Madison, through the other side of the Mississippi here into Illinois. We already got a flash flood warning issued over here for all these storms. Again, they're staying in place. You can watch them blow up there and stay mostly in the same place over the last hour. That's what's happening over here. So that green box there is for a flash flood warning. And it's pretty broad because the storms are expected to stay in the same place for quite some time. Our previous hailstorm here in northwest Indiana is no longer severe warned. North of Rensselaer, south of Lowell. Or Lowell. So that's no longer dropping very large hail here. But over here, looks like an hour ago, we had nearly 2.5-inch hail from that storm that was north of Macomb. Yeah, so that was dropping some pretty large hail. And some of these storms are moving into the same area, so lots and lots of large hail falling today. And so far, that's all we've observed, really, from these storms, because that's all we've expected to observe. Our tornado threat is going to occur over the next hour or so to about midnight central, back on the western side of Iowa, near Omaha, in Nebraska. So that's where we're going to start focusing on. We can watch these storms blowing up now. They look quite a bit more mature here west of Nebraska City, but nothing is strongly rotating yet in the Nebraska-Iowa vicinity here, but you can watch just how fast these have formed. So this is over the last hour. You can just watch them start off there right about 6:30 p.m. Central, and as of 7:30 p.m. Central, they look like mature supercells. A bunch of hailstorms here. You can see how fast they really develop in there, and all these red boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings attached to them. These are going to be our storms that go through as far north as Des Moines, around Omaha, and through southern Iowa right now over the next few hours, and pose that tornado threat that we've been thinking about today. Again, it's a lower end tornado threat. It's a slight risk of tornadoes. There's a 95% chance that you're not going to have a tornado within 25 miles of your house in these areas. But that does not mean that it's insignificant in any way. That's why I'm live here. Thank you, Robin. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys, for the support. If you send any through and I missed it, I do appreciate you guys helping out the stream. It means a lot to me. This is my job as a meteorologist. I'm in the advent of social meteorology here, where we're really on a new lake on YouTube, and it's we're making a big splash, making a difference. So it does mean a lot to me. It helps me out a lot. Since this is I'm tossing everything else, and this is my my new livelihood here. And hopefully, and from what I've heard, I'm helping out a lot of people. So I definitely want to keep doing this. It's a great thing to be doing this. So I appreciate everyone who sent anything so far. Again, it's not the focus of the stream whatsoever. It makes me uncomfortable to focus on any financials at all. I don't like to focus on that stuff. I'd rather, focus on our friends that are being impacted by storms. So that's what I will always, that's what I'll always pay attention to most. Hope you're all having a wonderful evening as well as a result. Great to have you here. I appreciate you watching. And all the new subs and so forth. Much appreciated, y'all. Hope you're doing well this fine Sunday. Hope work isn't too daunting at the start of the week coming up. And you can relax a little bit to the weather streams that should be acting to solve some storm anxiety and so forth here at the end of the week. You got a video of the storm that went through Davenport? Yeah, I am basically only on Twitter for those kind of reports received, but there is the Discord server as well, where a bunch of storm weather enthusiasts and so forth are congregated in Ryan's server, and I can look at that too for any media that you send along. But there's a few requirements to be able to send pictures and videos, so it's less straightforward. So Twitter is definitely the easiest. Any update on Zach? He's still doing fine, but yeah, I don't think his car is drivable. Unfortunately, he's got to focus on that. That's gone on for him. Quad Cities is fine. You guys are basically through it, but you'll get another round at about 2, anywhere from midnight to 3 a.m. Central. Thank you, D. Paul. Appreciate that. Yeah, Chris is also going through. I guess I don't have Chris's feed right now. I brought it up here, but it's not showing up. So I think Chris is going to pick Zach up. That's the current plan right now. And once he gets there, he's very far away over here in Osceola. But once he gets there and picks Zach up, we'll have Zach back on the team in Chris's car. And I'll probably be able to talk to him and Chris at the same time. So that's good news if they continue their chase into the night hours here. So, thankfully, they're okay. Thank you, Shy. Appreciate the support. Happy to help, Roberta. Appreciate y'all. While we have this one tornado warning, let me cover that again. That's in north-central Kansas. The storm modifying its own environment to be able to actually have a chance at producing a tornado here. It's this storm just north of Phillipsburg. It's going to bring some damaging wind and hail regardless here, but its brief attempt at a tornado was back a few minutes ago when it looked like this. So this was about 17 minutes ago in North Phillips County in Kansas, north central part of the state. And now it looks a little less impressive. It's not really got any it's not really got any tight rotation in the part of the storm that could become tornadic here, these parts of the storm. So this is definitely going to be allowed to expire as it stands. And we're probably not going to see another tornado warning for now coming through for these storms. But eventually, these storms back in here are going to be the ones that probably make it towards Kansas City and Topeka later on tonight. So we're going to see if those storms really do make it over there. I don't think they'll be tornadic by the time they get there, so that's the hope. That's the hope. All right. So we're looking good over. We'll probably be looking a little better over here. It's just going to be a strong windstorm, hailstorm moving through. No naders yet today. No, thankfully. Yesterday's stream we did cover one really large tornado that Reed Timmer was also on, and that was an impressive one that went through northern Missouri. If you're curious, it has been rated at preliminary in EF2 right now. I'm not sure of all the structural damage that might have occurred with it, but yeah. That was what we tracked yesterday, so it was a significant tornado. That's what we can concur from that information. Yeah, I've got the Galesburg. I've got the Galesburg cam, but it is rapidly approaching Galesburg, so I could try to bring that up here. Brad is mostly stationary, waiting for the storms to get to him. So I have the Fort Madison camera here at the bottom right of the stream, and now, oops. Oh, what the heck? What happened here? There we go. This is the Galesburg, Illinois Railfan camera, so we get a really good look at what's going on here. In fact, let me try to bring it up full screen. I'm gonna have to change this around here. I can try to bring this up full screen so we can look at Galesburg, Illinois here. There we go. This is Galesburg, Illinois Railfan camera here, tracking the trains. And Galesburg is kind of looking at a little bit a part of the storm that is it's pretty strong, but what we're seeing here is more just the whole front of the storm coming in, the gust front, and back behind it that heavy rain. You can see the rain curtains right next to me on the right side here, and the very heavy rain curtains on the left side with some lightning flashes back in there. So looking at the front of the storm here, what it looks like to the person at the surface living in Galesburg. So here's a look at what this storm looks like, right? And here's a look at the radar here. Galesburg right here out in front of the heavy rain. It's moving in here, and some hail too. So it's moving this direction right into Galesburg, and this is what that looks like. Okay, so now I have 3 Galesburgs on my screen. That's fine. We'll just have the camera 3 times. That's what I want here. So yeah, 3 Galesburgs just to make sure you can see it. The mods can post my Twitter in chat if you guys are curious, so you can send anything along there. Mods can post that. I appreciate mods. So yeah, right now we've got Chris Hall moving along east to pick up Zach Hall and a crew in that car so that they can continue the chase, and we'll be able to talk to all of them. He's okay. He did get in an accident. It was another driver's at fault for running a stop sign. So again, the most dangerous part of chasing is the other people that you have to interact with on the roads. This camera is from a Railfan, so a bunch of stationary cameras that can be moved around. They're called PTZ cameras, so they have a 360 view. They can be operated by somebody who is on the virtual Railfan team, and virtual Railfan is a fan of the weather, just like Ryan Hall is. So we work together and are able to show scenes like this, or the brick wall here. So yeah, that storm's pretty wide. You can see it as they move the camera there to the west. So the whole horizon there is being taken up by this pretty large storm as a part of the line. That's bringing in a bunch of gusty winds, very heavy rain, and some hail back in the core of it. Versus link went bad. You can put that in YouTube too. Thank you, Frank. Thank you for the support, Doug and Stuart. Appreciate both of you. Yeah, I'm not ashamed of the financial component. I do want to clarify that. It just makes me uncomfortable to focus on it, so I don't talk about it very often. So those who do, those who do support are very much appreciated, because you're looking through you know, you're looking through me not giving you constant reminders to do that, you know. I'm not constantly reminding it. So it's out of the good of your own heart, which I do appreciate. Oh yeah, the camera operator is definitely watching this. This is in Galesburg, Illinois, about to be taken on by this big old storm moving through. So we have a really good look at it. What I've noticed is it's not too electrically active. Not a lot of lightning with this storm, unless it's all back in the core. So we can take a look at. I'm going to look at the lightning activity with this to see if that's the case. Because I expected this to be maybe have quite a few more flashes in the area. And yeah, it really doesn't have that many lightning strikes with it. I only see 20 or so in this entire storm. So that's why we're not seeing it light up the horizon every half second like some of the other storms we've seen recently. So yeah, pretty good look at that. This is one of the strongest storms in the line, if not the strongest one, besides near Burlington, Iowa. That's dropping some wind and hail. So yeah, this is just the strongest wind and hailstorm right now. But really, we're watching that tornado threat ramp up on the western side of Iowa, near Omaha, over the next few hours. So definitely the time to be weather aware in these areas is now, but also over the next few hours. Is it moving slowly? It's moving. It's moving decently quickly. It might be catching up with that gust front just a little bit, but yeah, they're moving along at a good clip, just about 30 miles an hour. So kind of slow for some storms. Yeah, Galesburg, Illinois, getting ready to rumble. The camera will probably look pretty interesting once the storm gets through here. So here's another look at the radar. Galesburg is right here in Illinois, right out ahead of this liner, or this big old storm. That's a part of the line of storms here that's moving in. So now we've had a couple of interactions down here near east of Macomb in Illinois. It looks like we might have one supercell that might try to do something here as it approaches Cuba and Lewistown in Fulton County, but I'm not sure if it will maintain its intensity. These are what we're watching up here in western Illinois, in particular, for any tornado threat. The rest of these storms down here have basically zero tornado threat. So around Springfield, Jacksonville, and Illinois, these ones are basically zero. I think it's really confined up here, right next to this big old line of storms coming in. So this one right here is the one I'm most concerned with if it does do anything. But it's not tornado warned. Its rotation is really weak. I don't see it doing anything in the next few minutes or so. We'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, in Peoria, you're gonna be fine. What you see in Galesburg that you're watching in both of these cameras that have the same thing up. What you see there in Galesburg is what's headed towards you in Peoria. So it's not anything tornadic right now. It's just wind. It's just going to be a bunch of wind and heavy rain and some small hail. There we go. I got Chris's feed now in the bottom right there. So we got Chris Hall. On YouTube, the feed is a little more choppy than it usually is through our direct link, but Chris's feed went bad there, so now we're taking him in on YouTube to make sure we've got him up. So Chris, again, is picking up Zach Hall. They're all going to go chasing together. All going chasing. Yeah, for anyone in Peoria, this is moving towards you, Pekin, Peoria, down the line, Bloomington. Y'all are going to get in on some storms. You can see how consistent they are. Moving through these areas, so they will get to you down the line here. Basically, all of Illinois south of Rochelle is going to get in on some nice storms today. So as long as you're south of this line of storms that's popped up over the last couple hours and is persisting in the same spots, if you're south of this, you'll probably get in on some severe weather. Unless you're like in Quincy and West, maybe you'll be clipped by the western side. Tornadoes, though. I don't think so. I don't think so. It would be pretty impressive to get one more tornado warning with this part of the storm. It is possible, but at the moment, I think we're looking okay. So yeah, stormy day ahead for most of central Illinois, Springfield, Peoria, Champaign-Urbana. Lincoln, Bloomington, all of these cities in here. So now let's look at Nebraska. Let's see how our storms are doing over there. They've really grown upscale very quickly here, and we do have more evident rotation than in any of the other storms we've seen so far. So this storm right here near Nebraska City has begun to rotate. We can see that pretty consistently here. Actually, very quickly in the last few scans, we've seen this rotation begin to develop here. So now Nebraska City has my eye. We have a little bit of convergence coming together there, which could also turn into rotation. So here's the beginning of some more of our tornado threats today. Definitely some mature storms all through this area now, from Creston, Iowa, all the way west to Plattsmouth, south of Omaha. Right now, the storms are struggling to the west of Omaha, so maybe Omaha will stay out of any of the hail today. But yeah, a bunch of hail cores all in these pinks. Here's a hail core. There's one, another one down here, and another one's popping up down here, all in a line. All those in the pink are a bunch of different hailstorms. And what we're really looking for is on the winds on the right side of the screen here to start rotating more rapidly. Thank you, Randy, for the support. Thanks for passing the word along. Yeah, very happy to help. Thank you all. Thank you all, Thrust. Thank you, Kev. North into western Michigan. No, you guys should be okay. If there are any storms in there, it's probably just going to be a few lightning strikes, if anything. But yeah, not expected to focus on Michigan at all. Thank you, Heather, for the support, and Doug, again. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, Louisville's fine. Louisville would be fine. So every frame of data here is pretty important. So we're going to come back and forth between western Iowa and Omaha and into Illinois now. Those are going to be our primary areas of focus. So Burlington is concerned over here with a severe storm. I don't think this has got any chance at a tornado right now. It just looks like a mess. So right now I don't see any chance of any part of these storms being tornadic. Like, the only very slight semblance of rotation is right here, right over Galesburg, but I don't think that air is actually reaching into the storm efficiently. So we'll watch this little bit right here, right near Galesburg in Illinois, to see if anything does pop up. But at the moment, I think we're okay. I think we're okay there. No, Wisconsin's fine. No storms. I don't think there will be much of any storms in Wisconsin. Again, you can see this line of storms right here. It's not really moving north at all. They're kind of just stationary, and I don't think they're really going to go up into Wisconsin at all. It just looks like a mess. Yeah, I mean, radar does look like a mess half the time. And all of these should also stay south of Joliet here in the Chicago metro. So for everybody joining now, let me reassure you, we'll go back to Radar Omega here. This is the tornado threat for today through Monday morning. So you can look at this through Monday 7 a.m. Central. This is where any chance for a tornado will be. There is no other highlighted area anywhere else. We're looking at the green and the brown here. These storms moving through western Illinois right now, this green is just a marginal risk, literally 2%. 98% chance to not see a tornado anywhere in here. A very low-end threat over here. Our concern is with these storms popping up back in here and rapidly developing, moving through south-central Iowa from the Omaha, Nebraska area. That is where we'll see our a little bit higher of a tornado threat through about midnight central, maybe a little bit later than that as well, while these all congeal together. So everyone else, we're really not looking at any threat for tornadoes. So if you're not in a threat for tornadoes today, you're really not going to you're going to be able to sleep, is what I will say. You're going to be able to sleep. So that's the case for everybody who could ask about their locations. That is my response. So several attempts at rotation are going to start happening up here near Hastings, Iowa. The one near Nebraska City is a large area of convergence, maybe several storms interacting with each other, so very close eye needs to be watched here. I'm going to go ahead and also take a look at our most recent data at the surface so we can see really where these storms might be trying to have the best chance at producing a tornado. And I think it is this one right here near Nebraska City. I think it is this one. So let me show you guys this really quickly here. Yeah, these ones right around Nebraska City are my main focus right now. I think those are the ones I'm going to watch most closely. And let me show you why. That's Chris's feed right there. But if I show you this is the Storm Prediction Center's website. It's a bunch of lines, but all this green right here, all this green shaded region is our moisture streaming to the north. And these storms are popping up right here in southeastern Nebraska, northwestern Missouri, right in that tri-state area. And when that moisture is still getting pushed to the north there and it connects with the storms right in here, that's where our focused tornado threat will be through the early night hours here. So if this continues to be pushed to the north and right along this boundary where all these red lines are stacked together, that's our warm front. When those two things connect here, I think we'll have that best chance at seeing a tornado with these storms, especially as all the rain in here cools the surface off. All this rain and hail in here is going to cool those surface temperatures off just a little bit more, which means there's a better chance at that moisture leading to a tornado. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be too bad for Missouri. I think really we also have to think about how the winds are blowing around above our heads, and the reason why the tornado threat is in southern Iowa and not in northern Missouri primarily is because the winds are more supportive up here, right along that warm front. So south into Missouri, it's not really going to have that organized spin to it, the tendency for storms to spin. So that's what I'm watching most closely. Hopefully that makes sense. Thank you, PJA, for the support from Austin, Texas. That's good. Yeah, that's good. Sometimes the tornado threat gets down to you, but not today, thankfully. So that's to answer your question, Donald, about how it goes into Missouri. The violent tornado section of that page. Are you talking about the violent tornado parameter? That just takes several things, like the winds above the surface, how strong they are, how much instability we have, and it kind of combines it into one map, one of those charts. So all of those things are just coming together, and if they're all in the same spot, that's why you see that parameter be elevated, why we look at the significant tornado parameter. The colorful stuff that Ryan likes to show you. That's just a conglomerate of a bunch of different parameters there. So yeah, I am watching these most closely north of Nebraska City. Concerned with that one, and the potential for this one over here near Emerson and Malvern in Iowa. It's already dropping 2.25-inch hail, which is why you keep hearing those boop boop boops come through. All of these severe thunderstorm warnings south of Omaha are getting upgraded to considerable severes because they're dropping at least golf ball size hail. So we're seeing 2-inch hail, we're seeing 2.5-inch hail, tennis ball hail. Within the last hour is just popped up dramatically here. So there you go. Look at how these storms have matured over the last hour. This was, these are the reason for the stream today, first and foremost, rather than the storms that are just dropping hail in Illinois. This is the reason for the stream today, first and foremost. But I am covering everything, of course. Everything that's pertinent. So yeah, there you go. Look at the storms popping up really rapidly here. As they all interact with each other, we're going to see several chances for rain-wrapped tornadoes. As we get to sunset, they're going to be nighttime rain-wrapped tornadoes if they do happen. And that's where these streams, that's where storm chaser streams really are super important to let people know what's happening. Because the response to warnings at night is much lower from the public, and we want to make sure we can, do our part to change that and have people be more weather aware in these areas. Yeah, these are popping up really rapidly. So we're gonna start flicking back and forth between radar sites here, checking up on these storms whenever we get new data every few minutes. So we'll look at central Illinois real quick here. Most of these severe thunderstorm warnings have expired, and there might just be some small hail anywhere around Springfield. Chatham again, also still getting in on those storms, so that's why we have a flash flood warning. So a lot of these areas' primary concerns is flash flooding. You don't want to drive through that. And you can see just how big these storms are. That's why we're getting flash floods for sure. Oh yeah, and anyone coming in now, we were talking about the northern lights too. If you are in Minnesota and Wisconsin and it's not cloudy in your area, we can actually look at that on I can look at that on the satellite here. So it's not cloudy in central Minnesota right now. The edge of the storm clouds are reaching up there though. And then in northwest Wisconsin, if you go north of the city lights, you might be able to see the northern lights tonight as we get to sundown. So that is actively ongoing. So you might be able to see them over there. Western Nebraska could see them. But there's a lot of clouds out there. I don't think Michigan will be able to see them in the thumb there in the mitten. It looks like there's a lot of clouds in many of these areas. But if you're lucky, you might be able to see the northern lights in central Minnesota, northwest Wisconsin, northern South Dakota, perhaps. Any of these areas that don't have cloud cover. So that is an ongoing situation. The aurora is expected to impact. Lots of people are gearing up for that. But it's not as widespread news coverage as the previous event because it was a little bit stronger. So take a look at the Galesburg, Illinois cam right below my face here. That's right in the core of the storm. So if we look at the core of the storm here from Davenport radar, Galesburg is right in this, right in the pinks here, right in the core, right there. And the camera looks like this. Well, that's not the camera, but you know what I mean. I think I have to change another one of these again. All right, let me change this one. So that's me looking at the satellite. Here we go. Here's the Gales fan camera, also just not even cropped correctly. Alright, so let me get that Gales fan camera up for y'all. Live stream editing. There we go. So this is a look at the Gales fan camera in Illinois. Oh! Didn't mean to do that. There we go. Live stream editing. There we go. This is a look at that Gales fan camera. Right in the strongest part of the storm, right where we could see some small hail falling if you can see it in there. But might be just a bunch of really heavy rain and winds moving it forward. So Galesburg looks like this. Peoria and Pekin might look exactly like this in about an hour, but it's not going to be anything besides this. This is what we're expecting to see there into central Illinois. So Peoria, heads up, this is what it'll look like for you. Pekin, it'll look like this. Maybe it might even reach Bloomington. Maybe even Champaign-Urbana. So it's going to start looking like this. But no tornadoes expected with this look that we have right now, currently. We could see that change, but you're only in a very, very low-end tornado threat. So I don't think it's going to be anything too bad. But the moment there is something bad or something looks like it's starting to go that direction, you guys know I like to call out those tornado warnings as soon as I can. Or give you a y'all watch out here. I will let you know if it does look any different. You can hear the hail on the camera. Yeah, I don't want to play the audio through this. Might be loud, but yeah, I imagine you can. So there is hail falling in here in this train camera. So yeah, that's a look at that over there. Bunch more considerable severe thunderstorm warnings going into southwest Iowa right now, right in our active area that we're going to be most focused on. So let's see. I'm going to look at the radar now. See if any of our areas of rotation have really ramped up. I think we're going to see one try to do exactly that. It's the one up near Emerson, Iowa, right around Strahan here south of Highway 34, east of Plattsmouth in Nebraska. So this one right here might be trying to do it. You could see the hook shape to it right here. If you follow the radar here, I'll draw it out for you. That's a look at our supercell shape right here. So right down there is our hook. And right on the right side, you can see where the velocities are coordinated with that. So yeah, this might be given a tornado warning. It's very possible right here, right near Emerson. in Iowa. So this would be in eastern Mills County. You guys have been through it a lot recently. I remember talking about this area not too long ago. But you can see that that hook really pushed down. Those reds are connecting with the greens. So it went from this now to this, where we started to have rotation right in here. That could lead to a warning. So if that comes through, then that is the reason why. That will be the reason why. So close eye on that storm at the moment. Close eye on that storm. We'll see if they do issue a tornado warning for that. If they do, then you'll hear it come through on the stream. Everybody doing okay though? Staying hydrated? Got some snacks? And staying weather aware today. It's good to have you all here. We're just now getting started, I think, with the primary round of storms that will possibly give us a few tornado warnings through the night here. So yeah, Creston, Iowa is down the line from this, a few counties away from this rotating storm. But yeah, eventually these storms are going to go all through south central Iowa, maybe as far north as Des Moines. So we're looking at the start of this. Again, I don't know if they'll issue a tornado warning for this or not, but I wouldn't be surprised. So we're gonna watch it over the next few scans, see if it comes through. My webcam's gonna start disagreeing with me. Luckily, I'm ready to fix that. So yeah, I definitely think that this has the chance to wrap itself together even more after this. So let's see what the National Weather Service thinks. So many more hailstorms forming back up in here. Yeah, I think we're going to have a couple chances over here for areas south of Lincoln. South of Lincoln and south of Omaha. I think this is mostly staying to the south of Omaha right now. I don't know if any storms are going to quite reach up into Sarpy County and Douglas County, but we'll see. Right now, it looks like they're concentrated to the south. Yeah, Des Moines Metro might get something. So the best conditions are going to stay right just south of Des Moines right now. But we could see Des Moines getting in on some of the hail if it goes to the north of the warm front where it is right now. So yeah, I would be watching out in Des Moines for sure. For sure. So next scan doesn't look supportive of a tornado warning up here near Emerson. Hopefully that continues to be the case up there, and we won't see a warning for that. But if one does come through, again, you know the reason why. We've taken a look at it. National Weather Service in Omaha is watching it all the same. You're looking at the same thing I am. All right, so that's a look at the latest data down here. I don't see any tight rotation near Nebraska City yet, just some strong winds forming up through here. Not really seeing any other areas of very tight rotation, but all of these storms could come together in the next few minutes. So every frame of data here is worth watching. Right, so let's go back up to this mess in western Illinois, see if I can see anything that's going on here, because it's all just garbled data. I don't think this storm is rotating at all. Now headed towards Peoria. This is going to be a damaging wind and hailstorm for Peoria. Probably just a lot of very heavy rain, but I did see some, or I did hear that the Railfan camera in Galesburg, which is right below me, they're still going through this right here in the blue circle. I did hear that there was some hail in here, so that is what's going towards Peoria, for those curious. And then a similar fate for those down in Macomb here. Fort Madison, I also have that Railfan camera, if I can show you guys that. Take a look. Well, I used to. Frank, can you put that on YouTube 3? I think I have that one available. We used to have the Fort Madison camera here in Iowa, but so they're also going through a storm right now. It's probably just going to look the same as this, though. It's just going to be looking like a bunch of heavy rain and some lightning. But yeah, these are going south and east. Almost all of them are just moving south and east right now. Might need a tower too, yeah. Cool. Looks like most other parts of the storm are remaining sub-severe. We did have some hail popping up all around Springfield, Illinois. You guys will get in on this other round of storms up to your north up here. Generally going to just travel through all of central Illinois into eastern Illinois with time. No, I think Chris is still going. I think that's a live look at Chris right now. Or he might, or that might be a little bit delayed. That's possible, yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But we have, I have Storm Chaser Brad Arnold out there too. Brad's moving towards these storms. Let's put his feed back up. We got Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. Wow, look at that. Look at Brad's view. I want to pull that up. This is Galesburg, Illinois, going through the storm. This is Brad Arnold's view. Look at the sunset. Wow. And you can even see some flashes of lightning in the upper parts of the clouds way off to his west. Look at the wind farm. Man, that's classic Iowa right there. Classic Iowa right there. Looks beautiful. Perfect time to pull up Brad's stream with the sunset there. And the storms off in the distance. So, I'm actually going to bring over... Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to bring this over to the Des Moines radar. That's going to be our closest one to where Brad is. He's headed towards these storms near Orient in Iowa. He's probably pretty interested in all of these, especially the lone supercells near north and west of Creston, northwest of Union County there. Okay, Chris is back up on RTMP. Thank you. I'll put him back up soon. Oh, he ended his YouTube stream. There we go. I see. Okay, Frank, can you actually put that back up to... can you put the YouTube 2 back to Fort Madison, then? That would be great. And please and thank you. Yeah, really getting good sunset vibes. So if you guys want... Wow, did you see that lightning bolt? Dang. So we got lightning bolts all through, like, the tops of the storms coming out the bottom of the cloud. Thank you, Frank. All right, so you see what Brad's looking at, right? I'm going to show you right where Brad is. He sees this, and I love the wind farm. It's just a gorgeous sight. I almost don't want to click off of it. It's that good. But while he goes up this hill, Brad Arnold is right here near Orient, right in this blue circle there. He's facing this direction towards this storm, looking right into that hail core right here in the pink. So this is Brad looking right in this direction. The sunset is, I guess, off to his southwest there. So he's looking down. Yeah, he's looking down. That the sun is poking through this edge of the storm over here, and off on the left side is all of the storms. So yeah, that's what that looks like right there on radar. Pretty cool. I think it's mirrored. Because, wow, gosh, the lightning is awesome with this thing. Thank you, Evie. DeKalb County in Illinois, you guys are just north of that warm front, and the storms are kind of remaining stationary south of you. I don't think your only concern is flash flooding. If you did get that through on your phone, should be to your south. Yeah, so we're watching Brad approach these storms, expected to be our tornado producers. I'm taking a look at the radar in the back while he's doing that. And I think I see what may be another... Yeah, okay, so we might have 2 tornado warnings coming through soon here. So while Brad's looking at that, he's headed towards those storms that might be tornado warned. Let me show you. Oh, yeah, definitely. We've got a chance at here in the boop-a-da-boop coming through soon here. For this storm just south and east of Nebraska City. Here's our rotation right in here, south and east of Nebraska City, on the right side of your screen. And we also have this one still up here near Emerson. It's persisted for quite some time. Now it looks a little healthier in terms of how it's rotating. So if there is a tornado warning, I think we're going to see our first ones for this area of southwest Iowa come through pretty soon here. So be prepared for that. So Vermont County in Iowa, I'm thinking about y'all. You're already in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, but now we're looking at rotation. So let me double check to make sure this is legitimate. It goes up with height, and it most certainly does. So let's see if they issue a tornado warning for this in the near term here. Might see that come through. The beginning of our evening event into the early night. This is some water with Mio and also lemon juice. That's what I'm sipping on for those curious. Healthy water. Mostly healthy. Yeah, but that's how it goes. Yeah, nighttime tornadoes, that is one of the largest reasons that I am streaming right now is for those nighttime tornadoes when the perception of the risks occurring and ongoing is much lower. People going to bed, not receiving warnings, and then they're not reacting to warnings, and thus they could be caught in dangerous situations. So being weather aware and through means like this stream is, one way to solve a percentage of that issue. And I'm happy to contribute to that. It means a lot to me. The sunset would be northwest. That's what I thought. It looked like it was on the wrong side. But I found it interesting that it was peeking through that storm underneath it. So that was the most confusing. So if it is to the northwest of him, yeah. I almost expected it to be due west. Yeah, in Burlington, Iowa, you guys are almost through the rain and wind storm going through. Yeah, Brad's view. Let's see. He's getting a picture of it. I don't blame him for that. The sunset's gonna be absolutely gorgeous with these storms off in the distance over the next 15 minutes or so. So this is the time we want to pay most attention to Brad's feed here for the beautiful view, and then we're gonna be paying attention to his feed for the storm view with lightning lighting up the night. So yeah, we're gonna have possibly a couple attempts at some rotation occurring here. I definitely think Emerson in Iowa will be tornado warned, so that would be Montgomery County and Eastern Mills County. So if you hear that warning come through, that's probably going to be our first one. Emerson and Red Oak. I know a lot of chasers stationed in and around Red Oak. It's a good target today for storm chasing, and I think that's going to be where we are probably going to see our first tornado warning in southwest Iowa today. Louisville, you're fine. There, I talked about it. What's due west compared to direction west? Usually it's just west with no other component. Creston, Iowa, you guys tuning in now? The storms are off to your northwest and also to your west. Brad Arnold is not far from your location. So tornado sniffer Brad Arnold in the vicinity of Creston, you'll want to be weather aware over the next couple hours. Yeah, Brad Arnold's a great person. So happy that I'm able to work with him. Anywhere in Kentucky is fine, guys. If you get any thunderstorms down there in Kentucky, it's all good. We just had a couple of wind storms move through there earlier today, but you're not the focus whatsoever today. So you should be okay. Even down there in Tennessee, y'all are fine. Y'all will be fine. There are probably going to be storms at some point over the next few days. It's definitely somewhere in your forecast, but we're definitely not focusing over there. So now that all these storms have developed, let's see what the Storm Prediction Center is thinking. Do they have some new discussions out? What are we thinking here? We still got that enhanced risk today. It's been trimmed on the northern extent to just south of Des Moines, right around Des Moines is the northern extent of where we think these storms are going to move through. So that makes sense. Yeah, y'all are looking okay there along the Ohio River Valley. So yeah, we have new enhanced risk. So I want to see now.
Tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, so we got Fremont County first. I'm actually pretty surprised about that. But there's our new tornado warning for Fremont County. I think we're also going to see one near Emerson and Montgomery County. So southwest Iowa, the corner of southwest Iowa, actually first to go. So here's our new tornado warning down here for Sidney, Hamburg, and northeast of Nebraska City here. And I guess they have this warning in here because there may be, this looks like legitimate rotation as well. So they've kind of put out a warning here that blankets both of these possible circulations. I was watching this one up here, but I wanted to see more data on it before I, because it might have just been a bunch of hail that might be throwing it apart. But it does look legitimate because we also have this weak region of rain right in the center there. So that tells me there's rising air. That means that rotation is probably definitely more realistic. So that new tornado warning coming in there for Fremont County in Iowa. Please take shelter in these areas. There we go. That's coming through. And I really do think we're going to see this tornado warning here in Montgomery County. They're probably getting ready to type that up next right now for Red Oak, Emerson. Definitely be ready for a tornado warning over here. It looks really like it's going to happen. Very, very pertinent here. Now that we can track the rotation over the last few scans, it does look like it's generally traveling a little bit due east here. Probably just straight to the east. So Coburg and Red Oak are going to be close to where this might go through. So yeah, no confirmed tornado here. This is the beginning of radar-indicated tornado warnings, meaning that we see rotation possible. We don't know exactly what's happening on the surface. It could produce a tornado in the near term, so we want people to take shelter ahead of time, and that's why the National Weather Service issues that. So yeah, I definitely think there's going to be a warning up here for Montgomery County in Iowa, and probably it's going to include the easternmost
tornado warning has been issued.
Part of Mills County. And since it did look like it was moving to that east and slight southeast direction toward Coburg, south of Red Oak probably, it is also going to include northwest Page County in Iowa. So there you go. There's your other warning. Starting to come in. Starting to get those warnings coming on in here with the most straightforward areas of rotation with these storms so far in southwest Iowa. What I think about Joliet and Illinois, I think you're fine. Can Quad Cities go to bed? Yes, but you are going to be woken up. You need to have multiple ways, or at least one way to wake up to warnings. Because the storms will get to you again probably about midnight to the next few hours after midnight. That'll be another stormy time for you. And it's going to be these over here. These over here on southwest Iowa, they're going to make it all the way east. They're going to go somewhere through the Des Moines metro, probably dropping hail up there. And they're going to make it to eastern Iowa too. So Iowa City, Cedar Rapids again, probably going to see more storms in your area. Same with the Quad Cities. So there you go. And there's all of your storms that are now tornado warned. It's pretty interesting. I mean, every time something like this happens, and I'm talking about it for hours, observing it, looking at the surface data, and being like, yeah, that's pretty supportive of tornadoes. And then the storms haven't even formed yet. We're just watching it out ahead of time. Then they just blow up into this line of storms here in southwest Iowa and southeast Nebraska. And then they start becoming tornadic. Like, it's really interesting to just see that all happen together. So hopefully, that's made a mark on some people, made an impression. Like, yeah, we can see these things out ahead of time and conditions are favorable. And there you go. We see new tornado warnings. This one is up here is probably already cycling out or dying out. We really saw a strong attempt at rotation there, but the next frame is not too scary here. So it doesn't look like anything immediate is going to happen here south and east of Emerson for Coburg, Iowa. But please be taking shelter. All right. I never did get Chris's feedback up, did I? Oh, no, I did. There we go. I did. So now Brad Arnold's in this storm. Brad Arnold is now in the storm northwest of Creston, so he's basically right in the core of it there. You can see him just right in the middle of all that heavy rain and possibly hail, so he's sitting in it now. If there's any hail on his stream, we can watch for that shortly. I think it's going to begin pretty soon here. If he's not already seeing the hail in there, I probably see something bouncing around in there, so there's Brad Arnold. Let me refresh YouTube 2 here. Where is that? Okay. There's Brad Arnold getting in the storms over there. There we go. Getting in the storms over there. Driving east out of it, I think. Or Yeah, I think he's gonna try to get out ahead of it. I'm not sure if he's gonna stay with this storm. Honestly, by far and away, the most interesting one is probably near Emerson and Coburg because it looks like it's got a nice supercell shape to it, a nice structure. And it's also semi-discrete, meaning that it's kind of on its own here. The storm off to the south and west of it is kind of far away from impacting it, and the ones off to the north and east here are also far away from impacting it. So this structure right here for Emerson, Coburg, this is probably the most interesting storm, the one most capable of producing a tornado since it's a semi-discrete. Whereas the one back here near Nebraska City is pretty close to these other hailstorms back behind it. So we'll see if this one can remain, taking in the air that's supportive of forming tornadoes before it gets caught up in all the rest of this stuff back behind it. There you go. There's a look at all of our storms there in southwest Iowa. Going back to Illinois for just a little bit. Once again, in Peoria, now that severe thunderstorm warning is kind of reaching you, it looks way less impressive now than it did before. So now it doesn't look like much of anything, but there will probably still be some very heavy rain through Peoria and Pekin. St. Louis, I'm not worried about you at all for quite some time, so y'all are doing okay down there. So it looks like all of y'all are okay over here in Illinois. Just most of these storms are kind of losing intensity already. Just a bunch of heavy rain more than anything is what we're seeing. There's one small hail core left near Havana in Illinois. Other than that, though, your main concern over here is going to be flash flooding for everybody from southeast Iowa, Burlington, Fort Madison, and east through Lincoln, Nebraska, or Lincoln, Illinois, rather. And Peoria and so forth. These metro areas are mostly concerned with flooding out ahead of these storms. That would be my only concern. So you're going to be able to hear the lightning more than likely. Some of these storms aren't too electrically active, but there's a decent amount of lightning happening in the middle of the heaviest rain. So that's what's going to happen over here. But for the most part, all of southeastern Iowa is getting out of these storms, and then you're going to have to be paying attention again, probably from Davenport south to Quincy, more than likely, for storms that come through, about midnight or so, and that will be these ones back here. So these ones back here are going to eventually make it over to eastern Iowa, southeastern Iowa again, western Illinois again. And by the time they're there, the hope is that they're less severe. There's less organized of a tornado threat, and I think that's going to be the case. I think our tornado threat is going to be at the maximized potential that it will have today, which is on the lower end, over the next 2 or 3 hours as it goes through south central Iowa. So yeah, everybody else that I didn't mention here, y'all are fine. Just don't drive through flooded waters if it is flooding. Okay, so new data over here into southwest Iowa. The storm is struggling to rotate still a little bit more. I think a lot of these storms are going to struggle to rotate because, again, we don't have as much of that much needed moisture at the surface in place yet here. It's just trying to get advected up into the storm right now. So it's kind of sitting down here at the border near Maryville. A little bit more moist air, so it needs to get pushed up into these storms as they travel off to the east before we see probably some confirmed tornadoes possible. But right now we're just going to see that rotation. I think it's going to be much harder for a storm to actually put down a tornado right now in these conditions. Today is an enhanced risk for wind and hail. The tornado threat is on the lower end. It has been that way since when it was first forecast by the Storm Prediction Center yesterday. No, Rockford should be fine. Flood in the Quad Cities, yep, that's your primary concern. If you're in Sydney, do be taking shelter here in Iowa. Right now, there's no tight rotation right over Sydney. As you can see, that tornado warning was actually updated to now be further south of Sydney, more towards Hamburg, and on Highway 270 south of you, 275. So that's a look down there. All these storms moving back through. It does look like Kansas City will probably get in on some storms later because these ones in north central Kansas have persisted. So we can see that here near Osborne. These ones have persisted back in here, and eventually they probably are going to make their way down line to Topeka and Kansas City here earlier on in the early night hours here, earlier on this evening. So more than likely they will reach you. Looks like you will get some severe storms. Tornado threat should be much, much lower over there, though. Bunch of damaging wind reports from the Kansas mesonet here. Some 70-mile-an-hour winds. So people in Kansas, they're mostly used to these strong storms blowing through. They happen quite often up here, especially in the spring. It is spring. So same is going to be true for St. Joseph. Yeah, not really concerned with the tornado threat as much over down here. All right, so let's go back to these storms. See if we have new scans yet. And all the rotation I see is confined right now to Montgomery County, Iowa, and Northwest Page County, and also southern Vermont County. These are the two storms that are really rotating a lot more. Of course, you know, Brad Arnold's looking at something pretty interesting. So Brad Arnold's right over here near Nevinville, look like Keithville, northwest of Creston in Iowa. So we look at this from the Des Moines radar. I'm a little bit better see what he's seeing here. I don't see hardly any rotation, but he does have some cool-looking clouds. We can take a look at that. So this is what the storm northwest of Creston looks like. From storm chaser Brad Arnold. These ones are a lot more electrically active than the ones around Illinois. There's still a decent amount of lightning over there, but these ones are definitely putting down more lightning strikes for sure. Yep, that's Brad. Yep, that looks like Brad, classic Brad. So look at the storm that we can see here. Brad is looking basically northwest into the storm right now. So if we're looking northwest, we can see much of the hail core and so forth. The heaviest rain right here on the right side of the screen, and a lot of the hook part of the storm, if it were to begin rotating, is actually off to the left-hand side that he was looking at just a little bit ago. So the updraft base is all the way on the left side of the screen, and the heaviest rain and hail is on this side over here. It looks pretty, though. This is the part of night where we're starting to get into the twilight hours. So at the surface, we're now in the dark, but the clouds up above are still being illuminated a little bit by some remnant horizon light from the sun. Good look there from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. Very pretty looking. Hopefully, you know, hopefully that's the gist of what we have to look at tonight from any Storm Chaser feed. I don't want to see anything more than pretty clouds, right, guys? No more than pretty clouds. If they're swirling, then it's not as good. We don't want that to happen. At the moment, though, I think both of our tornado warnings are likely going to be allowed to expire unless we see them wrap up a little more. But from what I see on the radar right now, it's not looking like they'll be continued too soon here. So we're gonna have to see another chance at or another attempt at rotation. So right now we're just watching Brad Arnold's feed because this is good. This is the good stuff. It looks like Omaha is in a little bit of a radar hole here. Or not a radar hole, but a storm hole. It looks like most all of Omaha might get around the storms. They might go just around the city here. Most of the development has been focused further south with all of these storms that are moving basically northeast and beginning to track to the east as well. So right now, Omaha has been out of the main development region for these storms wherever they're focused. But we do have this one split of this supercell back in here that's dropping some Sorry, 2.5-inch hail already. So that's definitely not an insignificant hailstorm right here near Malcolm and Raymond. So this might make its way up to the western extent of the Omaha Metro here, near Valley and Elkhorn. So generally, these left splits track more to the north than off to the east. So we can watch where that came from. You see this this supercell back here. Back in here is kind of split into two. So part of it's gone off this direction with the rest of the storms. And the part that's split to the left just went by on the west side of Lincoln before it really started dropping a lot of hail. This left split, that's what we call them, our left split supercells. They're always prolific hail producers if they do have a severe threat attributed to them. Much, much harder for them to produce anything tornadic. So this is going to be a hailstorm for as long as it persists. We'll see if it makes it up there toward the western periphery of Omaha Metro. The Omadome, yeah. I like that. The Omadome. So that's what we're looking at right now. So right now I don't see any more rotation up here. It's mostly falling apart near Coburg. But the strong storm is still going to move through your area, so you don't want to be outside in it for sure. Lots of lightning activity over here. Quite a bit of lightning activity. I'd say these are our definitely most electrically active storms right now. And then down here near Hamburg in Iowa, it's a little bit more garbled. I'm not sure if we're going to see any significant rotation come together there. So, but right now, the two tornado warnings that I definitely called those out. Both of those were the concerning areas of rotation. They've now since seemingly lost their rotation just a little bit here. So we might see this one continued off to the east, so southeastern Vermont County if it persists. But I think this one up north will be allowed to expire. Instead, y'all will get a new severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this for parts of Page County. No, Chattanooga's fine. So the Kansas storms are fine right now. They're just a bunch of wind and hail at the moment. On the southern periphery of this, I think we're further away from our better tornado conditions down here near Marysville in Kansas. So I'm not too worried about them right now. The further north we go into southeastern Nebraska and then into Iowa, that's where we're really looking at the better chances for these storms to be tornadic. Otherwise, they're going to be wind and hail threats and very heavy rain. So yeah, that was covering the storm near Lincoln as a hailstorm. Nothing more than that, which is good, but it might make it up to western Omaha Metro. Do I have the feed already, says Frank. I do, I think. I should have that. I can copy and paste it on there if Chris's feed is down. I believe I've got Caleb's, yeah. Alright, let's try that out. Thanks for letting me know, Frank. See if we can get Caleb up in here. He might come through there. Ooh, let's get Brad's tag back. There we go. We got Brad Arnold's tag back. Ooh, do we have an update to the flash flooding risk? Ah, yes, we do. So I've been talking about the flash flooding quite a bit here. This is definitely important. That was issued just about 40 minutes ago, so really pertinent flash flooding threat here. So let me show you guys this. A moderate risk for flash flooding is in place here. So here's our moderate risk for flash flooding from the Weather Prediction Center. This is a 40% chance for flash flooding to occur, and it's for a good portion of central Illinois and southeastern Iowa. So these are the areas I was concerned with flash flooding occurring. So now it's looking much more certain that you guys are going to have problems driving through flooded roads in and around this area. So that's Peoria, that's Bloomington, that's south to Lincoln in Illinois, and that's the Quad Cities region here, and to the south towards Keokuk there. And the reason this is in place is because, again, we have these storms back in here in southwest Iowa moving into the same regions that just got a bunch of heavy rain. and are still getting heavy rain. So there you go. Your moderate risk for flash flooding is in place there. Another round is going to be possible for everybody who's already gotten storms in and around this area in particular today, or is going through them right now for wind and hail. But once these storms in southwest Iowa get to you, they're gonna drop really heavy rain on already saturated ground. So that is why that flash flood risk is coming in. Good update from the Weather Prediction Center, I would say. That's a very solid forecast. So, letting y'all know about that one. Letting y'all know about that one. All right, so we got a really good look at the electrical activity from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. Again, this is the storm northwest of Creston, Iowa, right now. So if you're in Creston, Iowa, this is the leading storm that doesn't really have that much rotation with it. It's not really looking tornadic whatsoever, but it is a strong storm. Lots of lightning with it, so we've got a really good look at that from Brad Arnold as his feed freezes up. I love looking at the lightning activity. My favorite weather phenomena, for anyone curious about it, is positively charged lightning strikes, which are much, much more powerful on average and much more lethal and much louder as a result. There's a way to distinguish them. So any lightning activity like this, though, is always mesmerizing, as both of our tornado warnings are allowed to expire. There we go. Both tornado warnings are allowed to expire. Waterloo, Iowa, you should be okay, but you might get some hail. I think the tornado threat will definitely be much further south. Update on Nashville, is it raining? Or did you hear the thunder? That's about all that's going on there. So hopefully that helps settle you down a little bit if you're in Tennessee. South Bend, Indiana, I don't think it's going to be too bad. I don't think it'll be bad at all there. You don't hold any long metal objects if you're anywhere near a positive lightning strike, that would be very bad. Those are the kind of lightning strikes that when they reach the ground, they often have like that dirt explosion with them. You were looking at the photographs and lapse rates for North Kansas? Okay. So chat analysis coming through. So we can add on to that with a meteorology analysis here. A meteorologist's point of view here. From what I can see already, we have very low end moisture down there. And just a little bit of rotation, but far less than what we're seeing out ahead of these storms in south central Iowa. That actually looks pretty concerning. The wind profiles in south central Iowa are definitely supportive of tornadoes out ahead of these storms near Creston and Nebraska City. So I think we're gonna continue to see that. But yeah, what this person's talking about is there is a slight tendency for storms to rotate in northeast Kansas. But it is much, much less so than what we're watching currently produce the tornado warnings we just saw. And I think we might see another one as well. I think we're gearing up to see the next part of the storm start to rotate pretty intensely here near Shenandoah in Iowa. So I'm going to show you guys that in just a second. So thanks for looking at that. It's always nice to have multiple perspectives. I appreciate that, Dubiel. Much appreciated. Thank you, Daisy, for the support, and anyone else I may have missed. Lots of chatting. Now that we're getting into the tornado threat tonight, we've held a really good crowd here through, a bunch of the hail and so forth that's been going on. Now we're getting more into the tornadic part of the night here with storm tornado sniffer Brad Arnold. Where are you guys watching from now? Now that we're in the part that a lot of people are most interested in hearing about, which is that that really damage potential from tornadoes. So that's what we want to cover the most closely here. So I want to know where y'all are watching from now that we're starting to look at the tornado threat ramp up. Second round for Quad City is about midnight to 3 a.m. And I think it'll be less tornadic by that time. Our tornado threat, again, for those who are going to say their locations, is maximized right in here, right in this area, in the blue circle. So around Des Moines and to the south and towards Ottumwa, I think is where we're really going to see the highest chances for tornadoes. Lots of people all around the risk area. I see them all, and a lot of people outside of them. So I'm happy to be able to talk to y'all in both in and out of the risk areas. If you know people in here, or you're a weather enthusiast in general, I love to answer y'all's questions about the weather enthusiast side of things. Is Dallas gonna get hit tonight? Not too hard, but there might be some storms in the area, but we're not really focused on y'all down there. It's a very much lower end threat that's expected to wane into the night. I think I answered the Waterloo, Iowa. No. You might get some hail. Over by Peoria, storm's on your doorstep. So hopefully it's easy, easy going, and the thunder is at least a little more peaceful. Because I don't think anything bad's gonna happen over there near Peoria right now. Over there in Manhattan and Illinois, St. Cloud, yeah. Anyone in central Minnesota, northwest Wisconsin, you guys have the chance to see the aurora over the next couple hours if it does ramp up here. It might be a slightly lower end day for space weather conditions, but there is an aurora forecast for tonight. So that might be ongoing now. I haven't seen updates on it because I'm focused on this, but anyone there in central Minnesota, northwest Wisconsin has the best chance. Parts of South Dakota as well. Best chance at seeing the aurora due to limited cloud cover. Limited cloud cover. So our next area of concern for what may bring about a tornado warning if it continues to organize again is that area near Shenandoah in Iowa that I'm calling out here. I'm not sure if it's going to come together here right over Farragut and Shenandoah here, but if it does, that's the next area that I'm watching. That's rotating most closely. Maybe down here near Auburn in Nebraska as well, but I'm not certain about that one yet. Got to get some more data to support. Yeah, I finally got in on a nice thunderstorm in the Twin Cities in Minnesota a couple days ago. It's nice to have a few rumbles of thunder after 5 months of snow on the ground, right? It's definitely nice to have that. It's a change of pace. A change of pace from the boring white. Yeah, there's cloud cover for a lot of us. I'm not going to go out and see it because I'm busy streaming this, but there's also cloud cover in my area in southern Minnesota, unfortunately. So hopefully some people are able to see it, though. If you want to see the northern lights, the way to do it is to drive north of light pollution, so north of the local city, and look to the north at the same time. That's the best way to do it. Then you just do long exposures on your iPhone or your Android, and you're good to go. What is the snow thing? I don't know, man. It's gone now, though, so that's the good news. That's the good news. Yeah, I have seen the aurora in Minnesota a couple times this year already, actually. So I know I know how to do it, and I know it's not insignificant. It's very nice to be able to observe it. So I love to talk about the space weather at any time that I can. It's very cool to be able to cover that too. Very cool to be able to cover that. All right, so still waiting for more data over here. Let's go back and look into parts of Illinois just to see what's going on there with any of these storms. Yeah, there is not really anything rotating here, but pretty strong winds moving through. That's been moving through Pekin and Peoria, just like I told you guys. We saw it on the Galesburg cam a while ago. That it was just looking pretty stormy out. That's what's going to move through Peoria, and sure enough, there we go, moving right through Peoria. All right, let's look at the Chicago radar so we can get a little bit closer to some of these storms up here that have mostly stayed in the same place and are giving way to a bad flash flooding threat over here just south of the southern part of the Chicago metro. So a pretty strong hail core near Elwood. But I don't think it's dropping too large of hail. It's probably just dropping a lot of it as it mostly stays in the same place here. We can watch the loop back a little further. So this is south of Joliet. But yeah, the rest of the line is moving through here, and eventually we'll push these storms out of the way here in near the southern Chicago metro. I don't think any bad storms are going to get into the metro. Might just barely clip Joliet here, right on the southern periphery. So it shouldn't be bad. So yeah, we can watch this storm just kind of stay in the same place. It's actually moving a little bit south. So that looks like what we're expected to see for a while now. Is just these storms are training through the same areas. That's why we see that moderate risk for flash flooding, excessive rainfall, including all the way in through eastern Illinois here, south of the Chicago metro. Nah, coronal mass ejections are not going to affect the weather. Not in a way that we even know. Not in a way that we could attribute, I should say. So is anyone still in the Quad Cities? Is it really windy there still? I'm interested to know if anyone around southeast Iowa or the Quad Cities, if it's still really windy outside. I'd like to hear about that. I think it might be. Let me see if I can look this up. Look at some surface conditions there. See what's going on. Yeah, it does look like it's still pretty windy up there, yeah. I see some 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts and so forth, so you probably could still hear it up there in southeast Iowa. What's happening there are winds from the east here. So it's this outflow from the storm moving off to the east here. The winds are coming around the other direction now, right in this region, and we call that a wake low. So I think there's actually a wake low occurring here behind the storms. That's a pretty cool thing to actually see. The wind direction being shifted to the east tells me that that's probably what's happening here. So we have a local low pressure system developing back behind all this rain. Super windy in Keokuk, yeah, all the way down here. Yeah, we do have some strong winds on the backside of these storms down here that are high sustained winds, yeah. So definitely some sort of wake low actually happening back in here. It's a meteorology term for you. Something that develops on the back end of storms. Especially large storm systems like this. And it leads to some pretty windy conditions, windy responses. Even as far north as Dubuque, actually. Definitely some strong winds up there too, but the further west you go, that kind of just doesn't exist. So it's all the wind responding to the passing of storms right here in the change in pressure. Right along the Mississippi. Pretty cool thing to observe there. Shouldn't be damaging winds, it's just it's definitely a really cool, straightforward look at just how things respond in the atmosphere after storms move through. So post-storm response. Atmosphere is like, no! I got to get this thing back in gear here, back in balance. That's what it's trying to do. So yeah, the severe thunderstorm warning for Peoria and Pekin was dropped, actually. But I'm sure it's just heavy rain in the area. So let's go back to our tornadic storms here in southwest Iowa. At the moment, I don't see anything that's really going to bring about a new tornado warning. Based on this frame of data, we can also look at the Des Moines radar to get a little bit closer here to these storms that Brad Arnold is near. So Brad Arnold's near Prescott. He's moving pretty far west of Creston now. He's moving off to these storms back in here, headed towards them. His feed's right below mine in case you need to keep up with it. I've also got Caleb. Where is Caleb? Caleb is back behind Brad Arnold here, so I can bring up Caleb's name here so we have the correct update here. Caleb. Go. So Caleb's feed is in the bottom right, since Chris Hall is still all the way over here in southeastern Iowa going towards Zach Hall to pick him up. So we got Caleb over here. Let me put his name tag up. Bam, there it is. Caleb has a really good look, a couple of counties east of Brad Arnold. So Brad is west of Creston. Caleb is east of Creston and Afton over here, circling his dot right here. So, Caleb, you could see all of the lightning in the tops of the storms and the distance toward the base of the storms lighting up here very far away. So, that's Caleb's point of view right now towards these storms off in the distance, looking west here. So, lots of lightning activity there. Lots and lots of lightning there. Electrically active storms. So no tornado warnings for a while now. That's good news. But we're watching closely to see as these storms move through south central Iowa. I am pretty concerned about the atmosphere in place there. I think it is. I think it definitely will lead to some more tornado warnings tonight. Over the next few hours, in particular, is when I'm most concerned. So it looks like this storm that was approaching western Omaha Metro is mostly falling apart here. Maybe still a little bit more hail here northwest of Lincoln. So maybe Omaha is not going to get in on much hail at all. We'll see if they keep going over there. But Omaha might be out of most of the storms today. Might be in the clear. I know we've been talking about y'all over there in Omaha, so. If it does turn out that no storms are going to move through the area, and they've stayed mostly to your south and east, and then that's good news for the metro up there. So we'll continue to monitor that. St. Joseph, you got quite a few hours before the storms get to you. Just a couple now, probably. And I think they're probably going to reach you over there. We've got several storms that will attempt to persist through the night that are generally going to move in this direction, maybe clipping Kansas City and St. Joseph here into northwest Missouri. Yeah, if you're in the Chicago metro, south of Joliet, or north of Joliet, so basically all of the metro, you guys are fine. No, I've not seen sprites yet. That's something I want to see when I go storm chasing, starting next week. Actually, it's getting really close, so that's something I definitely want to try to see. I'd like to be in a heat burst. I'd like to see sprites, and of course, I've never seen a tornado in person, so that is one of the goals there. A few goals to try to accomplish on the storm chasing trip. Thankfully, I've got a nice weather instrument from our friends over there at Weather Flow that Ryan often talks about and promotes on his videos. Here's one of their instruments that records the temperature and so forth live there. So you get the wind speed through the anemometer here at the top, and then it also records the temperature and the dew point. I'm pretty sure it's quite a few different variables here. Communicates with the app on your phone. So I'm going to have that out there in the field. If I do go through a heat burst, this is the first thing I'm going to pull out of my pocket and try to observe the change with a graph of temperature change. That would be really cool. Hail piles in Iowa City still going strong. Wow. I might not want to see a tornado in person. I might not. But the goal is, in my opinion, I think it's valuable to be a meteorologist that covers storms like this in this capacity, talking to you guys. I think having the perspective of seeing what one can do in person is additive to the overall thing that I do here. I think it's a good outlook to have to understand physically what's going on and see it in progress. It adds a little bit more oomph to the humanity aspect because I know what they can do because I've seen it in real time with my own eyes. I was there in the moment, so I think that's important to cover. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I want to be out there, just so that I have the full gist of it. A heat burst occurs when temperatures at the surface rise really rapidly because there is a thunderstorm that is dying, essentially. It dies out, all the air kind of falls out of the thunderstorm, and as it goes toward the surface, it compresses and warms as a result. So it's a focused area of warming from a dying thunderstorm. It's really hard to predict and get into the right place for it. So I definitely want to see one of those or be in one of those. It's really interesting to me. But it can raise the temperature like 20 degrees at night. Could go from 70 to 90 degrees at midnight. So it's a very interesting phenomenon. Are you looking in Linnaeus and Brookfield? I think the tornado threat is definitely way further north than Bethany, Missouri, and all the areas that experienced a tornado down here or a tornado-warned storm down here. The primary risk for tornadoes is much further north in this area, Osceola, and up to Des Moines right now. So, but you will probably get in on some storms later tonight. Over the next few hours, you see this area of storms back in here that is moving through, and these ones that are moving through south central Iowa. So you're going to get in on storms, but I think they're going to be focused on wind and hail down here in northern Missouri. As far south as St. Joseph, maybe Chillicothe will get in on some, and possibly clipping Kansas City Metro. No confirmed tornadoes from the Storm Prediction Center site, but we have had one confirmed tornado warning briefly earlier on in the day. So the current tornado report is sitting at 1 now, which was in Floyd County in Indiana. But that was 14 hours ago, so it was in the morning time. So none of the storms that are currently ongoing have produced a tornado, or any in the most recent hours during this stream. So that was in the morning. I think we're getting to see our next. I think we're going to see our next chance at tornado genesis here. More rotation is wrapping up in several spots here in southwest Iowa. Page County in particular has a couple of storms that are beginning to rotate more directly again. So currently during our tornado event, we haven't seen a report yet, but those can be delayed, of course. Brad Arnold is getting in perfect position out ahead of these storms that I'm thinking about here. So here's our rotation right now. That's beginning to develop north of Clarinda, right around Hepburn. So this area right here is going to start rotating, I believe. It's this part of the storm that, you can kind of see the classic supercell shape in here. So if this juts out a little bit more forward, the bottom part of it begins to hook forward. We can see that be tornado warned. And then down here near Shenandoah that I've been focusing on, we kind of have that jutting out going on right now. It's a little bit disorganized, but we could see some rotation right in this area via the winds on the right side of the screen. So both of these areas, I think, are actively developing. Those will be our next foci, however you pronounce it, for maybe our next tornado warning. But all of the rest of these storms actually do still have the chance to do it. So maybe this one down here near Summerfield on the Kansas-Nebraska border, Pawnee City. We could see this rotate enough to produce a warning. That will require some close watching. It's basically equidistant from Topeka and Omaha radars, so I don't have a good look at it right now. But if there is a warning over here for Pawnee County in Nebraska, then that would make sense to me. It looks like this storm is trying to rotate pretty directly here. But again, we're looking really far up in the storm. Alright, so Brad Arnold's getting in position. The storms are about half an hour out from him, a county away, headed towards Taylor County and Iowa here, for anyone over there. We also have this storm here that's kind of garbled on this radar. Let's see if Des Moines has a better look at it. Kind of, but it doesn't really seem like it has much going on here near Creston and near Prescott. So I think these two areas of rotation that are developing are my primary concern right now. Next frame of data coming in. It definitely looks like it's going to try to do something here near Hepburn. So what we have going on right here is some actually pretty strong convergence right here near Hepburn. So this part of the winds are moving really quickly this direction right here in the pink. So these are moving this direction. And then in the lighter green showing up here, they're beginning to accelerate this direction. So when they come together like this, we call that convergence, literally the coming together of winds from two different parts of the storm. And what this can do is begin to rotate like this. So right now they're pushing into each other. When they meet up in the center, they're going to have rising air. But they could start to push together here to rotate. So convergence often is before rotation. So this signature right here is actually pretty concerning near Hepburn. So we'll see how this develops in the near term. I could see this definitely becoming the next rotating storm that would
Hey, Andy, it's Caleb. Whenever you have a second.
cause a tornado warning. Okay, so we got Storm Chaser Caleb. Let's talk to Caleb. Whoa. Yeah, let's see if I can get this to work. No, Caleb, I need your connection. I need connection to Caleb. He's got to have a little bit more service. I have his thing coming through here, so let me try him again here. All right. Let's see if I can get Caleb coming through. Yeah, Zach Hall is okay. Chris Hall is going to pick up Zach Hall, and no, they are not related. Where's Mr. Midas Kitty? He's asleep on a pillow just over there. He's doing all right tonight. Yeah, Caleb, go ahead. Sorry, I was having troubles reaching you there. There we go.
Hey, I'm just looking at this storm directly to my west, just above Creston. It looks like we may have a developing wall cloud right now. I'm not sure if Brad also has views on that, but I'm zoomed in on it right now.
Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, Brad's further southwest. He's getting in position for the storms closer to Clarinda and Page County over to the west. So definitely a good look over there near Creston. Appreciate that. Okay, so Caleb's out. Caleb's out here. Here's his dot right here in this blue circle. So again, we have that, and his stream's in the bottom right there. So he's seeing what could be an updraft base or a developing wall cloud on top or below that updraft base. So this part of the storm that's rising and rotating here, again, all I can see is very weak rotation around Creston. So it could be a developing cloud here, but I don't think it's going to imminently produce a tornado right now in around Creston, so in Iowa. So we should be okay there for now. Again, the storms that I'm most concerned with are further south and west, but this leading supercell still has a good chance at ingesting some really nice unstable air that's not been modified for quite some time. We don't have other storms moving through and sucking up all the juice over here. So yeah, every frame of data is important over here for Southwest Iowa here. I really want to see what happens next. Really want to see what happens next over here. So on this next scan, I think, I don't know, I don't see anything really different here. Still two areas of broad rotation here near Yorktown and Clarinda in Page County. And this area up here that's still got convergence associated with it, but hasn't begun yet to rotate very rapidly, which would happen right up here, north of Hepburn. So I'm still looking at the same solution here. Let's see if we can look at what Caleb is seeing there. See what Caleb's feed looks like here. This is Caleb, not Chris Hall. Let's see if lightning will illuminate what cloud feature he's looking at there. I can kind of see something right in the center of the frame. It might be a very small wall cloud, or it might just be a little bit of scud beneath the cloud, or a scary looking cloud. You guys have heard that one before, scary looking cloud. So Storm Chaser Caleb here. Oh, there we go. I got it. We have some sort of something down in the center there. It looks a little bit disconnected to me. Each time the lightning lights it up there, it kind of looks a little bit disconnected, but just some clouds hanging out below the base of the storm here. So again, this is a look at around Creston, Iowa. The storm is very weakly rotating right now, so I don't think it is going to produce a tornado anytime soon, but if it ramps up, then we've got Caleb's look at it. I will tell the people in central Illinois that there is going to be heavy rain and lightning. Hopefully that helps. The tornado threat over there is much, much lower. The threat for severe weather is mostly to do with flash flooding. That's what I'm concerned with, y'all. So don't go driving in central Illinois. That's my update. St. Louis, it's going to take some time for the storms to get to you, but yeah, in the morning, there's probably going to be storms in the vicinity. Yeah, quite the night show here. And trying to look at these clouds, trying to suss out anything that might be going on here. And we could see a very small rotating organized cloud here. right below the base of the storm. So not sure if that's what I can't. It's hard to tell. The lightning only illuminates parts of it at a time. So I think we could actually see the connected base here and maybe a small wall cloud right in the center of it. That might be what's going on if there is anything there. If there is anything there. All right, so good look from Storm Chaser Caleb there. Again, that's for the storm right near Creston, Iowa, right here. So Caleb's way out ahead of it, looking pretty far into the storm here. That's what that storm looks like on radar and what it looks like from a Storm Chaser's perspective here. So even if we don't have a developing tornado or tight rotation here near Clarinda in Iowa, what we do have are some pretty powerful winds jutting out of the storm right here across this blue arrow. So this line or this area of tan here is 65 mile an hour wind gusts, possibly up to 70 miles an hour right here where we're scanning it. So winds are moving quickly this direction in this part of the storm. So it's a very dynamic storm, and if it does start to rotate something together, something wraps together there, it's definitely got the strength to do something bad there that we don't want to see. And still waiting for rotation to develop right here near Hepburn. I don't know if it will manage to succeed, but it would happen right up here. So what you're seeing down here is actually anticyclonic. This is not rotating the classic direction for a tornado to occur there. North central Indiana, some rain, flash flooding risk. You guys should be fine beyond that, so just don't go driving tonight. North Iowa, I think you're all right. The extension of the severe weather that might reach all the way up towards Ames and to the north up here is really going to be some hail if it does fall. So we do have this hail report that just showed up near Waverly. So for the person who was asking about Waterloo earlier, there's your hailstorms developing. Verification ongoing right there. Hopefully not too large of hail, but some of it could be a little bit large. I'm just drinking some water with Mio in it, guys. You ever tried the water flavoring? I don't know if Caleb's on Radar Omega. I don't think so. Southeast Nebraska, yeah, we're looking at it right now. I don't see anything too immediate of a threat here. I was looking at the Pawnee City storm. That's the only one I'm really concerned with here in southeast Nebraska. Other than that, though, nothing is too concerning. These storms up here near Omaha are just hailstorms. So yeah, Des Moines is right on the northern border of these storms that are concerning. I think they might try to stay to your south as they move off to the east here. So we'll see if Des Moines gets in on one of these strong storms, but right now it does look like they're mostly staying a little bit south of Des Moines. Tennessee looks fine. Might have some rain and thunder. I think that's about it over there, though. Oh yeah, we should take a look at the Texas storms, see how those are doing down there. So we still have this one storm in Crockett County. It's moved very slowly, but this was dropping baseball-size hail in the southwest part of the state. All other severe thunderstorm warnings have expired. We just have some flash flood warnings around the Abilene, Texas area, so don't drive through flooded waters, please, in these areas of Abilene, Texas. But yeah, for what's going toward the DFW metro tonight, it's just a bunch of rain and probably some lightning. But looks like the slight risk did all right down there. Just some hailstorms through the evening, and then we're just about done with that. So that's good news. Good news down there. All right, let's take one peek at our North Kansas storms just to see if they're still going strong as they approach areas and see if we do get development for storms that would happen and impact Topeka and Kansas City and St. Joseph. I think these storms might be able to make it into northwest Missouri, and they might just clip some of these areas over here right along Interstate 29. So we'll see if that does happen around St. Joseph. But at the moment, the risk is the thing that I want to cover the most is definitely way further north in South Iowa. Chicago's fine. Just don't drive through flooded waters if there is a storm on the southern part of the metro for y'all. But it's going to be pretty far south. So there's that new warning for Kansas coming in. So these storms are still packing a punch here as they move across Highway 81 through north central Kansas. So if they last another few hours, then they will be the ones that go into northwest Missouri. Not as tornadic, though. Not posing as nowhere close to as much of a tornado threat as the ones that we're looking at right now. But again, I do want to reiterate that for all the storms that we're seeing right now in southwest Iowa, these are expected to be on the lower end of tornado potential. We're not going to see a tornado outbreak today, and we haven't. That was never the expectation. But there could be a few warnings that come through, and they already have, so the expectation is right on track. Right on track. North central Indiana is fine. Just don't drive through flooded waters if the storms are right over you. For those wondering, again, for what we're going to cover today, this is it on Radar Omega. The updated tornado outlook from the Storm Prediction Center is in the green and the brown here. If you're not in this area, the storms that I'm covering today are not going to do much of anything that I'm concerned with. So besides flash flooding, I am concerned with flash flooding. If anything does happen over here in Tennessee, there is a chance for flash flooding as multiple storms go through the area through the night. But again, if you're watching for like the severe weather or the tornado part of this, it's all going to be right up in here through the night. So this was shifted just a bit south here, so maybe Chillicothe is still right on the edge of higher tornado potential. So we're thinking about Chillicothe. We're thinking about the area that was impacted yesterday near Linneus in Missouri. We're thinking about Kirksville. And of course, all the areas all the way east into southeast Iowa again, maybe just southwest of Davenport for tornado potential. But again, this is still a slight risk for tornadoes. The bigger risk today is a wind and hail from these storms, and they're definitely verifying that, which is why this is a severe weather outbreak. If you're in Chicago, you're fine. Yeah, let me talk about the storm wobbling thing. I have no idea why so many people will even know about that, besides some conspiracy YouTuber guy. Like, that is just so aggravating because it's one software, one program that the news stations use, and it's really buggy. I would never want to use it, but they have contracts to use that stuff, and on the news, it just had a bug with it. If you checked any other radar app or anything, it was completely fine. And it kind of disgusts me that someone would make a video out of that and, try to scare people with that. It literally means nothing. But people do that, I guess. So yeah, if you heard about the wobbling radar or whatever, it's so dumb. It is so dumb. So dumb. I cannot believe that has garnered more than 10 people that looked at it. So that's a bug specifically with WSI Max, in case you're wondering about the program. Radar Scope, Radar Omega, this program, DR2 Analyst, the products the National Weather Service uses, nothing happened. We didn't even know it was a thing until, the news made a story about it. Like, what on earth? What on earth? Speaking in the early morning hours, the severe threat should be, with these storms as they move through south central Iowa and southeast Iowa, once they're past the Mississippi, it looks like the threat for severe weather is going to decrease rapidly. So once they get over here for another round, the threat is not severe weather, but more flash flooding. Flash flooding. Yeah, we're talking about weather. South and North Carolina, I ain't got no idea. We're focused up here. I think you guys are okay. There's no risk outlined over there, so I think it's fine. If you see a spare flash of lightning with any storms over there, that would be pretty cool. I wish that was up here. Thank you for the support, y'all. Yeah, so hopefully that helps shed some light on whatever people think about that. You can pass that information along to anyone who wants to make a video on wobbling radar. That's so silly. It makes me laugh as a meteorologist. Anything for DFW? Nope. I think it's going to dissipate by the time it reaches you. Maybe some spare rumbles of thunder. Peoria, did you get in on the heavy rain already? So these storms are going to reach you maybe at 5 a.m. or after 5 a.m. Central. Eventually they'll make it over here, but yeah, I think you've already gone through the windstorm that just went through there. There's some tree limbs down. Tree across a power pole. Yeah, so wind damage is what is expected to go through now Bloomington. Maybe through Springfield, the central Illinois vicinity here. Looks like wind damage. Ohio, you're fine. If you get some storms, they're not gonna be severe. Appreciate it, Shane. Nope, no risk besides thunderstorms in Nashville except flash flooding. Flash flooding. Same is true for Indiana. We may see the storms redevelop tomorrow in southern Indiana, western Kentucky. There's a slight risk in place for y'all, but it's lower end hail and wind. So you might have some trees in the road. That's what's probably going to happen over there. In western Kentucky, northwest Tennessee, Jonesboro, Arkansas, southern Illinois, southeastern Missouri, and St. Louis. There might be some leaves in the road for when the windstorm does pass through your area. Not expected to be anything super dramatic, though. Appreciate the support. Thank you, Marie. Thank you, guys. Much appreciated. Let's see if we've got any more storms here that are looking like they're going to spin up a tornado. Let's see what we got here. I mean, I don't really see anything. So we had those 2 warnings back in southwest Iowa over here earlier in this vicinity. And since then, these storms have, come together in a line. They're less than discrete. So bunch of hail and wind is really what they're carrying right now. They have the potential to become tornadic, though, as we go through the night. But unfortunately, you guys know it well. You know what we're going to do. We're going into the radar hole. The good old radar hole. It's going to happen again. So we're right smack in the middle of it here as we go into North Missouri, South Iowa. So it's going to be very difficult to see if there is like some very tight rotation. So Brad Arnold is going to be a valuable resource right here in Taylor County in Iowa. Valuable resource right here as the storms approach him from the west. So you can see those off in the distance, both from Caleb near Creston and Brad Arnold near Clarinda in Iowa. But they are in a radar hole, which is why storm chasers are a valuable resource. Something I am really happy to be able to work with them for streams like this where we just don't have good data. So because we're in the radar hole, I do want to remind y'all that if we do have tornado warnings anywhere out ahead of this, from Osceola south and to northern Missouri here, right along the state border, if there are tornado warnings out ahead of this line of storms back in here, more than likely, if we're far away enough from the radar, they are going to be preventative tornado warnings, is what I like to call them. Preventative warnings mean we are far from the radar. We can see rotation in the storm. It's very high up in the storm. We don't know what's happening at the surface, directly. We don't know what's happening in the lower part of the storm with all of the data that we're able to look at. So if there is rotation and storm chasers see, the base of the cloud and so forth, they will issue preventative tornado warnings for this to make sure that people take shelter in case something does happen and we can't immediately see it on radar. So that's why that happens. So that's a preventative warning. And they are important. You're near Clarinda? Yep, the storm's just about over top of you, so it's going to start getting loud. Thank you, Cosmo, for the support. Much appreciated. There in Fremont County, yep, you're almost through it. You're almost through it, and that should be the gist of it tonight as you go through the back end here. Almost through it there in Fremont County. Happy to help you through it. Thank you, Christopher, for the support. Yeah, for anyone who likes the word bust, I mean, this is a slight tornado risk. It's definitely verifying with all the wind and hail damage reports. So, I don't think it's a bust of anything at all. Is Lincoln, Nebraska good? Looking good, yeah, looking good. You might get in on some heavier rain if a pocket of heavier rain does move through your area, but I think it looks like Omaha and Lincoln are really going to be okay tonight. We got just pockets of that heavier rain trying to move over the city of Omaha right now, the southern metro through Sarpy County. But they're less than severe right now. We just have this one little guy that's probably going to peter out here. That's dropping some hail far west of Omaha. Thank you, 217 Outdoors. Any tornadoes today? None during the stream. We had one confirmed warning, but it remains to be seen what damage that did. It was definitely very brief though, and it was wrapped in hail. It was a hail-wrapped tornado, not a rain-wrapped tornado. Hail-wrapped. You ever heard of that before? Pretty interesting stuff. If you're in St. Joseph, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. You've been through much worse before in St. Joseph. That's what I'd say. Macomb, you've been through most of the worst today. Over there in Macomb. I think you're all right. But another round of storms will make a way over there. So we had some tree limbs down here from the windstorm that moved through. Same is going to be true for a lot of these areas south of the Chicago metro. So it looks like this is verifying quite well. Some possible wind damage all through here. Champaign-Urbana probably going to get in on wind damage, just like Peoria did, and like Bloomington is right now. So that severe thunderstorm warning near Tupelo in Mississippi was actually upgraded. So we can take a look at that, actually. Let's bring a radar over there. I have 7 radar sites and chat open at the same time. All right, let's see what this warning was upgraded for here in northeast Missouri. One isolated cell up here that is definitely dropping some larger hail. You don't see this too often in the Gulf states here, but from time to time we can get some golf ball size hail here. And this is north and east of Tupelo. This is going to go towards Tishomingo and east of Boonville, I think. Just a random severe thunderstorm, soaking up the most of the juice in the local atmosphere here, and managing to drop up to golf ball size hail here. It's a little bit of a hailstorm. Very, very small. Alright, let's see. Let's look at the Des Moines radar, see if this storm's doing anything here near Caleb. Not really, no. Just looks like a mess. Not any tight rotation in any of these storms here near Creston and approaching Interstate 35 from the west here. Nothing tight in there yet. And our radar hole is coming through here. So yeah, I don't see anything in the near term that would be tornado warned in any of these storms. So if something does come through, it's going to be that preventative warning more than likely. But we can look at the Nebraska-Kansas state line here real quick. I have so many different radar sites open. Let's see. So down here from this radar, it doesn't look too concerning, but the storm's definitely rotating near east of Maryville, Kansas. Thank you, Bloodwire. Anything in Oklahoma tonight or tomorrow? Tonight, no. Not really. I don't think so. Tomorrow, there's a marginal risk. I think if any storms do form, they would just be some strong thunderstorms. But nothing particular about that risk that I can see right now. Alright, so the storm is rotating here near Beatty. Beatty. Oh, great. in Kansas here. 2-inch hail did fall in Maryville from the storm, so lots of hailstorms down here.
Andy, you got a copy on this?
All right, let's see what Chris has to say. What's up, Chris?
It's actually Zach Hall. Chris came and rescued me from Mount Pleasant after my accident. He said you were concerned. I just want to let you know I'm all right. He's taking me home, so.
Oh yeah, I should have recognized there. Yeah, I knew you guys were meeting together there. He was telling me about that. Glad to hear you're okay though. Yep, we were concerned about you over here, so it's good to hear that that happened. And like you know, and like we all know in the stream, the most dangerous part of storm chasing is the other people driving, for sure. So sorry you had to go through that today. That's Zach Hall letting us know he's okay. Much later, once Chris picked him up, he came over Chris's feet. So I was like, "What? Oh yeah, that's right." So unfortunately, he did get in an accident today from a person who wasn't even a chaser, just ran a stop sign. But he is okay. That was Zach Hall. All right, all right. So and I'm not seeing any storms that are gonna warrant a tornado warning right now. This is good news. So let's hang out, chat. Let's hang out while we're looking at this. One more look over here, southwest Iowa. I don't see anything that is going to make a tornado warning come through right now. We just got Storm Chaser Brad Arnold and Caleb looking at the lightning from these storms as they approach from the west. So Storm Chaser's out ahead of the thing right here in the blue circles here. But yeah, I think now we're just hanging out. While we wait and see if these storms do intensify, we've got a few more hours from here on into south central Iowa where things look concerning. Storms could become tornadic, so we're not done whatsoever, but we got to hang out while we wait here. Hang out while we wait here. You did lose power in Macomb. Is it back now though? Yeah, that windstorm moved through. Definitely gets some power outages going for sure. Or some brief instances of power flickering. Memphis, Tennessee? Fine. Heavy rain in Creston? Yeah, I imagine. Abilene, Texas is good. Flash flooding to your west. Southern Tennessee? Yeah, you've been able to go to sleep. Serious storm in Kokomo? It's just a strong storm. I'm not sure if there's a severe thunderstorm over there or not. But we can take a look if there's any warnings. There are not. So it's just some heavy rain. Same is true here in northwest Indiana. Wind storms are going to move through and deteriorate with time up here. Tornado cake. Interesting. Nebraska can go to bed. For the most part, unless you're in the southeast tip of the state. And you still got some storms that are going to keep you up if you try. Yeah, anyone in central Illinois might get in on some wind. I'm not going to say anything more than that. Like, these storms are just going to be heavy rain and wind right in here. Same up here, maybe some hail. That is going to be the case. Fort Worth? Yeah, I think you guys in Dallas-Fort Worth are fine. The storms have all kind of lost their mojo down there. Any severe threat for tomorrow? It looks like this area in general is going to have a severe threat tomorrow, right around here, western Kentucky, southern Illinois, southern Indiana, but it's going to be very much lower end. Definitely not worthy of a stream. Definitely not requiring a stream tomorrow. Lower end. Just some small wind and some hail. Yeah, lots of wind with these, lots of heavy rain. Sounds all good to y'all, yeah. Can weather enthusiasts go to sleep? I think they're most interested in the south central Iowa risk, actually. So if they want to go to sleep, yeah, but they might want to see how the storm does develop if they are weather enthusiasts. Yeah, let's see what Caleb's looking at there. Some cloud off in the distance. I think he stopped on the road there. I can't tell if he's driving or not. We can see what he's looking at here. Oh, what on earth? Oop. Okay, there we go. There we go. So this is what Caleb was looking at. He's turning around now. Right when I panned over to the stream. And we got Brad Arnold. Also frozen. Nice. Storm Chaser doing good right now. Whoops. There we go. Storm Chaser doing good right now. Waiting to see what happens here in southwest Iowa. Let's go back over there. Next scan of data from the radar. Again, still not seeing anything in particular besides possible preventative tornado warnings, but right now nothing looks seriously concerning over here in the tri-state area. Even as far south as Kansas. Just looks like some strong wind and hailstorms right now. I think Kansas City will get hit tonight. You might get clipped. Might get clipped. I don't think it'll be too bad, though. Yes, you can go to sleep in Alabama and Tennessee. Clearing skies in St. Paul. Yeah, we could talk about the space weather. The aurora chance today, again, for anyone who's just joining. Georgia, it's just a springtime storm. There's not even a severe risk down there. Kokomo, it's heavy rain. No severe thunderstorm over there. Keokuk, yeah, you got more rain headed towards you. I'm concerned about flash flooding. So yeah, the space weather thing tonight. There is a chance at the aurora happening tonight. For our space weather fans, any aurora chasers in central Minnesota, northwest Wisconsin, I think we'll have the best chance at seeing the aurora without any clouds in the area. Definitely looks maybe a lot less cloudy. Yeah, still pretty cloudy in southern Minnesota, so you're probably going to have to go up to central Minnesota to see the aurora here. It's going to be a brief window since there's a lot of clouds around. So only a few people are going to get to see it here. But if you have clear skies and you're in those states, you should try going out and see the aurora. All you have to do is position north of a city so you don't have any light pollution and look north. And then you could see the aurora if you take some long exposure shots with your iPhone. Connecticut, maybe, if there's no clouds, but I think there's a lot of clouds over there. In the northeast, unfortunately. So let's play this back some so you can see how these storms have developed over time. What we're looking at right now. Tennessee is fine. Illinois, yeah, you're going to be fine. Storms eventually will make their way over to you again, so it's going to be that flash flooding risk coming through, but that's in the early morning. Kirksville, I'm not so sure about Kirksville because these storms will be strong when they reach Chillicothe and Kirksville. So St. Joseph through Kirksville might be a little bit of concerns. What I'd advise for everybody in these areas right here for northern Missouri and also up here to south central Iowa, what I would advise is that you guys have a way to wake up to warnings. So if you are going to go to sleep in these blue circles here, you do have to have a way to wake up to warnings, just so you can make sure you're fine when they come through your area. Fairfield, isn't the storm right on your doorstep? I don't think you're going to be able to sleep with that. They're not dancing up. What? The chat with these dancing storms. What are you talking about? What is going on with y'all? They're not really dancing at all. They're just moving around. Winds are pushing them in different directions here, blowing them every which way. Is that actually a dust storm warning? Dust storm. Let me see if I can see that on radar scope here. Was there a dust storm warning again in central Illinois? That's very interesting. It might have expired. But yeah, I guess there was some blowing dust there. And the reason that happens, we saw that earlier, but with these windy storms here, there was some dust reported right in here. This is from farmers planting a bunch of topsoil. All at the same time in this area. So when a windy storm comes through, it's actually going to blow a lot of that topsoil out and all over the place because so many different farms have all tilled their topsoil at the same time. So if there is a lot of dust right in this area and out ahead of this windstorm, that's the reason why that's happening. Yeah, it's going to be south of I-80, Kalen, definitely. I don't know if it'll develop north. Right now, it looks like it's going to stay south of I-80. So hopefully Des Moines is in the clear, but you might get in on some hail and wind. I don't know, Voho. South Minnesota seeing a tornado is hard to tell, but we actually already saw one in southwest Minnesota yesterday. Or more than one. Abilene's fine, just don't drive through flooded waters. Since there were some flash flood warnings in the area. It's the Midwesterners who are very impatient with these storms, I say. Indiana is going to be okay. The risk tomorrow is not worth streaming. If I were live, or if this was the risk today, was these storms moving into Indiana and so forth, I would not be live today. The reason I'm live is these storms back here. They are much stronger, and the tornado threat is much more localized, much higher right in this area. Tornado threat over here, 0, just about. Very, very low end. So you're concerned about wind, hail, and flooding. It's yes, let's go, Jack. Thank you for the support, Rapid. So yeah, that's for everyone in Illinois. Adams County, yep, Quincy. The storms will eventually make it to you in the early morning. They might wake you up. Lincoln, yeah, I think so. I think you'll be able to sleep. So we're just hanging out now, for the most part, while we watch South Central Iowa. Hanging out now to see if anything becomes of these storms that's, some tight rotation, something that we definitely would see a tornado warning coming through for. But right now, maybe the closest threat would be down here near Humboldt in Nebraska. So right in the southeastern tip of the state here. Maybe that would be tornado warned because we have that rotation right in here on the right side of your screen, but it's broad. It's in a part of the storm that isn't too well defined here versus like this supercell back down here. This is much more well defined. So if something does come through here, I mean, it would be because of this signature, but I'm not sure if that would be warned. Northwest Iowa, you're fine. I'm in the Twin Cities in Minnesota right now. So let's watch the evolution of these storms. Since we have not had a conversation, but instead we have had locations. So let's watch the evolution. Find yourself on the map so that you know what's going to happen here. And again, I'm focused on this area in particular here on Radar Omega. This is our tornado threat here from the Storm Prediction Center in the green and brown. Particularly the brown is a 5% chance. So as we go through the night here, you can see all the storms have begun to come together there, right in this area. This is where we are right now, just about. And it's going to look like this as we go through the morning. So right about western Illinois here at about 3 a.m., 2 to 3 a.m., the storms might get to you. And this looks like a damaging wind threat right here. We've got that bow shape to it. So if this is how the storm progresses, and we have that bow shape to it as it goes through Quincy, northeast Missouri here, that's where we could see some damaging wind threats. Possibly some spin-up tornadoes. So that would be, again, 3 a.m., 2 to 3 a.m. when it actually finally gets there for you. I think in these cases, these storms tend to go a little bit faster than the model says they will. So I think it might get to you an hour earlier, maybe an hour and a half earlier. But yeah, that would be that would be by far the only concerning part of the storm for a severe threat is right out ahead of this, wherever it bows out for wind. It's primarily a wind threat here. So for St. Louis, that would be 5 a.m. Central. And the rest of everyone up here is in that flash flood concern because this is just a bunch of heavy rain. So it looks like our severe threat will transition to the south from up here and go down this direction. Yeah, I think so. With this model date, I think Cedar Rapids would be, mostly done. Some storms might pop up before it just turns into mostly rain for a while. Steady rain. Might see some hailstorms, but no, nothing more than hail. Nothing more than hail. So that's a look ahead. Thanks to Radar Omega for giving me a really good way to look at that. Oops. Really good way to look at that through radar Omega. Thank you, Candace, though. You saw Mammatus clouds? That's dope. I'm glad you were able to see those. That's pretty cool. So from the Des Moines radar, we saw this severe thunderstorm warning upgraded here near Eldora, New Providence, since we had a golf ball size hail report north and east of Des Moines. So that's really the gist of any storms up here. These are hailstorms right up in here moving through this area. So anything that gets to Des Moines, it looks like it's just going to be a hailstorm for the most part. Anyone in here. What chasers besides Brad and Caleb? I've got Chris Hall, and I had Zach Hall before you unfortunately had to deal with a common person traffic accident, but he is currently chasing with Chris now, being picked up from them. And I don't know where they're going. I guess they're going back to the west, yeah. Guess they're headed back towards Ottawa here, and might try to intercept some of these storms for the night. What is Lake County, Indiana? A county in northwest Indiana. That's what that is. What's the overnight threat looking like? Much lower. Can you see the aurora from Pierce, Nebraska, if it's not cloudy? Possibly, yeah. Nebraska could definitely see it. As long as it's not cloudy in parts of Nebraska, but I think that clouds are probably overspread a lot of the state, unfortunately. Iowa City, I don't know. I think it... Ottumwa? Thank you. If you type it in on Google, the lady says Ottumwa. So somebody better fix that pretty soon. Type in Ottumwa pronunciation. She'll say it wrong. Somebody's got to fix that, man. Where are the pronunciation people? They're all in the chat. Why aren't they all harassing Google to fix these things, you know? We're using all the resources we got. I looked it up and looked through like 15 resources to see if anything would pronounce it correctly. It's all down to the people who live here. They give us the best information, because Google is wrong. Thank you, Joanna, for the support. I appreciate it. Yes, Radar O'Reilly is from there. Indeed. Ottumwa. Okay, got it. Ottumwa. That's better. Yeah, Google lady. What's Springfield, Illinois look like? Some windstorm is possible to move through there. I'm most interested actually in the wake low in the area. So that's going to bring some consistent winds. It's still really windy in the Quad Cities area, right where that wake low is developed. So if we take a look at that, we go over here. These storms passed through the Quad Cities area quite some time ago, but on the back end of them right here, we have strong winds from the east now. So strong winds are still moving in this direction, and that's a response to what happens on the backside of storm systems like this. It's called a wake low pressure system right in here. That's giving way to like 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts for the Quad Cities, all the way down south to Burlington, Keokuk, and even as far north as Dubuque a little while ago. But that has since deteriorated over there. Now we just have strong outflow up here in, into DeKalb County, up through Rockford. So just windy. So a lot of surface winds, and I definitely like to include the surface winds. And the reason why you guys are seeing a bunch of these strong surface winds is because of the wake low. So that's a new meteorology term for a lot of you probably. You don't get to see that too often or be able to talk about it too confidently. But yeah, this definitely looks like something like that. So we'll see if it does. We'll see if it does actually concentrate into an actual low pressure system. When something like that does develop, it can form what's called an MCV, mesoscale convective vortex, which is the spinning part of the storm that keeps it going in that line out ahead of it. So interesting stuff there. Dust storm warning was in effect here for all the tilled topsoil. Once again, once this windy part of the storm moved through central eastern Illinois here. to the north of Champaign-Urbana, but the wind is extending down south through Bloomington and blowing a lot of the topsoil out here. And that's why we saw some dust storm warnings too. So lots of different things happening today in weather terminology. Yep, just a bunch of flash flood warnings down here through Springfield, so it's going to be pretty stormy there for a while. I don't know. I don't think the dust storm will get up to Chicago. I think it's definitely concentrated down here with this severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, mud storm warning now. True. Very true. Kansas City might be clipped by some of the storms coming in from the west. It'll be wind and hail for y'all. What cell is Brad on? It's a good question. His feed is working again. That's good. I was able to get him back. Brad is over here. He is in Maryville, Missouri now. He's moving fast. I think he's going to try to see what this storm over here near Schubert in Nebraska is going to do. He's out ahead of this one. Here's Brad Arnold right here, tip of the arrow, in Maryville. And this storm in particular is going toward him. So I think he's interested in this one, and quite possibly even the one further south here, right along the Kansas-Nebraska border. Pawnee City again, another round of storms moving through that area. So he's probably interested in these two down here. He sees these radar returns and he's like, ooh, those look a lot better than much of what's happening up here into south central Iowa. And I would be inclined to agree with him. Yeah, some storms trying to pop up back here through southeast Nebraska still. So let's take a look at what's going on here. Just to see if Omaha will actually get in on any storms or if Lincoln will get in on any storms. And it's possible that it could actually be a little bit stormy here, but I don't know. I don't think we're going to get much in the way of a severe storm in particular. So we'll see how this develops right here. If this all comes together, then it could form into a severe storm for Lincoln, dropping a little bit more heavy rain and some hail there. And that would impact Omaha down the line as well. So far, y'all have been able to avoid most of the severe weather here in the Omaha metro. So, Lincoln as well, so we'll see if that changes. Yeah, Brad the tornado sniffer. Brad Arnold said he is heading to Kansas City for a motel. I see. All right, well, we'll see if that remains true. Right now he's looking at the lightning. So he'll probably keep going south for the motel, yeah. But on the way, he can look at these storms here, which is what I think he is going to do. So through St. Joseph, does look like the storms will reach there. This storm is kind of jetting south here, and that means that if it persists, it is going to give some stormy weather to Topeka and Kansas City down the line here, too, over the next couple hours. So does look like that might be the case. Osceola, thank you. Yeah, Frank, I know they're talking about Dutch since I saw the video. I didn't watch it, obviously. I didn't want to give a view to that because that's just stupid. Unfortunately, the wobbling radar is nothing concerning. It's literally just a software bug for one program called WSI Max. Oh, it's so funny. I don't know what to do to stop stuff like that because the dude's definitely going to make a video on it to make money off of it on YouTube. That should be your concern, is that he's making money off of just telling you the radar is wobbling. Who cares? Like, it's just a software bug. Listen to a meteorologist. Goodness gracious, man. Listen to a meteorologist, not that. So let that be a word of advice from yours truly. Yeah, happy to help in Northwest Missouri. Starting to get hail in Omaha, across the border, maybe. Or maybe down here in Gretna, there's just a little bit of hail left in this tiny storm. That could be the case. Yeah, let him know. Let him know that that's just silly. I don't know how people don't realize that's a glitch. Ryan, do you want to talk? Do you want to chat, Ryan, while we're waiting for any sort of tornadic storm? And I would like we should talk to Ryan. He's probably at home though. He's probably at home and he doesn't want to. He's probably on his phone. He just listened to scuffed Ryan Hall. Madison, Wisconsin is safe. Aurora views. You might want to go much further north though. Thank you, Aldous. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mary. Stay up by Kansas City. In the Marriott. Some suggestions for Brad Arnold. Okay, I can pass that along. Yeah, absolutely there in North Korea. Huge. Storm moving your direction. Ryan says he is going to sleep. We're going to release a main channel video tomorrow. So Ryan's going to bed in Kentucky. I couldn't get him. He's like, no, I don't want to be on Andy's stream. Who's Ryan Hall, guys? After all. No Ryan. Dang. One day I'll get him in on the stream so you guys can chat with him when we have storms that look like this. And we can have a good conversation. You live outside Nebraska City, it was hailing for 30 minutes straight. Did it cover the roads up there? You could get hail fog when something like that happens. Enough hail on the street and in the fields. Hail fog is a pretty cool phenomena. I kind of want to see that too on my chaser trip next week. So yeah, severe thunderstorm warning dropped even for the storm approaching Osceola. There we go. Osceola. So not even a severe storm over here. And nothing really concerning up here through the north part of Des Moines here, north of Des Moines. Just a bunch of hailstorms. Really not seeing that tornado threat realized, which is great. Because yesterday we saw the giant wedge in Linneus in Missouri. So hopefully they stay fine in any severe weather tonight. But like we're really not seeing any more tornado threat coming through. And we could talk about why that is. The reason why that is because the moisture has really struggled in Iowa. We didn't really get more than like 60-degree dew points. The storms earlier in the day destroyed the atmosphere that was, supportive for tornadoes later tonight where we are now. So the storms earlier today have really prevented a lot of possible tornadoes from being realized. So shout outs to those early morning storms. They had some hail damage for some people, but if it prevents tornadoes, that's a pretty good consequence of that. So pretty happy about that. But it's not done, of course. In North Missouri, we still have some higher dew points, lower 60s in parts of North Missouri. So we're not out of the woods yet. I'd say it's still actually pretty humid in Kansas City. So you guys, it's pretty humid in Kansas City, maybe just a little bit. Yeah, I'll be stationed in Oklahoma, but I'll chase in states all around it. And you guys are going to see all sorts of things on this channel in the future from that storm chasing escapade. I don't think I'm going to try to stream it because I think that takes away from the live streams I do on this channel. Like, I think a lot of people would be interested in storm chasing streams here, but I have no plans to do that right now. It's possible that if Ryan goes out storm chasing later, that he could use my feed because I will try to be able to stream it. I'm going to have the capability of doing so. So I might be chasing 4 Ryan streams in through mid-May here into late May. So that's a possibility, but I don't think I want to stream storm chases on this channel. Maybe I will, but I don't know if it's a good idea or not. Zach Hall, who was in a vehicle crash a few hours ago, he's fine. He's come up through the stream. He's with Chris Hall right now, so he's doing all good. Reed is stranded. He's stranded every day. I'm sure he's all right. But if he's actually stranded, he has ample resources to be able to reach out and be all right. Too many clouds in northern Minnesota. Yeah, I think it's right in the center of the state that has the best chance at seeing it. Everywhere, a lot of other places have a bunch of clouds, so you have to go to Lake Millock. Lake Mille Lacs or whatever it's called. To be able to see it, more than likely. That's probably your best chance right in there. Anything to worry about in Manhattan, Kansas? Severe thunderstorm. Probably going to roll through there, but I don't think anything more than that. It's going to be wind and hail if there is anything. There probably wind. St. Louis bad later? Possible at like 6 a.m. or 4 a.m. or something. So you might get woken up. Oh, a Dominator 3 truck guy. Oh, man. Dude, what is with the chasers? You guys gotta... Wow, man. When I chase, I am not going to do any of the... I'm gonna stay away from people. Oh my gosh. Like, what? All these chasers almost every day. I'm gonna stay away from everybody when I'm chasing. I'm just gonna be like, yeah, stay away from me. The danger is the other people, man. Thank you, South Post. I appreciate the support. North Georgia is fine. Probably just a springtime thunderstorm over there if you have any lightning. That's about the extent of it. No severe threat over there. Yeah, the Thursday risk is most interesting coming up on the 11th of May. That is for the high plains, so western Kansas, Panhandle, Texas, western Nebraska, maybe eastern Colorado right in there. That looks most interesting. Very low population centers over there. But there are still some cities over there like Dodge City, Goodland in Kansas. Maybe as far west as Scottsbluff. Does he drive the Baconator? Ooh. Is there still... Oh yeah, there still is a destructive storm in Texas. So that has gone back up to producing a baseball-sized hail. Yeah, I've had a radar up for that actually for a while. So as you can see here. So it was looking like these were not doing anything. They have actually turned back into doing something. I would like to see their development. It's pretty rare that we get this redevelopment later into the night here. So let's see what caused that. Since this storm south and east of Abilene, going through Callahan County now, has a baseball-size hail tag with it. So let's see what happens here. Earlier on, though, it was looking like nothing was happening with these storms. So as we watch the loop back here, it does look like they're actually pretty much new developments and mergers. So this one was a merger. We had one storm up here and one developed just south of it. So they've come together and now are dropping baseball-sized hail in a very localized area. And then this one west of Abilene has just shown up as well. And might actually finally bring some hail to the city of Abilene if it manages to get in there. So you guys were in the severe risk for hail all day today. And it kind of just... we didn't really see much happen down here in and around Abilene. It was mostly around the city of quite some ways. But now, finally looks like there's something on the way there. It might go to the south. We'll see how it develops. And then just one isolated strong storm. Just some heavy rain here west of Weatherford. So yeah, this is the slight risk here in north central Texas. here's your storm. Slight risk for that. For some wind and hail. No tornadoes expected there. All right, so let's go back up and look at southeast Nebraska again. I want to make sure that you see what's happening as these little bits head into the Lincoln area and the Omaha area. It actually does look like development is ongoing here, so you can see how fast all of these storms are popping up right in here. And I mentioned earlier this stream that if these all kind of consolidate together right in here and also up in here, that we could see one single mess of a storm here actually impact Lincoln and also make its way up into Omaha with some wind and hail. So that's what it looks like for those areas. We might actually get in on a severe thunderstorm today in those areas. Because mostly they've been missed so far. That is the look there. If you're going to go to bed in north central Missouri, or northwest Missouri, you need a way to wake up to warnings. So you are still in the 5% tornado risk that exists today for the rest of this area into southeastern Iowa. Right across the same area we were covering just yesterday through Kirksville down to Linneus. So yeah, if you live in these areas in particular, while the storms are moving through, you just have to have a way to wake up to warnings. From Muscatine all the way down through St. Joseph, I'd say, if you're going to go to sleep in these areas. This is where I'd have a way to wake up to warnings. There we go. This extension south is going to be a damaging wind severe thunderstorm, now posed to move through Manhattan, Kansas. And that does look like that's going to be the same thing that impacts Topeka, Lawrence, eventually Kansas City down the line here. Does look like this development south. You can see it kind of just blow up there over Clay Center. Looks like this is going to be actually what gets us severe weather in the Kansas City area and along Interstate 70 here, west of the city and near Topeka. So Manhattan, Kansas, college town, looking to get in on some damaging wind gusts here. When it looks like this though, this is not a storm that produces tornadoes. This is literally just a straight line damaging wind at the moment. So very unlikely that this has any tornadic threat with it. In fact, if we do get a tornado warning here, I guess I wouldn't be too surprised. Again, we're far away from a radar, so it's really hard to see what's happening here. But if there is a warning issued for this storm right here, right on the Kansas-Nebraska border, I've been having my eye on it for a while now. This area right around Pawnee City in Nebraska has consistently had a little bit of a look to it, but no tornado warnings for this area yet. So we'll see if that comes through. Waiting to see what happens there. We still have a couple more hours here where I think that there is still the chance for spin-up tornadoes. So let me show you guys what I'm thinking here. We look from the Des Moines radar. This is starting to become a pattern recognition thing. When we have a line of storms like this that extends southwest and then has this part where it's mostly like north-south, right here it's more like this rather than diagonal here. So you see that in the blue box? When the storms look like this out ahead of a line, this is where we have the greater chance for a spin-up tornado. So if these storms continue to be organized here, as Caleb B goes out ahead of them, Storm Chaser Caleb here, then this is where we could see a spin-up tornado happen. But if you look closely, you can also see this line, this light blue, right out in front of them. So they're going to have to catch up with this. This is the gust front, and it means that any air that's trying to reach into the storm is going to get stopped by this wall of air exiting the storms before it can reach in and spin anything up. So right now, I think our chance for tornadoes is lower here, but this is the part of the storm I would watch for any spin-up tornadoes if it does manage to catch up with the gust front here. So right now, as it enters Osceola, I think it's not going to produce a tornado at all. But we'll see how that changes with time. The Dom 3 actually broke down. Yeah. Wow. I mean, was it repaired recently? I haven't kept up with the tales of the Dom 3 for Reed Timmer, but I know he managed to get it right in position in Linneus in Missouri yesterday. Right in position for that tornado, which was rated EF2 in case you guys are curious. So it was a significant tornado, and thus the impacts are what we're thinking about first and foremost before the rating. But that's a preliminary rating. Indianapolis is fine. There are no warnings over there. Looking at big hail in Kansas City? No, I think you're looking more at a windstorm. There might be some small hail. But yeah. In Creston, it's possible in Creston that you might have one more round from these storms back in here if they do travel through this area. But I would say in Creston you should be okay now. Oh, it's the airbags that weren't working. Okay, I see. I see. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be just because you can see this line right here. This is the gust front out ahead of these storms. I don't think there's going to be a tornado threat as this approaches Osceola in Iowa. But that would be the part of the storm I'd be more concerned about. So we'll see how that develops. Right now, Des Moines is poised to miss out on almost all of these storms here. Kind of going right through a storm barrier right here in Des Moines. For Eldora, maybe some more hail, but that's about it up there. Upstate New York looking. If it's not cloudy, you should go looking for the aurora. Champaign County, the strong storms will reach you. Your concern is flash flooding more than anything. So you don't want to drive through that. Same for that's true for everybody in Illinois besides the western extent
Hey,
right
Andy,
here
it's Caleb. When you have a second.
near Quincy and Hannibal. This might be the area where we could see some damaging windstorms in the morning, maybe like 2 to 3 a.m. So that's the only part I'm really concerned about over there. All right, let's see what Caleb wants. What are you thinking, Caleb? Go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to let you know I'm going to reposition myself more east. I'm just watching all these cells that are firing up just in front of the main line here, and if we could see a discrete supercell pop up, I think that might have a higher probability of becoming tornadic.
Yeah, Caleb's listening to the stream, I think. And if he is, he's definitely able to see this gust front right here, meaning that this part of the storm is non-tornadic for now. But he's also seeing all these storms. I was just looking at that right now while I had a chance to think. And Chris and Caleb are kind of right in the vicinity of these. And we've seen this before. If these storms west of Ottumwa do kind of congeal together like that, and if this continues to happen here and they form into a supercell, again, this area over here might be just conducive enough for a tornado to occur, but it looks a little odd. I'm not sure if it's going to happen or not. They might be elevated, so we'll see if that changes. But right now, I think those might be just elevated storms, meaning they might just turn into hailstorms. But we could see a low-end tornado threat there. We could see that. So I'm pretty interesting that these storms are popping up right now into southeast Iowa, out ahead of this. But yeah, I think the environment here is more on the marginal side. So what we'd have to see for a tornado over here is the storms altering the environment to become surface-based. But right now, they're elevated, meaning all the air that's going into the storms over here near Ottumwa is coming in from above the surface, whereas you need air going from the surface into the storm to really spin up that tornado right at the surface. So elevated means no tornado. In case you hear that word whenever you're watching a weather broadcast, that's what elevated means. Yep, those windstorms are still moving through central Illinois. Still moving through central Illinois, but again, I'm not focusing on them too much, and also into eastern Illinois now. I'm not focusing on them too much because that's all they are really is windstorms. I don't even think there's too much lightning with those over there. You guys seeing a lot of lightning? Now into just below Lake County in Indiana. And there's there's some lightning with it. I wouldn't say it's incredibly electrically active. Maybe the one in eastern Illinois now is. That's about the worst of it. So it looks like that will pass north of Champaign-Urbana. That's definitely the strongest storm. So down the line, I'd actually be thinking about Purdue in Lafayette in Indiana. I almost did it again. Ooh, Lafayette in Indiana. Almost did it again. So that's what I'd be thinking about. Maybe Purdue will get in on the strongest part of the storm over here. That would be for northwest Indiana. Lots of lightning in Gilman. Yeah, right in that area. There's probably a decent amount of strikes. Then be south of Kankakee. And well north of Champaign-Urbana. Right in that area. Everybody's so concerned about Georgia. There's not even a severe risk down there. You guys, have you been through a springtime thunderstorm before? Email is definitely the best way, Tyler. community@ryanhallyall.com. Gentry County, Missouri. Yeah, very humid. All that moisture is down here and in and around Kansas City. I think I asked that a little bit earlier, how humid it was feeling down there. So it's all the moisture is kind of getting sucked up to the storm up here. But earlier when I was talking about the orientation of this line of storms here, when we see the line of storms like this is the part that would be typically more tornadic, able to make that air coming into it rotate really efficiently, whereas down here is really much less tornadic in most of the storms that look like this. When we're looking down here, usually the direction of the winds is not it's not in the most efficient direction to produce a tornado relative to the part of the line that looks like this. So I think in Gentry County, St. Joseph, and so forth, down to Kansas City, the tornado threat's much lower right now. Finally, I think those storms are coming together for Lincoln and Omaha. Take a look over here. They are developing much better, much more. So I think that maybe we'll see a bout of severe weather through these areas through the night. I think the tornado threat is more than past over here. Could take one more look at that based on current data. I'm not sure anything over here will be able to organize, but I guess there's a chance that one of these could become tornadic. I wouldn't count it out too much yet. Somehow these have remained surface-based, actually. So, yep, I'll keep a close eye over here around Lincoln, Nebraska, up towards Omaha. Once it reaches Omaha, I think that the chance goes down significantly, but right in here, there might be a sweet spot. For that to happen, though, we would have to have the perfect interaction with all of these rain showers right here come together, one supercell right out ahead of this, and then for it to become perfectly tornadic. So, do I think that's going to happen? No. But would that be the worst case scenario? Yes. So we'll keep an eye out. Kentucky, fine. Kentucky is okay. If I haven't focused on your area today, you guys are fine. Yeah, next up is all along Interstate 70 into the north are going to get in on these damaging windstorms that's developed to the south of this. We've just had this line develop due south, sticking on down here, and that's going to bring the severe weather towards Kansas City through Topeka, right along Interstate 70, and it's going to be wind. A lot of wind with that. Where is Brad at? So Brad is going south towards St. Joseph right now. I'm not sure if Brad is done, but he does have interesting storms out to his west. So in a bit, I think I'll ask what Brad's thinking about those storms, if he likes them at all. These guys right back in here. And the conditions are they're so for possible tornadoes right in here. So we'll see if he likes him at all in just a bit here. I'm gonna wait till he's till it's clear which direction he's going, what he's gonna do, and I'll see if he or maybe he's listening to me and he might just come through anyways. So we'll see what he thinks about them. Again, I pointed out this one right along the state border here of Kansas and Nebraska, now approaching the river over here. I've pointed out this one a little bit now. We might have a little bit of rotation with this storm. It's persisted for quite some time, but we haven't had a warning for it yet. So again, we're kind of far away from all the radars over here. So if there is a warning issued for this, it's probably going to be preventative, meaning that it's too far away from a radar to see what's happening at the surface. So in case there's rotation strong enough in the storm showing up, we want to issue a warning just in case something bad could happen. So if this does get warned, it would be preventative warning. No, big cities don't break up storms directly. In fact, sometimes they might even, they can alter it just a little bit because of the urban heat island effect, but there's no reason to think that a storm did or did not happen because of a city. That's a common myth. Oh my gosh, the wobbling thing. Are you guys just trolling me now with this wobbling thing? Are you asking the same thing over and over? Holy moly. You know what? That's going to be a new meme. New meme, wobbling storms. Apparently, that's just going to be what we have to deal with, The new meme. It's literally just WSI Max, which is a radar software program that news companies pay an astronomical price for. And it had a bug, and it made it look like that. And some person made a stupid YouTube video about it to get a lot of money. So I don't like that person, but they got money for it, and now you guys think it's real. I wish you would listen to meteorologists instead. Yeah, but they're not talking about the wobbling of hurricanes. They're not talking about that. The probabilistic chance of a nadir in St. Joe, just about 0.3%. But if this storm does anything, then it'll go up. Those are mountains. They don't prevent tornadoes. They make it more difficult for conditions to come together for a tornado, but tornadoes can go over mountains. They can go over hills. And they can cross rivers. Oh, a wobble warning, yeah. Wobble warning. See, Valerie, you got it right. If only the thousands of other people that watched that video could think the way you do. But unfortunately, people are a little susceptible to unfortunate channels on YouTube like that. Wobbuffet, yeah. Wobblefit. Where did I get my degree in meteorology? UNC Asheville. University of North Carolina at Asheville. The wobble juice. You're in Des Moines. It'd just be a hailstorm for you off in the distance. Looks like the tornado threat is mostly going to stay to the south of you right now. So I am watching the storms in your area, but there's not even a severe thunderstorm warning over there right now, which is good news. Just a strong storm. Step below severe. That's for Des Moines, anyone asking. No, the storm is not going to wobble into Kentucky in a significant manner. There will be some wind and hailstorms in western Kentucky tomorrow, depending on how these evolve. But it's not going to be something that we would be live for on YouTube. At least nobody, it shouldn't be more than like local news covering something like that. Otherwise, we're sending the wrong message, because it's a low-end threat. Yeah, Asheville is great. I do like Asheville. I miss it. I'm up here in Minnesota now. Nice. Yeah, makes you think of Smash. Classic ice climbers. Anything for Quad Cities? Yeah, earlier or later tonight. Yes. Eventually, all this mess here. Now it's moving through the Osceola area. Eventually, this will reach you in some manner. But it's not going to be as concerning as over the next couple hours here. So right now we're watching these storms that are developing near Lincoln, Nebraska. There's still a chance for them to do something. We're watching these supercells down here right on the Nebraska-Kansas border, headed towards the tri-state border right here, near Oregon in Missouri, northwest of St. Joseph. And lastly, what we're watching most closely are these storms developing near Ottumwa. We've got Caleb, Storm Chaser Caleb going towards, and we've got Chris Hall there. I don't know if I have Chris's feed. So let's see what Brad thinks about the storms to his west. Hey Brad, this is Andy. Still going strong here. I'm curious what you think about the storms to your west, and a little bit of a radar hole, so tough to tell. But one has shown consistent rotation for quite some time. That would generally move right toward where you are right now. So what do you think? I'm looking at mesoanalysis, and I mean the low-level jet's cranking now over there, so you could see something if it persists. 69-mile-an-hour wind report there, or 68. Well, that's almost 69. Northern lights are visible right now. Are you seeing it on social media? The clouds won't budge. Yeah. If I weren't streaming this right now, I would try to go see the northern lights because they're definite. From reports, they're definitely visible. Let's see if we can see on the Aurora watch here. I don't see it actually quite yet, but yeah, I imagine they're probably going. There's a chance for them to be visible tonight, but right now conditions are not favorable.
Andy, I'm keeping an eye on the storms that are to my west near Falls City. The storms to the southwest of that have become outflow dominant. Obviously, they've shot the outflow well out ahead of the storm. But that storm to the southwest of Falls City appears to have ingested that outflow, which would obviously in turn make it surface-based, which could produce a tornado. So keeping an eye on it. Rotation doesn't look overly incredible right now. We're going to continue dropping south and just keep an eye on it. I wouldn't, if there is a tornado, or if it could produce a tornado, I don't think it'd be one that would last long. I think it'd be typically probably like the quick spin-up variety. But it definitely needs to be watched. If there is anywhere that there is going to be a tornado, that would be the place to be looking for sure. I would think either that storm right at Falls City or the one that's just to the southwest of it.
Yep. Thank you, Brad. That's about what I'm thinking too. So yeah, he's out here right in front of it, Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. And basically these two storms, I think what he's talking about, ingested the outflow is mostly this Falls City one. The one back south and west of it might actually not have been able to ingest the outflow, but even still, we're still getting 73-mile-an-hour wind gusts with these storms, so it's still a significant severe thunderstorm out here. And this is generally going to approach areas just north of St. Joseph, right in here. So that's what we're looking at right now in this area. I guess these would be the most concerning storms, and yeah, again, I wouldn't be surprised at a tornado warning for somewhere out ahead of this storm. If it does come through, though, that would be for a preventative warning. Right now, we'll see if that happens. But we got Brad Arnold in place in case it does. Good old tornado sniffer Brad Arnold, so he's right in the right spot for it. He's the only person out there that I'm tracking right now, so we'll see what happens there. We'll see what happens. It looks like these storms right in here south of Lincoln have struggled to develop. So we really just have these these narrow storms back in here west of Lincoln that are probably going to move through. These are probably going to impact the areas and include Omaha more than likely. So a brief round of some hail, very heavy rain, and possibly some damaging winds here. Maybe possible finally for Lincoln and Omaha in Nebraska, but this is not going to be tornadic over here right now. So nothing tornadic over here. We'll see if that changes. And that's your outlook there. It's going to take maybe about an hour to get there. How's tonight gone? Much better. No wedge tornadoes, thankfully. What's it looking like for North Georgia? I've not taken a single look at that storm because there is no severe risk over there. There's no outlined severe risk over there. So if there is a storm happening in North Georgia, it's a springtime thunderstorm. Still no severe thunderstorm warnings for this part of the storm right over Interstate 35 in south central Iowa. But what we're watching more closely are the storms out in front here near Ottumwa. Whatever these decide to do when they come together north and west of Ottumwa, we're going to have storm chasers right in the area here all along Highway 34. So depending on what these do, once they all form and come together here, here's their formation over the last few minutes. We're waiting for them to interact and possibly become one big supercell once they're done merging. Can you sleep in Lincoln? More than likely, yes. More than likely you can sleep.
Hey, Andy, I think it is worth mentioning as well, throughout this line as we have been traveling south, well out in front of the line where those outflow winds are, those storms, or the winds that are associated with that outflow that's being shot out from the thunderstorms is very, very strong. You're looking at upwards of 30, 35, maybe 40 mile per hour winds out in front of the line from where that outflow is. So it's worth mentioning that as well. That could cause a little bit of damage, maybe a couple trees down. It is also very dry out here, so a lot of dust is being kicked up with those outflow winds, so that's worth mentioning as well.
Thank you, Brad. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. There's very few observations out in front of the Kansas storms that he's talking about down here near Manhattan, Kansas. There's not a lot of observations out there, but in and around Kansas City, we do have like 25 mile an hour wind gusts, so probably right out in front of them where we're lacking that data here in Jackson County in Kansas and Brown County here in Kansas. These areas probably have some pretty strong winds that are actually mostly southerly, so from the south here. So pretty strong winds out in front of that. Thanks for noting that, Brad. Strong response from the atmosphere. Strong response. Yeah, these are probably my primary concern right here. Depending on what these do will, I think, depend on what the stream does. Except, if we look closely down here, maybe something silly is trying to happen. Right on the front edge of this, I think this storm has managed to catch up. Let's see if it has. We might have managed to catch up just a little bit to this line of the gust front out in front of this here. This is right past Osceola now, right past Interstate 35 to the east, moving this direction. So if this storm does develop and right out ahead of the line here, we could see a spin-up tornado possible right in here somewhere. So worth keeping a close eye on, just in case it continues to jut itself forward and actually connect at the surface there. So a couple of things to watch in Iowa. No, these are the winds on the right side of the screen. You can see the label up there, top right of the stream. Winds. Looking at the winds. The green is winds going toward the radar, and red away from it. And the radar is right up in here, so that's the direction. Still under a dust storm warning over there in parts of Illinois. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that if we had dust storm conditions earlier, that this part of the storm over here, right about to cross into Indiana, northwest Indiana, generally going towards Purdue and Lafayette here. This is the strongest part of the storm. It's just this isolated. I mean, like the rest of this is all just some heavy rain, especially down towards Taylorville, where there's a flash flood risk down there. But all the rest of this is just a bunch of heavy rain, and one part of the storm is strong with a bunch of gusty winds right here. And that's going to pass between Lafayette and Rensselaer. So if there is a dust storm warning out here, we did have dust storm reports back towards Pontiac and Winona here and El Paso. So north of Bloomington, this is where all the farmers have recently tilled their topsoil. And that may also be true out in front of this storm, too, if there's still a bunch of farmland that's just done that action. That's why we're seeing a strong thunderstorm kick up a dust storm warning with it. But as long as you're not driving, you know, that should be okay. Ooh. So that's about it over here. This is the only concerning storm for visibility reasons in east central Illinois. No chance of neighbors in Georgia. Holy crap, the Georgia people. Is it because it's in Atlanta or something? Like, where are all the people? You want me to finally look at it? Let's see what in the world everybody's talking about. There's just no... It's up towards Chattanooga. Okay. So there's just no severe risk down here. There's no warning down here at all. It's just some heavy rain over there or into northeast Georgia, maybe. I'm not sure. But there's a reason I haven't talked about this at all. Tornado chance for Brookfield is staying the same. Over here in Brookfield, we are staying the same. You're on radar Omega. It's paused on me again. Dang it. It has paused on me again. I want to show the loop here. There we go. Yeah, we're mostly staying the same here in the brown areas here. This is our 5% tornado risk. Again, that's a slight risk for tornadoes. So if you live anywhere in these areas out ahead of the storms where it hasn't moved through yet, then this is where I would just advise having a way to wake up to warnings out ahead of these storms. This is the tornado threat for the rest of the night. So I mean, we're only like halfway through the expected tornado threat for tonight. The reason that I went live today was for these storms back in here once they formed. These were expected to be the most significant, and they have been. They've had a couple tornado warnings attached to them. They've had some really strong winds. They're beginning to bow out right in this area, so we may see some more damaging wind threats. And damaging wind is going to go through Manhattan, Kansas, eventually right next to Topeka, Kansas, right through parts of the Kansas City Metro and St. Joseph here. So we're gonna get winds here. We haven't had a tornado warning in like two hours or so. So we're looking really good. Looking really good. Yep, and that's why I asked. That's why I answer Shelly. Marshalltown. Yep, you guys are fine for naders. That would be incredibly unlikely up there. I think at this point, even Des Moines would be fine. You're not going to see a tornado more than likely. Tomorrow, low in severe threat for West Kansas, East Missouri. Through the morning into the afternoon as it goes to the south. West Tennessee, maybe. Low in severe threat. No reason for a stream tomorrow at all. So that should help. That should help tell you, what we expect tomorrow. The next streamable risk is probably Thursday, the 11th, depending on how that risk evolves. But that's in the high plains in western Kansas, western Nebraska, and the panhandle of Texas. So yeah, that's the case. That's all I'm going to be able to tell you. If I circled your region right here in this part, basically in this blue circle, just have a way to receive warnings and you can go to sleep. Yes. Yes, Lincoln, Nebraska is going to get in on some storms. You can see them moving in from the left here, just from your west. Seeing if they're going to miss Omaha is probably the most interesting thing here. Not sure if Omaha will finally get in on a severe storm, but it won't last too long, I think. There's you might get some hail in North Illinois if it does last for a while. But I'm not concerned up there except for flash flooding. That's what I'm concerned with. By far and away, the worst risk tonight is all the flash flooding that's possible generally in this area south of the Chicago metro. The flash flooding in this area and even down here as well is the worst. Moderate risk for moderate risk for flash flooding from the Weather Prediction Center for those areas. Not seeing any more tornado warnings. That might change a little bit, though. I want to stay on just a little bit longer, just to see if any of these storms here into south central and southeastern Iowa do anything. Just a little bit longer I want to stay on, just to track these, because this one looks pretty strong as it goes over Osceola. And these ones over here could be concerning as they develop and congeal northwest of Ottumwa. Otherwise, looking good. Much better than yesterday, having to track a tornadic storm for like 5 hours across northern Missouri. That was a little exhausting yesterday, I would say for sure. Yeah, we can look at DFW again. We had a slight risk for severe weather down there. Our storm has moved through Abilene, actually given some hail to the city. Looks like some small hail moved through Abilene. Managed to get in on that severe weather finally. I didn't see anyone talking about it though. So if it was loud in Abilene, do let me know. There in Texas. But over for Dallas-Fort Worth, yep, it's not gonna be much of anything. Maybe a couple of lightning flashes. Maybe a couple lightning flashes, but yeah, I don't think that you guys are gonna get anything significant today, which is good. Yeah, rip the topsoil for sure. Eastern Illinois, if you're in Champaign-Urbana, yeah, you can sleep. Kansas City, Missouri, yeah, we could go back to that next. That's the next in the rotation here of radars to look through, that is. Next in the line here. So let's look at... Let's pull up. Yeah, I mean, the Kansas City radar is still very far away from all this. But it might be the best one to look at. I think we're all good for Lincoln. You're going to get this, you're going to strong storm off to your west. It's going to move through. Might reach as far north as Omaha if it's still kind of humid out there. Conditions are at least favorable for that storm to continue, but it's just going to be some hail with it, I think, and heavy rain. But let's go to the Kansas City region. I think that's what we want to look at now. Yep, these strong storms right down here are for wind and hail. Wind and hail that are going to move through north of Junction City, right through Manhattan, Kansas, and we'll see if they make it through Topeka, right along Interstate 70 and towards Kansas City. It's going to take a couple hours. Might take, let's see. So this was the last hour of radar data. Oh, I'm on the wrong scene. This was the last hour of radar data here. So the storm has moved basically this much in 1 hour. So it's going to take at least a couple more hours for it to reach Kansas City as it accelerates just a little bit. So maybe Topeka in an hour, just about an hour or so. And then Kansas City in a couple hours from now. And I don't think that this is not going to have a tornado threat with it at all. You can see this light blue line out in front of this. Do you see that there? It's that light blue line traveling out in front of it right here. Right out in front there. That's the gust front. It prevents any air from reaching into the storms. And that air really needs to reach in there right at the surface to be able to spin up a tornado. But since it's just getting stopped by this wall of wind right here, it's pretty windy. It's not going to be able to spin up a tornado. So you're going to get some damaging winds, but that's about the extent of it over there in Kansas City and so forth. Meanwhile, our two storms of concern just around Falls City, Nebraska, right at the tri-state border. Right ahead of Brad Arnold here. These are moving generally right towards the northern side of St. Joseph here. And they have merged right in one here in the most recent minutes. So if I can look at the data, I don't know how much they're rotating. It doesn't look like too much rotation is occurring here. Around Hiawatha. in Brown County. But yeah, it doesn't. It looks like it almost looks like it's also outflow dominant. So that means that the winds are moving out in front of it and preventing the tornado from occurring. A tornado from occurring. That's what Brad means when he says outflow dominant. And that's what I mean when you look at this line right here. That is outflow dominance. That gust front comes out in front of it and prevents the tornado from occurring. So I think he's probably seeing this too, that this might also be fortunately, this might still be outflow dominant. So Brad's not going to be able to sniff out any tornadoes today, I think. I think he's not going to be able to sniff out any tornadoes. And I think we're really not seeing anything over here as a result. Like I said, when the storms are oriented diagonally like this, it sometimes can be much harder for the tornado threat to be realized. Man, I got a sneeze stuck. So yeah, I don't think we're going to see any tornado warnings over here as it approaches St. Joseph and anywhere along Interstate 70. Most concerning, any tornado potential would probably be right here in south central to southeastern Iowa. Honestly, I don't think we're gonna get a warning, or maybe just even more than one warning if something does happen here. You know, there's always the threat, the usual case where we jinx it and we end a stream. Ryan ends a stream, and then there's a tornado warning right after that. Like we've done that so many times that it's a known effect that we have over here on YouTube. That's what you should be subscribing to, not the bouncing radar thing. That's the thing you should be subscribing to. Oh no, Andy going offline. There's gonna be a tornado warning. No, don't go offline. That's what you should be subscribed to. My goodness. Oh no, and that's happened like every time. It makes me feel terrible when it happens too. Yeah, one more look over here, east central Illinois, as it heads up toward probably north of Lafayette in Indiana. So it looks like Rensselaer and north of Purdue here is probably going to be where this wind storm goes next. And it could bring along visibility issues here if it kicks up a bunch of topsoil. So we've been watching that lately. That's the reason for any dust storm warnings in the area. But that's really the extent of it over here. Nothing else is concerning in this area. Nothing else is warned. So there you go. Wow. Really happy that nothing bad has really happened today. Yeah, Chicago could have gone to sleep hours ago. You're fine in Chicago. Caleb has a nice lightning show. Caleb's looking at, I'm not sure which direction he's looking, honestly. I think he is looking, he's looking west, maybe. Might be looking west. But since you said that, though, I've not really seen a single flash of lightning. I've not really seen a single flash of lightning in the cam there. So I was trying to go back over to Brad just to see. I think Brad knows that we're probably looking at nothing happening out here into St. Joseph. It's probably not going to do anything tornadic as it approaches the city. So I think he thinks the same. He probably thinks the same. He's looking at the radar. Yeah, have a good one, Benjamin. Thanks for hanging out, everybody who has thus far into the night. It's good that y'all are staying weather aware, joining me on the stream and so forth. Hopefully it's been very helpful so far.
Hey, Andy, I was going to let you know, we have stopped north of St. Joseph. I'm watching this storm somehow, some way. The storm to the southeast of Falls City has caught up to that outflow, and it looks like it has ingested it. Starting to see a little bit of rotation right there. If there is any tornado potential tonight, I think that's probably the best spot. But we're going to sit here and watch it, and then if we need to, we can always cut north on the interstate into it. But it definitely looks like that's ingested that outflow, so we'll see.
Okay. I mean, I disagree personally with Brad, but I will say thank you. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate the update. I disagree personally with Brad. It's one thing to catch up to an outflow boundary. It's another thing to still be outflow dominant with it. So I don't think that this is actually any rotation. When the storm is like a straight line like this, I think it's still outflow dominant. So I still think the winds are pushing this forward more than any organization would be happening for rotation. So my outlook for St. Joseph is definitely not tornadic. Brad is trying to sniff something out, and we'll see if our disagreement, which side it goes for. Of course, I mean, all we're basing this on is a look at the radar scan, like over a mile above the surface, so it's not like we have the best data to make these decisions. Thank you, Surefire, for the support. Enjoying the light show in Iowa City. Yeah, there's some hailstorms around you, to the north of you, I think. Or more northwest of you, but you can see them in the distance, I bet, yeah. But yeah, it's just hail over there. You talking about Idaho? I don't think there's anything in Idaho. Are you talking about Iowa? Western Iowa here, along Interstate 80. This is a hailstorm north and east of Omaha. So no, we're not going to be concerned with tornadoes over here. Just waiting for the Manhattan sirens to go off? No, I don't think so. It's a lower end severe thunderstorm warning. They wouldn't sound the sirens for that over here. So it's just going to be a windy storm with some hail on it. So we'll see which of Brad and I which solution becomes true as this approaches St. Joseph. Nothing interesting about the storms near Ottumwa yet. See if that changes at all, but nothing interesting for them yet. They're still probably in their development phase, but again, I don't think the environment over here is that supportive of tornadoes. It's like very much on the... It's very meager instability, so it's going to be weak if it does do something, I think. There's not a huge threat over here, I think, with the current surface conditions. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any sirens in Manhattan. Indiana folks, maybe on the west side of the state, a flash flooding risk with any storms that do come through. There is no derecho. In Tennessee, I'm not concerned with any of those. There's a slight chance for some flash flooding down there, so don't drive through flooded waters. We'll see how this evolves into Missouri. So there's a risk, or there's the severe thunderstorm warning just north of St. Joseph. That's what you heard come through there. So that's for wind, for damaging wind right now going through that area. So I'm not sure. I think it's far north of St. Joseph enough. Yeah, it's not in Buchanan County there. Hopefully that's right. So I don't. They wouldn't sound the sirens for this in St. Joseph, but it's possible if that warning were in St. Joseph that they would do something about it. Yeah, absolutely. Happy to help, guys. Thank you. St. Louis, well down the line if there is anything. By that point, it's going to be early in the morning. Fort Worth, not really a problem. Just some gusty winds at the surface, I think. The storms are just dissipating before they really get there. I think Stanberry will be fine. Yeah, I think all these areas are generally going to be okay. I think you're going to get considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, maybe for some of them where we tracked yesterday, but the tornado threat being right in this region for the rest of the night, I just, it's on the slight end, and all I would say is if you're in these areas in the blue outline there, that you just need a way to wake up to a weather warning from the National Weather Service. Flooded waters. Okay, flooded roads. Thank you. Yes, don't drive through flooded roads. Well, you don't want to drive through flooding water or flooded roads, so don't drive through either of them. Good catch. Yeah, I mean, Fort Worth got a decent amount. It was definitely the southern metro yesterday. Yeah, I think we're looking okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stay on for just a little bit longer for St. Joseph in particular in Missouri to see how that evolves since Brad Arnold's staying over there with it. And Caleb and Chris Hall are about to be overtaken by the thunderstorm in the distance, so we can watch that a little bit here. So this is where Caleb is, and his feed's in the bottom right. So he's got some good lightning we're gonna look at here for a little bit. Oh, there we go. So he's got some good lightning strikes on the occasion that we're gonna watch for a little bit here as we wait for the storm to approach St. Joseph. I think that that will do pretty well, just in case this storm is not outflow dominant. But I think it is. Even still, even if it's caught up with it, I disagree with Brad Arnold. So we'll see who's right. See who's right. Cedar Rapids, if you do get any strong storm, it will be a hailstorm. That's about it. You did get a little bit of hail around New Virginia, Iowa. Good to hear. Yeah, there's some verification of what you saw on the radar. How accurate do I think what AccuWeather is? Depends on the product. Their 90-day outlook is bogus. But the rest of it, yeah, I mean, they've got good data here and there. They've got a lot of people working for them. Degreed meteorologists, obviously, they care about what they do. So it depends on the product, but sometimes they go out of their way to reach too far. And you shouldn't pay attention to some of those things that try to forecast the weather too far out. They have no skill, unfortunately. That's what I studied in some of my meteorology classes in undergrad. Thank you, TJ, for the support. Des Moines putting on the lightning show out in the distance. If you do get anything in Des Moines in the metro anywhere, you can bet your bottom dollar that it's going to be hail if something does get loud out there. Dime-size hail in LaPorte City, Iowa. There you go. Yeah, 90-day outlook. It's kind of silly. Oh yeah, guys, I'm gonna plan my day entirely. I'm gonna plan a picnic right now on August 1st because AccuWeather says it's gonna be sunny on that day. Definitely. And then the thunderstorm rolls through. When it gets to August 1st, and you're like, oh shoot, they almost had it right. Is Midas afraid of storms? Kind of. It depends. If it's really loud, yeah, he's gonna be concerned, but he does okay. He does okay in general. Where are we looking at? This is right around east of Osceola in Iowa. Had a severe thunderstorm warning over there. From Storm Chaser Caleb B. Ottumwa direction. They're kind of moving really slowly, kind of combining with each other. So I think they're generally moving a little bit north. Hiawatha. Buchanan. Okay, I got the county right at least. I got the county. Why are the models so inaccurate? Every model is going to be inaccurate from the moment that it's ran because it does not look at every single molecule in the air, which is how you would have to. That's what you'd have to do to have accurate weather, like storms modeled. But obviously we can't do that. That's way too difficult. So we have to parameterize, or generally, go out to like a kilometer space and say, okay, the weather is going to be the exact same everywhere in this kilometer square, which obviously isn't true, but that's how the models work. So they have to do that. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Too much computing power, take too much time to be valuable to the public, which is and that's the limiting factor to weather models. So we have to interpret their problems as such. And that's why we're able to tell you, hey, this is already wrong, but, it's generally going to look like this, and then we just have to adapt as we go, see what happens. Yeah, I'm waiting for the storms north of Ottumwa to come together. and see if any one of them becomes a dominant supercell. But again, I think the conditions over there are marginal at best for any tornado. Southern Indiana tomorrow, wind and hail, if anything does come through your area. AI will get an accurate, safe warning system? No. There will always need to be a human element for forecasting storms and nowcasting storms. It is never going to be reliable on AI. Never. At least for your lifetime. For my lifetime. Sigourney, Iowa, you should be able to go to bed, but you're going to be woken up by the storm. So definitely have a way to wake up to warnings in case the bad part of the storm might come through your area. No, Western Ohio is going to be fine. Where's Brad at? St. Joseph in Missouri. Thank you for the support, Tyler. I appreciate it. Floyd County in Indiana before it popped up, because not every tornado is a classic appearance on radar. That's why, unfortunately. You know, if it's not a warned storm, it's because things are sneaky, and we can look a couple thousand feet up in the storm, or even right next to a radar, and not know that it's happening. That is an entire possibility, which is why you see like that things like that happen sometimes. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Heather, for the support. Thank you, guys. Much appreciated. Happy to help, Tyler. Manhattan, you should be going through the storm right now, I think. So if it's loud out, it'll be done soon. Joliet in Illinois. Illinois? Oh, Joliet, Illinois. It flows right off the tongue. You got me there. Joliet's okay. Just in the flash flood warning, so don't drive through flooded roads. Got it that time. Poweshiek County, same is true for you east of Des Moines. I think Poweshiek is, you know, you might get in on a hailstorm. I don't know. I don't think we're going to see too much of a tornado threat through the remainder of tonight. But again, you know, the jinx that I have if I ever turn the stream off, a tornado warning usually comes through right after the end of the stream. So yesterday, what happened is I turned the stream off, and then Waxahachie in Texas got some intense winds. I warned them ahead of time, of course, and we were only a few minutes out from that. But then I just watched the winds blow up right over Waxahachie, and I'm like, ugh. Should have stayed on for 10 more minutes. Campbellsville in Kentucky, probably some wind and hail tomorrow, lower end threat. So it is going to be stormy. St. Louis, early morning, pretty much the same thing in the early morning. Will be stormy, but nothing that if I lived in those areas, I wouldn't be concerned as long as I had a way to wake up to warnings. So hopefully that helps. Like, I wouldn't be concerned if I were in St. Louis. I would be able to sleep peacefully. Same with Northwest Indiana. Same with everywhere in a risk area tomorrow for wind and hail. So Western Kentucky, I'd still be able to sleep. I'd be able to sleep fine. Nope, I use one PC to stream. Interesting question. Maybe in the future we'd see something like that. Iowa City, possible hailstorm for you in a couple of hours from now as these storms move through. So that's the case over there. So now we have a considerable severe Lancaster, which includes Lincoln. That's just the extension to the very southern part of Lancaster County. So that does not include Lincoln, Nebraska. Sorry, I got you excited over there if you wanted to see severe weather. But yeah, there's a strong storm going through Beatrice. We did this yesterday. What the heck is it? In Nebraska there. South of Lincoln. Beatrice, right? Yeah, that's got to be it. Yeah, I think the most interesting things we've seen today, while we wait for the storm to get to St. Joseph, just in case it does anything, but I think I'm winning this bet between Brad Arnold and me. I think I've got it right here. I think the storm is still outflow dominant. The most interesting things that have happened today were the dust storm in central and east central Illinois, all that topsoil. Beatrice. Which one? Beatrice? Oh gosh, Beatrice. Trying here. I'm trying here. Beatrice. Okay, I got it. The short vowel. I got it. Do I think there will be an EF6 tornado? No. The weather apps are fine tonight. I don't know what you're talking about. They're not any different than they have been. Beatrice is how Reed Timmer pronounces it. Don't listen to him. You got to get the pronunciation right. The social aspect of meteorology here is important. People will pay more attention when you say their town right. Oh my goodness. I think we're fine. No snow in Minneapolis. Yeah, hopefully not. Kansas City Metro, you're a couple hours out, hour and a half out from a wind storm if it does get to you. Omaha done? Not necessarily. No. There might be some small hill headed your direction. But once that comes through, then you more than likely will be done, yes. No big nader, Dave. Thankfully, no big nader today. Everyone else down here is fine. It almost looks like these storms are falling apart, too, the ones that are going through Interstate 70 west of Topeka. Yes, Tennessee will be okay. There is no reason for me to be live tomorrow for Tennessee or Kentucky or anybody over there. So I hope you guys have enjoyed hanging out today in those areas. Is the Linnaeus area done tonight? Nope. Storms are going to move through. Just have a way to receive warnings in those areas. Nope, no signs of tornadoes. Really, I think we've made it through with only one tornado in eastern Iowa earlier today, right at the start of the stream. Yep, we're just waiting to see what happens towards St. Joseph, but as soon as it becomes fully apparent, which I think it already is, but Brad might disagree a little bit, that these storms are not going to be tornadic towards St. Joseph, and nothing else is popping up in south central Iowa here. As soon as it becomes apparent that's the case, which right now it might not be apparent, then it would be a good point. It would be a good point to end the stream, but right now I think... I guess there's a brief chance at some spin-up tornado warning here, south of Humeston. So I'm going to watch this a little bit more closely. This might be our one more chance at a tornado warning. Yeah, the live lightning with no tornadoes is very good. I agree. That's what I would like to see. Early morning Peoria, it's not going to be too severe. Best radar app for mobile, I'd recommend Radar Omega. One-time payment, and then you can choose if you want a subscription for more. But with just the one-time payment, you have access to all the radar data that I typically look at here on this stream. But they offer even more stuff if you want to expand. Kirksville, just hail. More like wind in Kirksville, Missouri. It's definitely going to be more like wind and thunder. If there is any hail, it would be pretty surprising, but typically the risks transition from hail to wind as we go into the night hours. Humiston? Oh man. Humiston? Humiston? Oh no. There's always another one. We'll never be able to nail all the pronunciations. Looks like that area of rotation has gone away a little bit though. So that's good news. But this part of the storm being this strong, well connected here, means that we could see spin-up tornadoes in here. Right now it doesn't look like it's happening, but I think it remains possible. So there we go. That's what we're looking at in these areas. I don't see anything else that's too concerning. Humiston. Yes. Will I be live tomorrow? Absolutely not. Storms are much more on the lower end of things, not what we want to stream because we don't want to emphasize the wrong things here. It's a lower end threat. What is a spin-up tornado? A spin-up tornado is when we just have a little circulation in a line of storms like this. So if a spin-up tornado did occur right here near Humiston, it would just be this small part of the line wrapped in rain. It's not attached to a big beefy supercell like you may have seen before on some of these streams. Instead, it just lasts for a minute or two, if that, and it gets spun up because, storm dynamics here is pushing the winds this direction, suggesting some air in this direction out ahead of it, and that can spin something up really quickly. So we call those spin-ups. Mildly windbaggish? Yep. You got it right. You got it right. But as it stands, if Ryan were watching me, he would tell me to end the stream. He would do that. And I think Brad is probably about to realize the same thing. So, let's take one more look at St. Joseph here, just in case. And what I can see over here is nothing. I can see a wind bag of storms and some small hail right along just north of Interstate 70. Some storms also going through Junction City as well in Kansas. Just more storms over here, but I think we're all good to go. Ohio's fine. Yeah, I think we're actually all good to go here. The one remaining concern was near St. Joseph, and I won the bet, Brad. I think I was on the right side here. I saw the storm. It definitely was still looking outflow dominant, despite catching up with what he thought was the gust front. I think we were all good on that side of things. So as far as I can tell, I'm about to jinx it, and there may be a spin-up tornado, so a slight warning might come through anywhere out ahead of this towards Ottumwa in Iowa. But if that doesn't happen, then finally I've broken the curse, and that would be amazing, wouldn't it? So, I think, as long as you're in Kansas City, you might be woken up by storms in a couple hours, hour and a half or so. And, there's going to be some storminess generally in the Mississippi Valley area, Mississippi River Valley, and, down through western Kentucky and so forth. Through the day tomorrow, but again, there's no reason for me to stream that right now. It is a slight risk without a significant threat attached to it from the Storm Prediction Center, so it's a classic springtime severe storm moving through. We will have a main channel video for Ryan Hall, y'all, tomorrow. Once I go offline here, I'm actually going to edit the script for that, so I'm about to go scripting. The work as a meteorologist never ends. Understand that there's more stuff that's always happening in the back end. I've got more work to do, even if I'm not talking to you guys right now. It doesn't stop there. So I do want to give a huge shout out to everyone who's sent along any donations today. Much appreciated. Again, I don't like talking about those to emphasize them, but if anyone does send them along, obviously, I send them thanks. So you actually have to go out of your way to be thinking about something like that. So if you do that to me, I much appreciated that. This is what I do for a living. This is my work. Now I'm very happy to have started it up in this last year. So thank you again to everyone who's passed that along. Thanks to the mods. Hopefully I was able to help some people, stay calm and understand the weather. We saw some cool things like the dust storm warning, the wake low around the Quad Cities area in Iowa that developed there and had some strong easterly winds here, winds from the east for quite some time behind those storms. So a lot of interesting atmospheric phenomena today. But I think that about settles it. So hopefully you learned something new. I very much appreciate you all. Thank you for asking questions too. I'm always happy to help. So I'm glad to have been here today and yesterday. 2-day stretch of streaming. Let's quiet down for a little bit. Our sights are set next on Thursday, the 11th, to see what happens there. The first look at that risk will be in Ryan's main channel video, due to release tomorrow. So make sure y'all are paying attention to that, because my words go into those videos too. All right. Thanks for watching, guys. Much appreciated. I will see you all hopefully not soon. There may not be another stream from me before I go storm chasing on the 13th. So I will be gone through the 27th. So busy time coming up for me. But for now, I'm glad I was able to help. So have a great night. Thanks for being here. Peace out. And thanks to the storm chasers as well. Good work today. Boop.